I'm going straight in. Justin Hill. I'm so pumped.
I'm pumped, dude.
I told a few people that you were doing this, and you want to know what everybody said? Bro, he's ripping right now.
I don't know where they're getting the information. I'm trying to keep it secret.
Yeah, the secret's out, bro, apparently.
Yeah, I want to know how good I actually am, though. And I don't think I know that right now. I think I'm just starting to realize how good I can be. Please, Feld, if you're listening, just more than 9 whoops. And if you really want to hook me up, Dragon's backs would be sweet. I'm just like, dude, I can't wait to go put all of this shit to use. Ultimately, the opportunity's neat because our bike's way better. I like my job and I don't want to lose my job too. I want to be working towards it, and I am right now because the clock is literally ticking.
Before we get into this episode of the podcast, we need to bring you a quick word from our sponsor, motorsport.com. I got a YZ450F out the back there that I got some upgrades to do. You know exactly where I'm going. I'm going to need some help with customer service, so I'm going to chat with a gearhead. This box showed up. It has a 2007 KTM master cylinder, a Yamaha caliper, also 2007, and a Turner braided brake lines. I feel like this is a very good upgrade for $600. Need the old hanger, so we're going to put a bit of grease on that. Get it back on, bolt her up. Caliper has been done. Now this can just get bolted on. Now, shout out to Kiefer, who I think stole this off Doug Dubar. That was easy. Nah, that was easy. All it needs now is to be bled and ridden. This is a pretty epic upgrade. You can get OEM parts to build this little Frankenstein brake kit, or basically anything else for any brand by going to motorsport.com.
I met a Gypsy.
Yeah, you don't want to miss anything good.
Nah,
I don't want to get off on a tangent before we...
I'm going straight in.
Yeah.
Justin Hill. We're doing
one
it,
of
bro.
these? Are these
Dude,
free? Are they free?
That's free, bro. That's free. That's for you. Bro, I'm so pumped.
I'm pumped, dude.
I've been wanting
to
to do this with you for so long. The Hill brothers are legendary in my books for many, many reasons. And your brother's been on here a bunch of times, and
Yeah.
you've never had the chance. And even though we go way back.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. Like, I was thinking about that the other day, how far back we do go. It's been like, and honestly, I can't remember the last time that me and you have had the time to sit down and like chat. It's been so long.
Nah, it's been a very long time.
But yeah, I and it's funny because I'm not a big consumer of just media in general like this.
Yeah.
And I listen to podcasts all the time. I didn't even know that I could get this in the same places that I listen to Rogan and Theo and everybody that I listen to. And I'm like, dude, now I'm listening to your stuff on the drives all the time. I'm listening to Kyle's all the time.
Sick.
I'm like honestly absorbing it more than I ever thought that I would.
That's awesome, dude. Well, Matt, I told a few people that you were doing this, and you want to know what everybody said? Bro, he's ripping right now.
Yeah.
Everybody,
I feel good.
like 3 different people that I told, all said the same thing first sentence.
I don't know where they're getting the information. I'm trying to keep it secret.
Yeah, the secret's out, bro, apparently.
No, I've invested myself heavily into this year.
Yeah,
Like
sick.
I mean, from the way I look at things, like I don't think I've ever, even the years I had that were good years,
Yeah.
I still was blowing it. Like I didn't reach my potential ever, not even for a blip of time.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty committed. Dude, I'm getting, it's like an age thing. I'm almost in like a motocross midlife crisis where I'm definitely closer to the end than the middle, but
Yeah.
I'm almost in a midlife crisis where I'm like, dude, I don't have that much time left. And like, I want to know how good I actually am.
You want to milk that stone.
Yeah, I want to know how good I actually am though. Like, and I don't think I know that right now. I think I'm just starting to realize how good I can be. Like, and it's weird. To me though, like it's all mindset, and like the last year needed to happen for me because last year just was so bad.
Yeah.
It was just so awful.
But was it bad? Like, yeah, okay.
It's really bad.
I mean, you had, I really remember you riding very well though.
Yeah, I had blips where that's not what is ever missing.
Yeah.
Like I know that I can ride good, you know, from time, like especially if the track's tricky.
Yeah.
Like I had a pretty decent round at was it New Jersey? I think. I think it was New Jersey. No, I don't know. One of those East. There's so many East Coast around.
Yeah,
I'm
they
so
all kind of,
they literally like
they
the whole
blend together.
East Coast blends to me.
Dude, Alex, our editor, bro, he could tell you right now exactly like your best lap times and whatever at that whatever race you did the best at. But me, I just not that guy.
So can Big Hill. Big Hill can tell you who won a race.
Some of those guys,
some stupid thing. We don't even race there anymore, and it was in '91. Or whatever. Like Josh is an encyclopedia.
Pontiac.
It's crazy. Yeah, seriously, he knows it all. But Josh, like, I don't know, and it's even crazier because he already knew all that, like way before the internet, like way before you could just look
that
up
VHS
result.
memory.
He had that like on tape memory. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah.
I don't know how he does it. Like he has definitely a different memory. Than,
You know,
than me,
you remember Jackson Richardson?
Yeah,
Same deal,
dude,
bro. Same deal.
I love him right now,
He is the man.
dude. I love him right now. He's one of my favorite. When he just gets on and he just gets on these rants. Oh, dude, he's a good follow right now.
He is. He's maybe the best follow in Moto right now.
And like, so it's funny because I met him. I met him around. He was buddies with Mosey.
Mosey, yeah.
And me and Mosey go way back. So I was just hanging around then, and I think he was staying at Mosey's house or something, or he was helping him. But I'm always just like, this dude, because Mosey's such a straight-laced, like he's such a good guy. Like the dude is just like,
That's
he's
solid.
the guy you want to try to be. Like he's such a good person.
Yeah.
And he's not much of a, he doesn't talk like a sailor like us. He doesn't, like he's not like he's not a wild cat, like a wild character. But like, he was hanging out with him, and I'm just like, this dude's way funny. Like he's too funny and edgy. I can tell right now for like this group,
For this environment.
Like, if that makes sense.
He's really having a whole back right now.
Quite literally. But like, I love it, dude. He's one of my favorite follows right now.
Yeah, he's got that same memory. Like he couldn't remember his times tables up to 3, but he can tell you the exact corner on the track layout when Stefan Roncotta passed James Stewart in 04 at
Okay,
Vegas.
but to be fair, I remember that.
Yeah.
That's nuts. I actually watched that not too long ago, like a good clip. I don't know if it was like who runs Show Pony, because they put up some of the sickest like old like good footage. Like I have no idea who it is.
Shout out to some of the dudes on the internet
They're just ripping the
that
coolest
are
stuff.
just doing the coolest shit, the coolest clips. Like just there's even a guy. There's a guy. He's like a British dude. Did you see the documentary that they're like these mini documentaries, and it was like we almost got the James Stewart movie, and he had that, and then there was like the Jet Lawrence problem. So like he's like full silent creator. Like I don't know who he is, but he's like does these really great like docos.
I haven't seen any of that, honestly. But I'm so like,
you're not
I'm not
like
in
that. Yeah,
like I'm not connected like that.
You got a
I would like to
family
be. I would like to be, but it's like with this golf thing I was just telling you about. Like I don't have the time to like go out and actually like practice and feel like my game's right.
Yeah.
And then I'm like committed to do all this filming, and I'm like,
sometimes you gotta do that.
I'll tell you the story about AC.
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
I forgot to turn my light
Oh yeah,
on.
you're good.
Just give me 1 second, and then we can.
Film and waves, or is it separate?
Everything just goes to that's just doing the audio right now.
Okay, audio separate. I mean,
Yeah.
You
The audio
do have
is
to
separate.
click in and do it.
And then it actually gets sent to each camera too. So each camera like gets a backup audio recording basically.
Copy that.
So,
That's
but
Anyway.
AC.
Okay, so I've got this plan. I'm filming basically 10 episodes of this golf thing, and it's kind of spoofy and whatever, but so it doesn't need to be like it's gonna be heavily edited, and you're gonna just pick some good shots or whatever. But like I still have this like my ego about golf where
It's so hard not to, bro.
dude.
None of
I
us
get
should
back.
have an ego because it's
we're
the
not pro.
hardest game in the world.
I get so pissed.
Oh, bro. Like, I swear I'm not playing another round until I go to the range, and then I go to the range and I'm so bad. It's really, you have to let it go. It's like me with riding. Like, I have to let my ego go with riding too, right?
It's hard though. Like I picked up the game super late. I never swung a club till like 25. So I picked it up, and then I got like pretty good, decent, pretty fast. I've broke 80 twice.
Nice.
So I can play good.
Yeah.
But I don't play that much right now.
Yeah.
So I get out there, and it's like some days you just randomly like I got good feel.
Yeah.
Like everything, like I got good, making good contact, everything's going good. I can shape stuff. Like I'm a guy, like I study it a lot, and I know how to shape shots.
Yeah.
It's all about can I make the contact that day? It's all about feel. So if
Yeah.
I have feel, like I'll play good. But dude, I haven't had feel in so long right now. I'm so pissed off.
No, it's
So I went out with my wife wanted to start playing.
Sick.
And so I took her out, and then so now it's like, okay, I got my wife, I've got the kids there. I literally have to put my boy in a car seat and like ratchet him to the cart. Or it's impossible because he just he's just running out in front of the ball, like doing all this stuff. I can't play like that. I need to be like a little bit more locked in, but she doesn't even want to play with me because for whatever reason, when it's me and her and the kids, I get like more frustrated. But anyway, back to the AC thing, because I actually feel I was gonna like call him and be like, "Hey, I meant to talk to you the other day about this or that," but I've been in a slump, so I'm kind of like
I got the yips,
dude. So I'm just kind of like almost like self-conscious about even being seen on the course right now.
Yep.
So I wanted to like get a hold of him and be like, "Hey, I want to talk to you," but it was going so bad the other day. I didn't even want to I'm like hiding my scorecard. Like I don't want you to know what I shot up to this point. Like it's that bad. But if I get something going, it'll be fun. But yeah, I literally bumped into him on his home course, and they're all having fun, and I'm just not having fun. And it's like it's the most embarrassing thing because it's like something I shouldn't get mad about. But
no, it's very very hard not to. I actually I was playing with Kai DeWolf when he was out here, and I knew. He posted on his story and he goes, he's like, I want to play with AC tomorrow. You around? And they'd never met or anything. So he's like basically just like hitting him up on his story to play golf. But I knew AC went to Florida that day. Oh. So then I hit him up and I was like, hey brother, we'd already kind of like lined up the pod for while he was here. And I was like, wait, AC's out of town tomorrow, but I'll play golf with you if you want. Yeah. So this motherfucker finishes riding at the test track and then drives all the way to San Clemente, and we play like it's a fucking tough course. Yeah. And I was playing fine, like before this. Yeah. Kai gets there, and me, Rones, my producer, and Kai just fucking stink this joint up. Like it was so bad. This was maybe on a Wednesday. Mm. Then on Friday, I get a call from TK because him and Adam and they play there all the time. TK's like, dude, Sunday, we're in. It's me, you, Adam, and Kai. And I'm like, fuck.
It's not actually a good time as it turns out.
Like, this isn't the time for me to be playing golf. Yeah. So, anyway, we ended up going. I miraculously played fine. Yeah. Didn't play great. Yeah. I enjoyed the game. Yeah. I wasn't losing balls. I wasn't fucking. But, dude, it was. Tolerable. Oh, and the anxiety I had. Yeah. Driving to it was like going to a fucking jiu-jitsu, you know, you get the anxiety. I was like,
especially if you know somebody that just absolutely pretzels who's going to be there.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah, Speaking of that, I had a funny conversation. Have you even had Charles on here? Have you?
No, I need to.
He's a fun guy, man.
He's the best. He's the best.
He's one of those. He's another one of those guys where it's like, he's such a good dude. Like,
he's one of the more genuine people in the industry, you know, like
shirt off his back kind of guy, honestly. Like he's helped me out so much.
1,000,000%.
Yeah. But he told me the story about how he, when you first got introduced to it, he's just like, yeah, I had these guys. I don't know. I forgot where he told me you guys were. But he's like, and then I just pretzeled up a couple of them, and like then they understood, and they're like, oh, I want to be in. And I had the same. Everybody has like that ego stripping experience first time rolling. And I had that too. I knew I would have that though. So I was like,
yeah, you were prepared.
I already had so much respect for it. I knew what it was. Yeah. I only boxed all the way up until I was probably 26. Yeah. Honestly. So and I've just been rolling since then. Yeah. And I had that ego stripping where I'm just like, but I'm athletic. Yeah. So I know I'm going to take to it. Yeah. But through those first couple of weeks, they're like, oh man. If you bump into one of these dudes in a situation where he doesn't like you, people don't understand what manner of trouble they're in. It's a straight up superpower.
How long have you been? Have you actually formally trained and you go through and you've had any stripes on belts or anything like that, or you've just trained?
I've bounced around a ton, so I just haven't been in one place. Yeah. I'm probably closer to blue than not. Yep. I've got a stripe from one place I was at for a little bit on my white. Yep. but like I bounced around so much.
Yeah.
I also too, like I haven't done hardly any in gi because like gi actually, I feel like it wrecks my fingers, my finger joints real bad for riding.
Yeah, it does.
So when I get back to riding, I'm like, I always feel like I'm grabbing the grips from like a new spot.
Yeah.
Like I don't like the way that it makes me feel.
Yeah,
So no gi's good because you got kind of big grips. It's more wrestling.
Well, and so I remember when I first started, I went to Thailand and I did a camp in Thailand, and I'd been training probably like 8 weeks at this point, and then I saw a camp with like this fucking leg lock specialist, and I was like, I'm going to Thailand, and I'm just going
nuts.
in for like 10 days. I think I even went like a couple days earlier, like messaged the guy on Instagram, and I was like, we'll do the podcast, blah, blah. Pretty much like hustled my way into like hanging out with this dude. He ended up becoming like one of the best in the world.
Really?
Yeah. Lachlan Giles. Don't know if you've
I've
ever
heard that name.
Yeah. So then I went
crazy.
and like stayed with him and his wife for 3 days before, and we trained a bunch. Then we did this camp. But bro, the fucking arm pump that I got in those 10 days was incredible. Yeah. And after that, dude, I really didn't get arm pump riding again,
Yeah.
Like it really developed strength in my forearms.
Something that I think is actually like, I think more riders should do it. But something I realize is like when you get to a point, okay, like from the beginning, you're just like, how do I survive? How do I learn all these ways to get out of these terrible situations that you get put in immediately?
Yeah.
But then once you're kind of pushed through that and you're starting to learn more offense, really, that's when I started to learn more like gripping efficiently. Like I'm trying to move your weight against you and just make it to where I'm not like, because you can't just be like the whole time. Like you roll, you roll with guys like that. They're just literally just like, they just grab you. They're just holding on for dear life.
Like pitbull lockjaw. Yeah.
And it's like, those guys are, that's the most fun because they can only do that for a few minutes. And then I've just been flowing with you the whole time. And now it's my turn. Like that's how, but like learning when you get to that stage, that's, I think, when it actually becomes like better for the bike. I think it actually trains you a little bit just because there's not like, you're not really
like
isolating a muscle.
In a way.
You're learning efficiency and you're not isolating, like you're not like, it's not like a dumbbell press or something where you're isolating one part of your body. Your entire body is engaged.
Yeah.
So if you figure out how to use it like without disintegrating yourself in like 2 minutes, you know, if you can roll, like I would never take rounds off like in open mats and stuff. Like you never take rounds off.
Yeah.
Everybody's sit over there and wait and then roll somebody easy and then, you know, for your rest roll or whatever. But I was always just like, all right, next guy that I think is going to tap me, I'm going there now. Like I would always try to do that.
That's a good headspace to be in for training. And I think the thing that I love so much about it, especially nowadays, is because I'm purple belt, been doing it like 7 years.
Oh, you're purple.
Yeah. So it's like I think the journey, like it evolves over time the longer that you do it, but it's still the same battle. Yeah. It's just a different battle. So like now for me, you get a purple belt and then there's an expectation of how you should be. That it's just like new optics. You've got to show up in a different way. Yeah. And so you can go, you just, oh dude, I was a blue belt for like 5 years because of moving around. Same sort of deal.
So when you get your purple belt, do they give you like a laminated card that says you can miss warm-ups, or is that just
Bro, I need to warm up, Like my body's
just playing. Isn't that like a meme culture?
Meme.
But I don't know that about purple belts. I feel like they're the ones, they're always there.
No, I've seen
from my eyes.
I've seen so many of them, dude.
Really?
Like
okay.
when I first,
that's not my take.
Yeah, when I first started training, there was a guy, and he used to like tell white belts what to do in the warm ups, and he'd be like taping up his fingers. It was like a real salty kind of old dude, bro. I'm like the gym I go to in San Clemente. It's like a sick old Brazilian dude, and he does yoga for 20 minutes before it.
Really?
And it's like,
that would be so beneficial.
It's so fucking good, man. Because I struggle. Like that's my biggest struggle is my body and the way that I do jiu-jitsu, like guard player, very flexibility based. And if I'm not on top of that,
hip dexterity,
bro.
Creating angles takes so much freeness in your body. Like that was one of the things that I really loved working right away. I was like, triangle setups and sweeps from guard. And I loved creating angles and working from the hips. That was my favorite thing right away. And it takes a lot. Like it was at first, I just, especially when you're just flat on your back. You know, you don't know how to roll, you don't know how to pivot. Like none of that's available to you as like a, you know, in your baby steps. But like I felt like that was right away. Like when I started finding some of that and actually having success from there, I was like super hooked in that position. But I realized quick, like if I'm stiff because I had 2 nasty ride days and an 8-mile run beforehand this day, and now I'm trying to drill the same way, it's never going to feel the same. Like you have to invest the time into like getting your dexterity back.
Yeah, and for me, there was like a period of time where I think I've like naturally got pretty flexible hips. Like I can touch my heel to my head. So like, and the problem is like you could make me do that right now, but I couldn't do that naturally.
You can do that under your own power?
I can at times, but my body can always do that if someone forces
if somebody makes it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but there was times when I can do it under my own power.
Really?
So the problem is now is like if I'm not in that mode where I'm so flexible that I can do that when I train, it still goes there. Yeah. But like
but you're not ready for it. It strains you.
It just hurts. Like and I can do it while I'm warm and while I'm training. Yeah. But then the next day I'm just like, So it's
I'm the complete opposite. I'm naturally very inflexible. So like I need it. So I picked up doing more Muay Thai and kickboxing stuff on my own.
Yeah.
For flexibility alone.
Oh,
I've had constant like little low back pain stuff for like since I was like 19. Like really, really, you know, I've had kind of in and out disc problems since then.
Huh.
And
you think, is that natural or is that
hereditary?
Okay.
For sure. Yeah. We all me and my dad and my brother all have it. But
people, and that's just the thing.
Yeah.
Like everyone has different anatomy, you know.
For me it's like I've gathered so much information on how to deal with that I'm good now. Like I feel like I have the ability now I can get myself in these situations where I'm hurting.
Yeah.
And honestly, yesterday, really 2 days ago. 2 days ago was one of those days. It was the first day of this off season where I had that feeling.
Yeah.
And I was like, but it's also my attitude because I'm more committed than ever. So I'm like, I'm gonna force myself to work this out, and we aren't missing these laps.
Yeah.
And it's like, but I have more information on how to deal with
that.
And
so I'm like you're at the track and you're in pain with your back, and instead of kind of cutting the day short, you're trying to deal with it.
Yeah. And well, first of all, it comes from like, for me, long periods of like high intensity stuff and just not much. Like I haven't been rolling for a while. First of all, I missed a ton of last year too because of my back stuff last year, but I heard it in Anaheim. It was nagging. Got landed on a Daytona, broke ribs, hurt it more.
Yeah.
So it's like last year I guess this year, you know, I didn't get any time on the mat at all. So like that plays a part into it. Like if I'm, it's just different. Like when I'm at home and I'm on the ranch, I've got jeans, boots, belt, gun, screw gun, hammer. Like when I'm here, I'm in basketball shorts, sweats. Like I'm in like gym kind of all the time attire, and I'm constantly kind of working my body to what the goal that it needs to be in. When I'm home, I almost take 10 steps back.
Yeah, because I'm
just on the farm.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do have a dojo at the house now. So we're good. We're back. I showed up a lot.
Have you got mats at the house?
Yeah.
No way.
Well, they're not good. They're just like the
jigsaws.
They're just the connect. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, dude, I might even order them today. But I've gone through the process of I'm gonna have a 13 by 8 feet mat space in my garage.
Nothing but mats.
So yeah. So if you want to
do the little side, are you gonna do the little
I'll do like
the
jigsaw up the wall. But I
would love to just come roll with you, dude, because I'm afraid. Like, I mean, I'm not afraid.
It's risky.
Yeah. And if you're rolling with people that don't share your concern for your well-being, like there's some guys that definitely would take, and don't get me wrong, like there's so many 11 out of 10 dudes that do jiu-jitsu, but they're just there's once in a while you'll find some dude that's a little bit weird.
Yeah.
And he's got a little chip on his shoulder or whatever, and he's skilled.
Yeah.
And he wants to hurt you a little bit.
You can just say there's some absolute fuckwits.
There's some fuckheads. Yeah, there is. There's some shitheads. But like from my standpoint, like I don't want to miss out on that. That's why I mean truthfully I'd like to just be rolling with Charles when he goes wherever, and then I have my partner, right? Like I'll just roll with him. He's my coach. Yeah. So it's like that would be ideal for when I'm out there. But if So you're in San Clemente?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I stay at Paula.
Oh, really?
So I just
Where do you stay at Paula?
at the RV. I pull my trailer down and stay at the RV resort.
No way.
Yeah. I'll like rotate. I'll go to Pachanga, Paula, like wherever, just like
That's
I just
sick.
drag the camper down. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and the
nice.
family and everything just
Oh,
cruises.
yeah. So when I got hurt, when I did my shoulder really bad before the 20, when I was going to come
Yeah,
back.
you can pull this closer a bit if
Closer?
you want. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there you go.
I didn't want to do any big
No, you
of
can.
those. When I hurt my shoulder right before the 20, I was going to come back in 22.
Yeah.
I was literally, dude, I was laid up for so long, and I had just bought our place in Wyoming, but just bare land. I've been building a house on it since, but there was nothing there.
You building it?
I'm building everything.
That's fucking sick.
No, it's not. It is.
sounds
It is
sick.
if I wasn't trying to be good at this.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
so. But now I'm in a place to kind of jump forward. Like I'm in a place now where the house is almost done. I needed to have a shit year. I needed to have all the stupid things happen so that I could be like as
Just
locked
get it
in,
all out of
as
the way.
locked in as I
Yeah.
am right now.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
right now I'm not thinking about the house at all. It's almost done. Like I have maybe a month or two left in an Airbnb before I'm like in the house, like and we're happy. But I've already got the gym there. That's set up. I've got a good Supercross track, good motocross track. I've got a water truck. I've got a track. I've amassed everything that I need to run my program out of there. And it's different. Nothing's easy. Like when you're running your own place, it's not easy. But being that the house is almost done, that's going to make everything a lot easier. But we bought the trailer because I was like, okay, we just bought all the land.
Yep.
We're going to build on it. So we're just going to need to stay out there so I can build on it.
Yep.
And then I get hurt. So I'm like, now I just sold my house in North Carolina that I had for quite a while. I renoed that whole place and then sold it.
Did you do all right on it?
Yeah, I did good.
Sick.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I never owned anything here. I always just rented here. I made a big mistake that I blame my dad for all the time. He's really, really smart, but he was trying to convince me out of doing this I almost bought a house right next to Pachanga. And they wanted $275 for it. It's a 5-bedroom house, literally neighborhood adjacent to Pachanga
It's worth fucking 900 G's right now.
in 2015. And I had he's just like, well, it's a volatile industry, And I'm like, yeah, but that's not like an outlandish buy, it's like, that's a great rental for the future. And I just didn't do it. I should have.
Was that KTM days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my thought about life. I've got my babies and my wife, and it's like, had I bought that house, would life have gone this way? Had I decided to live here, had I decided to train with this person, had I decided to take this team deal, everything had to be the way that it was
For it to be the way that
it is right now.
Yeah.
Now that I have them, and everything's good, and it's like my life is right where I want it. Everything from here can be. I am my own destiny. Like I have it all in the palm of my hands now. But like everything needed, I never have any look backs like that. Like where I'm like, I should have and I shouldn't have or whatever. Of course, we all should have bought 100 Bitcoins back when it was $1. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like you don't. And if I'd have done that, would I have had my wife and kids? Like, there's just all those stupid little things. But yeah. To the travel trailer thing. I bought the stupid travel trailer
so that
I could park it on the land
Yeah.
and build the house. And this is, I mean, at that point when I was that hurt, I took time off. I was at the sheriff's office, came back to race for PRMX, got pretty bummed how that ended with just, I don't want to go into that, but, I was really upset. I'm like, you know what, dude, this sport doesn't need me anymore. Like that was my mindset. I'm just like, dude, I don't want to risk my life like that anymore. I don't want to, ride in that fashion to where I'm always worried about what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And I'm thinking I'm done.
And you just can't be at the level that you can ride a bike and just not be in a safe space. Like I've got friends that have been in a similar position, you know what I mean? Like they were on factory teams, they won championships, and then some things happen, they end up on lesser equipment, and then they have a rear shock that just can't last a main event.
Sure.
Or their clutch is cooking every single time and it's just like, this is fucking too dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not about your ability, It's not about anything other than you're now in a weird place on a team that just can't quite keep up with your level of riding, and this ain't going to work. And that's when it becomes dangerous and scary.
Yeah, well, it's dangerous enough. Like, it gets dangerous if you're on all of the best shit. Like, everything goes, every single person, whether it be factory Honda, factory KTM, Yamaha, whoever, like, they're going to have issues with something somewhere along the way that nobody's impervious to it. They're mechanical things that we are pushing to their absolute limit.
But they've got guys that put 500 hours on that part before it goes into your bike. So at least there's that.
That's exactly where I'm headed with this.
Yep.
If you put, and I always get off on this with the ignitions and stuff, because you got stock ignitions from either Austria or Japan that are, have a billion hours on them.
Yeah.
And you got, if you have the ability, if you're factory, to get in and change those to the settings that you want for the engine package and, that fits your package, that's always better, in my opinion, over like something that doesn't have that much amassed time and resources into, as far as time put on it. It's just, you can't match that. It doesn't matter. Like, you can't match Kawasaki with, they've got 7 guys rotating the bike, trying to break it for like 12 hours on a day.
Yeah.
There's just no way to replicate that amount.
And they're just doing it day after day after day after day.
Like, oh, okay, the pin broke on the foot peg, and now we know what to do with that. Like, that's their method. Like, we're going to ruin this thing until we make it do something wrong.
Yeah.
No one else is, as a small team or a small group of people or somebody that's designing a part, they do not have the capabilities to test to that level. Yeah. Like, it's just not possible. And it's not their fault. Doesn't mean they're not great engineers. Doesn't mean they're not. But it's like, it's all in the R&D.
And there's a level of rider that can kind of make that okay. Right. There's a guy that's just not going to take, like, you're one of the rare people that can really, like, ride a motorcycle and, like, really push this thing into deep waters.
Right.
And there's guys that, there's kind of like, it self-selects. Like, the guys that can ride on those teams kind of don't take the bikes that, that far into those zones.
No, it's funny you say that.
That's why I can see a guy like you, just, it kind of fades away, because it's just like, well, fuck, if I can't, I'm too good to be on that bike, but I'm not good enough to be on that bike right now.
Right. And it's honestly, that's super well put. Like, there's, in the most respectful way possible, there is places that would offer me a contract that are quite literally just below me, as far as what I will do to the bike is above their capabilities to keep up with. Yep. It's not, it isn't a personal thing.
It ain't a dig.
It ain't a dig.
It ain't
it's just
talking
a fact.
Shit. Yeah.
And that's honestly why I'm so happy where I am. I've never thought I would be in this position right now. The Tedders are the coolest. They never want to put anything on that bike that's not going to last. If I call and say, hey, we've got, this many hours on this, we got to, let's flip it. No problem. Like that, as far as they're always going to put safety first, because they're a family of racers. Like Matt, Matt raced. Yeah. He was very good. He can still put it, dude. So funny story about Matt, not really that funny, but he got hurt at Glen Helen. He hadn't raced in forever. He comes out, he's leading, and he literally catches a rock to his leg, breaks his leg, comes back. He's 61, I think. Comes back.
No way.
In like a week ago, my mechanic takes him out. Jesse takes him out, and he goes, yeah, I just thought, just throw him on the bike, like let him cruise around. He did 235s right away. Like, and he's just like, dude, he didn't look like he was like cruising either. Like, he's kind of a maniac. That dude's a specimen.
When you get to the level, like, I don't really know that family that well, but it's like, I know they got a bunch of money. I know that they have
not by accident
very successful business. And so in my mind, all the people that I know that are pretty successful, have a bunch of money, they're all kind of fucking gnarly.
Yeah, they are.
And they got there because they're kind of fucking gnarly.
Only people that don't go anywhere, and like just the haters will say, oh, it's just this or that or the other thing. And of course that exists, like, of course, but like you're saying, most people that have it made for like a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes it's stepping.
Most people that have it made it.
Yeah, that's true. But that whole family, they're all They're great people. You need to hang with us a little bit this season. And
Yeah,
get to know
I
them
will.
because they're super rad.
So there's a golf sim in the rig now.
It's a golf sim in the rig.
I mean,
now.
I feel like that's for pretty
like that's
solid
gonna work
reason
out.
to come in.
Wait until you see our pit this year. Like our pit
Really?
is going to be nuts. Like it's going to be a literal like it's going to be like a. I mean, quite literally, it's a circus. Like it's just like simulators and I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying all this stuff, but it's like there's all kinds of stuff that is literally because Dakota's like, look, you know, there was a big story. We had both the Hill brothers on the team. You came back after 2 years off, got literally podium that year. Where's all the support? Where's all the money? Where's all the stuff from that? And he's not wrong. It's like, you need something else. Like you need something else that like brings people to the truck and wants them to hang out. And like, you need to give these brands and these people that want to sink a bunch of money into our sport to feel like they get something really interactive from it. Yeah. And that's what he's doing now. And it's going to be really sick.
I don't think they get enough credit.
They don't.
You know, like I remember talking to Big Hill about it when he went there. And he was just like, dude, it's so fucking cool. Like they're so good to me. Anything that we want, like weren't having a good time on the WP fork. So there's factory KYB shit in there. You know, so it's just like they kind of have the ability to do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah. And they kind of do it.
And they kind of use it.
Yeah. And they have the ability, they take advantage of it. And, you know, to support a guy like you to get back onto the podium, like there's a lot of cool shit that comes out of that team and that family. And they've been in it a long time. And to be quite honest, they just don't get the credit for it.
I don't think they do. And like, and it's funny because they quite literally fall because of Dakota and because of their program that like the level of program that they put together for Dakota when he was racing before he hurt his hand, like kind of for good, which sort of retired him, was his wrist. And the way that they put the program together was like, you could tell it's like they're putting this together for their son because they want the best for the son. Well, that hasn't, like, the value of the program hasn't changed. Yeah. Even though it's me in his place or like how Martine was in his place, whatever. It's always been good. And they do fall in this special category where they aren't a team that like is like, that's not worth going to. Like, because a lot of those exist. Like, it's there. They've got this, that, and the other, but it's just not. Yeah. Well,
I
me,
think
I wouldn't do it.
The difference, I think, is when, like, you would have rode for teams where they didn't have budget, so they had to either take deals where, like, a lower level company would pay the team to run, like, XYZ tire brand. And it's like, they fucking suck, unfortunately. And it's like, but because they need the cash. And then it's like, and then we're going to run this suspension company because they are the ones that are going to give us 10 grand. Yeah. And it's like the Tedders are kind of in a bit of a special category where it's like they can just, it's like a boutique team where it's like, what do you want to run? What tires do you like? What suspension do you like?
That's such a good way to say it.
It's like
literally a boutique team. And it honestly is because they want the coolest looking stuff. And like from my standpoint, it's not like, I don't look down at the teams that I say are below me riding for. Like they're doing what they do to keep the world go round, and they're giving guys opportunities. Like I'm the last guy that wants that to go away.
No, for sure. And it has to stay, but all that is the rider needs to match the pony. You know what I mean?
It has to line up. Yeah, you can't have a lopsided deal like that.
Like I'm sure Kenny really pushed the Suzuki team.
Yeah,
like I'm sure there was like a lot of.
I was surprised he did it, honestly, and I know that they had a solid program, but just because from Kenny's standpoint, it's like, would you take something that no one has done anything special on before and made work, and now all of a sudden you're gonna? That's like Chad when he did his own. Like that's taking something that you've never done before.
He was doing it on a Honda.
I don't have time for it.
Arguably the best bike at the time.
Oh, Chad's team, dude. Chad doesn't get enough credit for those years. He did at the time, but that kind of went away. Like nobody really talks about that anymore. He literally, I mean, created his, like, assemble your crew. And like he assembled his crew and made and honestly, every single year that he put, for the most part, except for the Husky year where he was kind of seeming like a little 1 foot.
Yeah, there was like 3 years
where he was just kind of like, yeah, I'm here having fun. I think he wanted to try to have fun doing it. It seemed like to me, but I just don't think a guy like him that's wired like, one speed go. Like, he's not wired to like do the cruise years. And I don't think I'm wired to do that either. I just did it and I hated every second of it.
Yeah.
Like doing it for real to your potential is the only way.
Yeah.
Once that's gone, I think it's time. Like there's guys that are like I always use Brayton for an example, but so this is funny. Brayton obviously was able to stay way longer than the vast majority of everybody. The thing that I noticed being around him, and I don't honestly know him that well, but just being around him the bits that I was, first of all, super talented, super smooth. Set up the bike well.
Very calculated.
Very calculated.
Yeah.
He had probably some of the best like habits, and you could tell, like he was very punctual. He had very good nutrition. He had everything planned ahead, like all that. I'm the most ADD, job gypsy, goofball to ever race this shit. Like I'm so the opposite personality-wise. But like this year, I'm just like, all right, I'm done eating a bunch of shit and sugar and all that because I'm just like I'm a fat kid. Like I'm just a fat kid. And I'm like, I'm done eating all the sugar, all the shit. I'm gonna clean all this up. And me and my wife were just like, all right, how do we just like live as if we're trying to do this shit? Like, and she's following with me and she's enjoying it too.
That's awesome.
But I can't believe like that I did all of that for so many years. Like now when I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have a cheat day. I'm gonna eat like, go to Cold Stone or something. Like, just have like, do something. And I feel so awful. Like I feel so bad for like 2 days.
Yeah.
I feel like garbage, like so terrible. And I didn't even realize that literally I've been living my life feeling that way. Like I feel better now energy wise than when I was 18, 19.
How old are you now?
29.
Yeah.
I've got some time left.
Yeah,
I've got time left. Yeah,
I thought you were early 30s. Mm-hmm. I thought you were like 30.
Josh is 6 years older than me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I've got all the time in the world the way that I'm living life right now. Like all the time in the world, honestly.
You know what's fucking crazy too? And I don't know whether people believe me when I say it, but like 27, 28, your brain changes.
It does.
As a man.
Oh, dude, it does. Having
like,
kids changes your mind on everything.
I bet it does. But bro, neurologically, your brain is like kind of locked in at 27, 28. There's like an actual shift that takes place. So, I mean, for you to be...
It's true.
It kind of just feels right that you're figuring this out at 28, 29 years old. Like, I really think it's like you're coming into like the male prime.
Yeah. I feel like, like the whole thing, your frontal lobe doesn't form till 25 or whatever it is. But like for me, I think it was literally 28.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think it formed till 28.
Well, no,
like,
I think it's
even
like
later
27,
than
28 is the time.
But now I'm so there. Like I'm so locked in now. With most things that I wasn't before. Yeah. Just in general.
And
except
what do you
for
think
apparently communicating with my wife. She's so bad at it. I literally like coming here. I'm like, oh yeah, I think we're gonna do it like in the afternoon. I just like, we're gonna do it in the afternoon. I didn't tell her like, oh yeah, so by the way, it's in Costa Mesa. It's about an hour and 20 drive. Like I'm gonna go to the gym and then go there or leave from there at like noon and go straight out there and be gone pretty much the rest of the night.
Yeah.
She's like, I asked you if I get my nails done and you said yes. So when does that fit in? And I'm like, get your nails done today. I already told you I was gonna be gone all day. I'm just like, dude, I'm so twisted up with. But there's just a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I was gonna say like there's. I feel like that's pretty standard.
There's a lot of stuff. Yeah,
there's a lot.
And I'm tired too. Like the boot camp, like just the like I get home, like when I was 20, let's just call it 21, 22, 23, about the time right after the championship, moving out to North Carolina, and I was at Gibbs. I think my biggest thing that was. I mean, obviously, aside from the struggles, just kind of with the motorcycle, and me not knowing how to improve it, me not knowing how to communicate with those guys to tell them like, dude, we have to change everything and do this. Besides that, my biggest thing was literally I didn't sleep. Like I just didn't sleep back then. It was something. I was just going through it back then. Like I don't know. Like I had at the time just felt like I'd made every wrong decision in a couple of ways. And not necessarily like And not really necessarily with the career. It was just like, I just didn't know if I wanted to be in that spot. You know, I had the championship, and then it was like, after the championship, it was almost like I almost was in a worse position than when I started, like before that year, which was totally bonkers to me.
Yeah.
But I was just struggling. Like I was just struggling with everything. I never slept. I would literally some days, more than often, 2 to 3 times during the week, I would stay up literally all night, like watch the sun come up,
No
go
way.
to the test track, set track record, go home, fall asleep for an hour, whatever, and maybe even do it again. Like my sleep was so terrible that
And you
there
think
was
it
no
was
way.
just the mental wheels?
Just me. It was
yeah.
just me. Like I was just like, why am I where I am? What can I do? But it was just like, there was no point where, it's funny because I always got like labeled as like, he just doesn't give a shit, and it just doesn't.
But you almost cared way
like,
too much.
I was just like, what do I do? And I was just psyching myself out for, 20 hours a day. Quite literally. It was bad. I used to just not sleep at all. It was just, and then obviously when I had my daughter.
So were you with your wife at this time?
So we met around that time.
Yeah.
So it's funny because we grew up in the same town. There's 600 people in my town that we grew up in Yoncalla. I've known her mom and her aunt and my now father-in-law like since I was younger. Never knew her, but she's a lot younger. So she's 6 years younger than me. So I just didn't know her growing up in the town. And then I met her when she was turning 18 pretty much, and like through family and whatever, and met her. So not yet. Like I didn't have that stable, like, so that was another thing. Like, I'm just kind of, the hopeless single dude, like not, and I was trying not to like, be out in it, not trying to be like, I was trying not to be in the party scene, even though that was something like I was doing anyway, cause I was struggling, but that wasn't really that prominent. It was like, that was once in a while, to be fair. Yeah. A lot of times it was just me literally just like in my house, like staying up all night.
Dude, it's, you can be a fucking great dirt bike rider. You can be a guy that's just won a championship. But you're just a fucking mid-20-year-old kid that's just like trying to do life on his, like, you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't have that figured out. Like,
no, and I didn't.
It's kind of okay to be a bit fucking cooked at that age, like there's so much expectation and so much pressure, and it's a very hard. It's like a hard thing to go through at a young age. And if you don't have a partner, and if you don't have, like the people around you, like, man, it makes sense you're fucking going through it.
Well, and like something else too, like that I just don't know if I ever quite like processed correctly was in 15 and 16, I hit my head a bunch of times, like in a row. Yeah. And I changed a lot, and I went through it bad. Just, I mean, pretty gnarly. Like, I'm not a big, like, I don't talk about it that much because I'm real prideful. I get that from my old man. Like, I don't want to tell you about my problems that much.
Yeah.
But I struggled a lot. I struggled a lot for, I mean, a calendar year. I was just like, didn't seem like it, but like deeply depressed, like really bad. And it was because everything, when you're normal, you don't realize you're normal.
Yeah.
It's just normal. Like it's just happening all the time, and it doesn't affect you at all. When you lose like your regular computing ability, and now all of a sudden you can't do a thing that you've been doing forever. Yeah. Very good anymore. And you just don't quite know why. Like it's you're being demoted in all these cognitive ways. Yeah.
So what was hard for you? So you had a couple big head knocks, and just like living was hard.
Living was hard. Yeah. Really hard. Yeah. It was.
So like memory, focus,
mood, just like me being just
these are all real
depressed
symptoms.
And rough. It was just rough. It wasn't like I still had the ability to go see something. Like I wasn't like, I still lived my life normally.
But it was just a cloudy, foggy kind of.
It was just really, really, I think my dad actually was kind of the one that was like, me and my dad have always been big into combat sports. Like we watch We watch MMA and we watch boxing together a lot. Boxing used to be. No, we don't really anymore. We watch MMA now.
There's no one to watch.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah. So he was kind of the one that's just like, look, you know, there's a lot out there showing that like if you do this many times in a row, I mean, you need a year.
Yeah.
To like regroup and let your brain heal. And I mean, I don't know. I just never really like. I've been hitting my head on a bike since I was a kid. Like you don't think that much about how they accumulate and what they do to you, especially in that age, like that. You know, when you roll over from being the dumbest kid you could possibly be, from whatever we want to call it, from 16, and in my case, all the way to 24, 25. Like when you're in that time, and then you also are compromising your head in the process, like there's a lot going on. And so for me, that was, I think when I kind of came down to earth and was normal again, I still didn't feel good or normal anymore. Like I was changed, but I didn't really know in what ways. I was living out in North Carolina and I didn't have like any, you didn't have real, a group. I didn't have, well, I had a party group of people that I would hang with, and don't get me wrong, like they're all good dudes. Like there's nothing against them, but they weren't like my people that
there's
like,
nothing
I could
about
trust
day
that,
ones,
like day ones.
Yeah.
And so I still love those guys, but it's just not. It wasn't what I needed in that moment. What I needed in that moment was literally what came subsequently after that, which was meeting my old lady, and something. She became my rock, and then the kids became a whole new life meaning, and all that stuff. So that it all happened, like I said, as it had to.
Yeah.
For me to get here, because now I'm great. I haven't struggled. I sleep like a dude. My wife gets mad at me how good I sleep now, and that was never. I always slept bad. That's hereditary too. My dad doesn't sleep good.
Yeah.
So for me in 19, when I was literally would all night watch the sun come up, throw my gear bag in the truck, head out to the track, do a serious moto structure. Like I wasn't like I wasn't doing less.
Yeah.
I was doing the same amount, but with zero sleep.
Yeah.
Which it's not good. It's not healthy.
Dude, I had insomnia like all the way through school. Just couldn't sleep.
You know what I mean?
Forever, bro.
Yeah.
And I would lay awake all night. I would have I called them night terrors back then, but I was having panic attacks. Yeah. Didn't even know what a panic attack was. Yeah. Didn't know what anxiety was.
Just doing it to you.
And the day I left school, day I started sleeping. Like that, I just had a fucking, I hated it so bad. But that feeling of insomnia is crazy, bro.
So it was just the stress of school, or like just the stress of kind of
I just hated
the situation?
Yeah, I just hated school. And it was a pretty violent, area. So there was just like it was just always.
Just always like anxiety ridden.
Yeah,
kind of.
I never realized until I left that environment that I was in like fight or flight.
Yeah.
The whole time, because it literally was like every day there was something.
Yeah.
But the not being able to sleep, it does crazy fucking things to your mind, and then you're just thinking, dude. And that's exactly what you don't need to be doing at the time.
Not in that moment. You be thinking as little as possible and just keep. But like that's where I get crazy on the physical side of things, because being a gym rat, there's no better fix for your mind than just being an absolute maniac gym rat.
Mate, I did some fucking skier like intervals.
Yeah.
I'm just all of the last couple of years I've just been like jogging. I've never done cardio my whole life, right?
Yeah, it's so important.
So I'm just doing some base shit.
Yeah.
And then I never did any of the intervals. I was like, it sounds pretty fucking hard, to be honest. And so I got like pretty good at doing base, and then I did an open mat with Nixon. Nixon started jiu-jitsu?
Yeah. He started, I know.
Oh, bro, he's fucking in.
I'm bummed that I've waited this long and I haven't been rolling, because I wanted to roll up and just
work him,
work him so bad. Yeah. And now I'm afraid that my time off, and now he's hooked, and then we're going to be too close.
To be fair, he's doing quite good.
I bet he is. He's an athlete too. He was a good boxer back when.
Yeah, right. Every fucking Irish cunt's a good boxer.
That's true. That's true. They get better if they get a couple of
JMOs in them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, I went and trained with him with his group, and it was like a wrestling gym last Friday.
Yeah.
And like my problem is the real high intensity stuff. And so I just got off a flight. We did a 10K mountain bike ride.
Oh.
Then that night, so flight from Australia.
Yeah.
Then 10K mountain bike ride, and then he's like, "Come to the fucking gym, brother. We're fucking all the boys. Be a fucking good crack." And I was like, "Oh fuck!" I was so desperate to train. I'm like, "I'm gonna get absolutely fucking
mauled
torched
right now."
And bro, my cardio, I was just.
Oh yeah, when you show up and your resting's 110, you know it's a bad day,
bro. So anyway, this week I went and I was like, you know what, intervals, it's time. I've been putting it off for a long time.
So you're in.
I did 10 minutes on the ski erg. I just chat GPT'd the fucking 10 minute. I did like 40 minutes on the Stairmaster.
Yeah,
and then I did my intervals, bro. I slept. I got a 99 sleep score.
Is that what do you track your sleep
I do
with?
the Garmin.
Yeah, I did the Garmin.
You do the Garmin as well? Yeah.
That's a new thing for me. So by the way, I have never I've never been in control of my own data in my career, not one time until now.
Why?
Because I trusted other people to control the data and write the programs at times.
Yeah. Who'd you have?
So back when I first kind of got locked in this way, it was with a guy named Kawasaki. You probably know Tyler. Kawasaki.
Yeah. I
and
remember
I worked
that.
with him.
That's when we did the filming.
That's
and
when
shit.
me and
That's
you
how we met.
filmed. That's right.
That's right.
So that was 20. So that would have been
2014, 15,
13. I worked with him a little bit my rookie year. I know that was 10 years ago. It's crazy. And it feels. It's one of those. It feels like yesterday, but it feels like 50 years ago too.
Yeah.
But I worked with him, and he had me on. To me, it was too much at once. Like
too much too soon.
Well, I guess it was more like, okay, I just got off of like a pretty successful amateur career where I had a lot figured out, at least as an amateur, as far as how I could,
an amateur.
How I could amass the foundation of a good training camp before a race or something like that. And I used to do ignorant shit for training. I mean, my old man, he was just like, he literally used to just tell me like Rocky Marciano quotes and what that do, but just like the most old school gritty, like kind of stuff. And like, I'm literally doing sprints. So the big hill jam, the hill climb. I mean, dude, it's like Bert. I used to run that from the road with fucking chains around my neck, like dragging chains up it. And that was my sprint hill. Like I used to do ignorant stuff and I'd be folded for like 7 days. You know what I mean? Just ignorant stuff, but it was like, but it worked.
And
it
mentally,
I was
just
so like
sharpened that iron.
Never did I fear getting tired on a motorcycle. It's like you don't even like until you bring yourself to that point. So I did that at a young age.
Yeah.
So fast forward, now I'm working with Tyler, and it's like he wants me to like, oh no, don't get your heart rate up to this. He wants my heart rate in a certain zone all the time. And it was always, and I still kind of believe it was a little on the low side. And just my genetics as well. Like I don't lift any weight at all.
Yeah, you're pretty like naturally yoked.
So right now, I'm encroaching on low 170s for weight. I've raced at 185 for years and years. I've always been 185. My championship year was 175.
So have you got like big legs or like
a few chunks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really like, I don't have much for torso, but my forearms and biceps, I'm pretty lopsided. But it's a lot of my legs as well. But I'm just like thick this way too.
Yeah.
But I'm getting down. I'm damn near 15 pounds lighter than I was last year.
Wow. How do you feel?
Fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And
it changes,
it's all diet.
Yeah.
It's all diet, and it's all diet and just commitment to the game, like commitment to wanting it as bad as I want it right now.
Yeah.
But like the year that first year we met and I was working with Tyler, everything was on the watch. Everything I wore, literally never took the band off. You know what I mean? Everything was monitored, and I never really even like scratched the surface of like an intense workout. So right now you would fall over if you saw how low my heart rate is when I am charging like a 25-minute moto right now. Like when I do mains, my heart rate is stupid low. And I'm like shoving the bike around, like trying to spike it. You know, I'm doing mains like sprints, and my heart rate's just like.
And what do you think that is?
Whispering at it because I think it has a lot to do with the bike setup.
Yeah.
Our final product is so much better.
Yeah.
It has a lot to do with my commitment and consistency to it.
Yeah.
A lot to do with that.
Yeah.
And then I think it has a lot to do with me focusing on my technique and what I'm doing out there. I'm not just out there just like like riding my dirt bike.
Yeah,
I'm out there
you're
focusing
just locked in
on,
everywhere.
I'm watching all these viral jet videos trying to be the new guy, like trying to be the new wave of riders, because I'm old enough to be a part of the old wave of ride, like the old way of doing it with old tracks and the way things used to be. Now everything's lower. You can do fives now where that was never possible. Like there's new things in the sport that I have to adapt to. So I'm working on that. But like the data stuff from back then in 2013 was like, heart rate all day, but, oh, by the way, you can't eat any bread. You can't eat any dairy. Coincidentally enough, I kind of eat very little of both now. I'm not like gluten-free or whatever, but I just don't eat bread. Don't want it.
The bread
like
here
I used
sucks,
to be,
dude.
and that's terrible too.
Yeah.
And like also, I just don't eat the sugar. I don't eat the dyes. I don't eat like none of the shit that I would eat. But at the time, it was like, okay, have one of the worst diets ever, and then do all this stuff. And it was just, my body was like, it's the story about the guy that eats McDonald's every day, eats a piece of lettuce and dies, like that kind of thing.
Yeah,
like that was how I felt. I felt so bad, but I was also lifting a lot. I was eating,
which you don't really need to do.
I don't.
Yeah.
And I don't lift ever.
Yeah.
I do some things. I do a little bit more stuff now, but it's mainly body weight. And when I'm working with Charles, so I've got two guys helping me this year. I've got Taylor Ross, and I've got Charles. And Charles has me do an array of things. I do my striking there. I do mobility stuff. Like today, I was smoked. I'm like, this is my kind of dip week for the last little block. So he's like, mobility, stretching, hit you with the gun, that kind of stuff. Like he's very adaptable to fix that current situation. So the mobility stuff is high this week. But like going back to all the data and the nutrition and all the stuff that was like supposedly kind of all the right stuff to do at the time, I'm being sold it, that, oh, this is Alden's program. This is what this guy's doing. This is what this guy's doing. You got to like lock into this thing. And truthfully, I had never felt worse on a bike literally in my whole life. Like it just didn't work
for you,
for me. And like, I never felt like I could let go of the motorcycle ever. I felt like I was always gripping it in some way. I was always tight. And it's like, it started at my shoulders and ended at my toes. Just like the whole thing. I'm just like, I'm locked up. I can't maneuver the way I want to. And so now I take that into account when I set these training camps up. I'm like, hey, we can do all this all the way up until this point, and then we have to cut it out. Because now it's time for me to get efficient again, and it's time for me to maneuver the bike properly. And I need these ride days to feel really good. Because if you don't have good ride days to build confidence, you're not going to show up ready to beat anyone.
Yeah,
you're gonna show up defeated already because you haven't had that feeling yet.
You just can't be in the hurt locker every day just hanging on.
No, and because you need to like have energy to just burst into certain things and feel like you are the only guy that could do that in that moment. And if you don't have any of those moments ever, that's not good. And some people that's not lost on the top guys. They all know that, but that's lost on some of the guys. I would say somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Like
where they just kind of thoughtlessly grind until they relax for the week and they still show up tired, But I've learned a lot about that in the last. Dakota is honestly like another thing. I like to give him a lot of shit and just pretend he's useless, but he's honestly really, really smart. And he helped me a lot in 23 particularly, like just being there and looking at me and going, oh, you look like you're ruined. Go home. Like, just go home. I've never had anybody just say that. Like, when I'm tired, that means go harder so that you won't be tired. Like, it's just, there's certain times where you need that though. Yeah. Like, and it's not all the time. Like, I like for the mental side of things to feel like I did more than I needed to.
Yeah.
But sometimes your body's just like, fuck you, bro.
Yeah. Dude, amen. So now you crushed that thing already?
I did. No,
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
I'm set, yeah.
If you need another one,
I know I get a big coffee problem. Like I'll just wake up, me and my wife make a whole pot of coffee. I drink it. If I'm not riding that day and it like to where I have to chug 6-7 waters just to be like level, I'll just drink coffee all day. Like I'm bad like that. But yeah, you're on that.
Mate,
you got coffee?
What's that?
You got coffee?
Do you want one?
I mean, not if we have to pause everything.
No, because we're just about we're in a good spot. We can spot. No,
okay.
no, we can.
I'm down.
I'll get you a coffee. I got you, bro. So you're doing your own, like you're looking at your data yourself now. Like that's been a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah. So I started like getting more interested in doing it, like and actually, using tools that I would always just said, no, that didn't work before.
Yeah.
Because that was where I was. It was like doing all that stuff, and it was the worst I ever felt. So I'm like, not that this doesn't work, but this isn't my route.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because it clearly works for a lot of people. A lot of people do it that way. So coming back to like now, I haven't even taken my heart rate, other than occasionally resting, whatever. Like I'd never tracked my sleep. Obviously I didn't need to track my sleep in 2019.
You weren't
getting
sleeping.
any.
Yeah. 6 minutes.
Literally. Yeah. It's like, your score is a 0.03. But, so I started I got the one of the Garmin's and just got integrated with, so Taylor's the one that he writes the schedule out. I work with him and kind of place everything where it needs to be. Sometimes I have to just, if you go to that track, it's more traffic, and then you got to pick this up later. Or if it's that track, you're done at noon, so you're good. You can do it. So he'll just write it out pretty generally, and I'll just sift around and make it work. But I see all of it, and I'm paying attention to the sleep. The sleep's a big one, and I'm always like sleep and steps. And it's like if it's days where I know I've got 3 heavy days, I'm going to try to stay off my feet like that. Like so that can be a positive thing. Like I got 15,000, 20,000 steps today. I went to Disney and got 25,000 steps.
Yeah. But you're trying to do the least amount of steps on certain days. I'll do that
too. Yeah. I like that feature too for like, oh yeah, cool. I got a lot of steps in today. That's great. But I also use it for like, that was too many steps. Like, let's chill out, get some sleep. We got a big day tomorrow.
Do you watch your body battery for that?
What I actually don't know. What part is that?
Does yours have body battery on it?
So mine's the 965. I have basically I have my VO2s that I pay attention to. So it's labeled as mine is just training readiness. So my training readiness right now is high. Yeah. Just because the last 5 weeks have been and this week was a bit of a dip before the last kind of block. Yeah. So I'm not joking you. Every single day that I go to punch a workout in, this watch goes, are you sure you want to do that? Yeah. I think today you should rest. Yeah. So it literally says every single time. And because it's not programmed to do what I'm doing. You're a gnarly, you know what I mean? It doesn't understand athlete that yes, I am sort of inadvertently training 8 times a fucking day. Yeah. Like it's not paying attention to the fact that this is just, a building, a grunt portion, a boot camp. Like he doesn't know that. Yeah. So it's just like, dude, you're living your life this way. You're an absolute maniac. Yeah. But I pay attention to all that now. And it's like, what I noticed is from the sleep score. The sleep score will give me a better idea of what that day looks like than I feel like. Yeah. Because some days I'll wake up and I'll be like, oh yeah, like I'm ready to do it. And I'll look at my watch and like, you had a really shitty sleep. You woke up 6 times. You don't remember that? Yeah. Like, there's all these little things. And then it's like, okay, kind of almost reset. And then there's some days where I'm like, I wake up. This is the more often one.
Where you feel like shit.
Dude, I can't believe how gnarly this is right now. And then I'll wake up and it's like, you're good, dude. Yeah. You slept 8 hours and 10 minutes and it was good. Yeah. Go get ready. Training readiness is moderate. Go get after it. And that's like, all right, I'm good. I'm not folding myself. Like it's tracking it all the time. It knows my resting. It knows it knows where I'm at. Yeah. So that tool is big for me because I never really had, I never had a time before where I had all that data and actually used it for my own mental game.
You were trusting in that.
Right. Yeah. I was just needing to trust this whole process that was quite honestly making me feel, and again, not a dig on anything, just for me at the time, not the right move. I was also coming off injury, and I needed so many more bike hours than
training,
than any of that.
Just go and do moto after moto after moto after moto. Yeah,
dude, I just needed feel. I just needed seat time, and I wasn't getting that either.
Yeah.
You know, because I just was showing up at the track. I'm like, dude, I can't put 5 laps together. How am I supposed to do, you know, like, because that's the best option. The best option, I always say this, I'm better coming off of a couch doing nothing, and I mean nothing, and going and starting a riding program. If I'm trying to, let's just put this, like, if you call me a week before Paris Supercross and say, hey, somebody's not showing up, can you know, like Eric calls me. That's happened before. He called me right before one of the years. And he's like, I think it was when Marvin got hurt. And they're like, hey, can you do it? And at the time I'm thinking, yeah, dude, I'm good. Like, I'm right in the middle of this you know, this whole thing, and I feel awesome. I've had bike time. But if you look at that and go, okay, if I was on a couch doing absolutely nothing and he called me and said, hey, we're gonna need you to fill in a week, that would be more ideal by 10 miles than if I'd been weight training or any of that other stuff. Yeah. That is to me inherently counterproductive for a bike.
Yeah.
You get on a bike and you have to shake that shit. You have to get rid of it. And now retrain your body how to ride again. If you have like almost nothing, you've just been kind of a potato, like you can get on and now all of a sudden the only thing, minus if you're running, that's different. If you have cardio from running, that's different. But if you're just like, not really running at all, I'm just waiting, you know, just throwing iron around, no good.
Yeah.
Terrible idea.
Yeah, I'm looking at my HRV.
Yeah.
So that's huge. Like I'll basically look at
that as well.
That's like my training readiness. Like that's how I'll judge it.
Yep.
And so, bro, right, you start to believe in it because every time I've been sick in the last 3 years,
it tells you
I'm in the red. Literally, there's no time where I'm not sick where my HRV isn't low.
Yeah.
And dude, traveling.
Oh,
like I just learned how bad traveling is. I was like the guy that if you ask me to go to somewhere tomorrow, I'm getting on a plane and I'm doing it. And then just over the last few years of seeing the way that your body reacts to traveling, it really makes me think, I'm like, okay, I need to be hydrated. I need to be sleeping. I need like
he's training for a flight.
Yeah, because it's like, dude, you really need to know that that's going to take a huge toll on your body and just sleep.
Yeah,
sleep's
big.
Sleep is so big. And I feel like I just say it so much on here, but it's just crazy important.
I mean, like I said, but to me, it goes back to where are you in your mind? Where are you in life?
Yeah.
You know, there's ways like, and I've seen it too. Like, I mean, you know, younger guys that are coming up in the sport, and I'm a big, like, I like being coach because I mean, I did have great guidance in my career and growing up in general. And I grew up with everybody telling me what I needed to hear, but I sometimes I didn't get what I needed to hear from the kind of the position I needed to hear it from in a way.
Yes.
So I love being
someone
coach.
you could really respect and trust.
Right. And like my brother was always that for me, but when he's also going through his own stuff, he, you know, like if all the pieces are put together in your mind and you're very happy with where you are, it's much easier for you to share. Like, if anything, I'm always coming up to these guys going like, hey, I got something for you. You want to hear it? Like, because if I don't do that, I'll just be coming up like, hey, dude, this.
Yeah,
you know, like, because I'm right now, the position I'm in life makes me want to do that. It makes me, I'm eager to share that kind of stuff. But so I love being coach. And so many days that I see with certain guys are like ruined based on like other things. Like nothing here, like where are we right now? Nothing here is going wrong. Like you're a sicko. You're doing this so good. You're doing that so good. Like just try to be present because this is like this is where you can kind of like wash those other things and reset. And it's weird because when you get older, you realize work is kind of your therapy.
Yeah,
but you don't realize that when you're young.
Yeah. Man, just growing up is just a trip.
Yeah, it's weird.
You know, and like you get into, like I love what you said about I mean, it sucks what you went through, but I just think when you really go through it in that mid-20s kind of phase of your life, and you kind of get into a new season where you're like, you've really grown up. You know, you feel like you're becoming a bit more of a man, and you can, you know, like doing things for the right reasons. Like, I mean, I've spent so much of my life just doing things for like people's approval and validation, and I wanted to hear that I was awesome, and you know, like, and what you said about like just doing the work to do the work, like, dude, I love this for what it is now, and it's like, I think when you can be in a space of you're doing things for the right reason, you're in the right relationships for the right reason, you're being a good friend for the right reason, like you can just get so much more out of your life when you're kind of coming at it from that perspective, you know?
Yeah, and in a way, all the things that you just said they're actually selfish in a way, because you're really only doing them to fix you.
Yeah.
But you really can't be there for everything else unless you fix you. So it's really like, but working. Like, so my pop, I'm sure you remember seeing him around a lot. I mean, he was nothing would have ever happened without Pop. So, and we lost him not too long ago. But he always is like, you know, he was 80, 84, still working at the shop. And he was just always like, you'll need to sit down. Like, don't sit down. Don't retire. Retire shouldn't be a word that you use. Like, don't sit down. Just work. The value, and he taught me the value of just working, even if it's nothing crazy, is so high. Like, just constantly working. And then from my standpoint, I kind of take it a little further. Like, I think it's actually important to like really press for something, you know, just mentally, like whether that's, you know,
progress, man. Progress.
You know, something like, you know, that's why I am kind of that job gypsy. Like, where I'm like, I want to pick up golf. I want to pick up jiu-jitsu. I want to build the house from scratch by myself, you know, learn all this stuff. You know, I love to learn that kind of stuff. But the older I get, the more I appreciate what I know about racing. The more I appreciate just the PhD I've acquired in racing, and that I can someday, when my kids are a little older and I'm done racing in this fashion, I could be a serious help to somebody, because I would want to approach it on a life headspace as well. Because there's some guys that just ignore it completely. Yeah, it's a big picture.
Well, there was I can't remember whether I said it to Brian Deegan on camera or off camera, but he basically was just like, well, what do you think? Which I actually really respect him in a massive way for the way that, like, he genuinely asks people for their opinion, no matter what their status or whatever is. He's a guy that's like actually going to listen to a bunch of people and make up his own mind, you know. And I remember saying to him, I just said, dude, make the man. Like, the dirt bike thing is like, that's one thing. And it's like, but by building the man and building the brain and building the guy, like, that's the thing that kind of, because the people that I know that have done the best in life just have such a fucking crazy foundation of just like general knowledge, and like how many just amazing talents and amazing writers that just, they fucking fall apart because like they just don't have the life thing figured out. And, you know, doing a thing for the right reason, and like what you said before about like, and it's almost selfish. That's like a fucking hack, dude. So set your life up to where you can be selfish in doing something, but by being selfish in doing that thing, you give to other people.
Exactly.
You know, and I try, that's like one of the things with this. I'm like, I love this. I love doing this. It's so much fun. It's a great job.
It's a cool job.
But then it pays 4 different people to live their life. And, you know, like one of the boys that works for us, he just fucking spent a month just traveling around the world with his girlfriend. And it's like, that's cool.
That's really
cool. The people that listen to this get a lot out of it. So it's like, I can be selfish and just fucking be in my little world and just think about me and my podcast and my business. Yeah. But by doing that, it helps other people. So that there is a way that you can like gear your life so that the incentives align in such a way that by you being selfish, it actually helps other people. And everyone can apply that in their life, you know? And I think that's where like the cliche, like you can't pour from an empty cup kind of thing. Like that's where that is a real thing.
Yeah. It's literally the philosopher adage for life of position over submission, quite literally. Like you have to be in
a
the
position
space
first
to act for yourself before you can extend. And it's like, this is so cool. Like I didn't ever expect it to be something that's like it's blown up. The world is now, I mean, almost informally educated by this form of conversation, which is nuts, and I love it. Because who doesn't, honestly, like for me, I was so jazzed to just come, like, dude, I can't wait to just go sit down with Jason for like a few hours. Like, dude, it's been so long. I can't wait to catch up. I can't wait to just talk. Like, and I'm kind of long-winded. I go on rants and whatever, but like,
but it's perfect.
It's perfect
because when else are we going to get to do this,
dude? It's impossible.
Yeah, it's not a thing, you know. And again, selfish. Like I'm selfishly wanting to do this, and you know, it was the same. Like Diana came on last night. We've been friends since 2011.
Yeah.
Haven't spoke to her in so long, and it's like I just selfishly, and then you put it out into the world. And whether it helps a person in that it fucking crushes 3 hours of their commute to their job, that's helping. Or whether someone takes a nugget of wisdom that they can then use, you know what I mean? So it's like you really can do things for these kind of like genuine reasons that, you know, end up having that impact.
I'm excited you're in the position to do this, man. I'm doing good with it. It's neat.
No, I appreciate it.
I really like it. Man, the whole racing thing though, like I do want to talk about it because it's like the tracks have been like a big topic of mine, and I'm just thinking to myself, like everyone that has success in a period, like a certain period of time, has like their opinion of what it should be, and that's always almost a direct reflection of like their time
that they were successful.
So I have bias to certain tracks, but I think that for me it's almost the opposite, because I think I had success at certain points in part because of the way the tracks were built. Like for example, in 18, when I rode the Suzuki on the little bike, and I won San Diego, it was like for that situation. First of all, I've always kind of outweighed most everybody. It was always heavier.
Yeah.
And in that situation, we were underpowered by a lot, and it was, you know, the star bikes are, first of all, like I want to some point in my life just ride a star bike 250 outdoors. Just to see. Just to like do it.
Just to see.
Because they're so mental, like just the way they look, the way I just want to do it to be like, oh, okay, this is what it's all about. Like because you know when you have like when you're on a super mini against 85s,
they
like,
sound like they want to eat you.
Oh my god, dude, they're so sick. So like but anyway, racing against those guys on that platform and being heavy in the whole thing, like it was so difficult to even like feel like I had a chance, you know. And this is coming from me. Like I just won the series the previous year and beat all the same guys. So it was kind of like, what's going on here? But it was really had a lot to do with that. But the tracks that was kind of the pivot point.
Was that the point that it changed?
It kind of was, yeah.
So what was
like
it like
San Diego
before?
Was like the only race, San Diego. So it was like Oakland, San Diego, Tampa, all in a row. And those were all like technical tracks. Like they were tricky. They built them a little bit taller. San Diego had a pretty nasty set of whoops that were they were big like they used to be, and like big as in long, big round whoops, and spaced really far. And it takes a certain kind of thing. Like you can't just go into them. And so I think that was kind of like the beginning of the whole beginning of the season was almost like the tryout of like what they were going to do. And then there was like a few races in the middle that were really tricky, that I quite literally went from like a top 10 250 rider as the champ to like podium win and contended for, you know, at least early contended for the win on the big bike, like all right there in a row. And the tracks were tricky, dude. And we had those quad lines at Tampa were like like they weren't, if you cased them, like, okay, I watched at press day last year Jet 5ing into the turn
At A1.
at A1 on press day.
That was insane.
It was mental.
Yeah.
It was like, first of all, I'm thinking like, dude, this guy is a maniac. Like, what are you doing trying that at press day? Like, that's my thought process. But like, I'm not even in the world of levels to him at that point at all. So I'm like, why is this dickhead doing this? Like, you know, that's so gnarly. Like I was like, had like that hater feel in my gut, like that he did it. Because I wasn't going to do it. Like, I don't even think I was tripling through it yet that day. Like, it was ridiculous.
And it was like early.
It was shadows. It was rutted. It was wet. It was like everything. But, okay, now, let me
I think I know where you...
real hater perspective.
I think I know where you're going with this too.
I watched him lash
the shit out of
the thing. And I'm just here to tell you that if the jump was built the way that it used to be, he would not have survived. Therefore, it had never been in his mind to try it, just because, first of all, the distances were different too. So the jumps were bigger, they were taller, they were steeper, they were further apart. And that was just like, but they were closer to the corner. They had to come out of a corner, like right up something. So like, that's why I always go to like my area, like 2014, I think was like the best tracks were built.
Yeah.
If you go back, like, and it's funny because coincidentally, I think 2014 was like the greatest race ever raced with James at Toronto. I think that made some of the greatest racing I've ever seen in my life. Honestly, I think 2014, like they need to look at that era. And that wasn't, that was an area that I did really good in. Like I was ahead of my time as far as like, I shouldn't have been beating Jason or Dean or Malcolm or Seeley or Osborne or any of those guys that I was racing against, but I did beat those guys quite a few times. And I think it just played, like that style of track just played right into my hand. Like I could ride those tracks easy. And
what was it about those tracks?
It was just more technical.
Yeah.
Big ass scary dragons backs.
Yeah.
Big, the whoops were big. I don't know if I loved the roller into the whoops. They used to have that roller in.
They did.
And we all started wheeling in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which was super scary.
What whoop were you putting your front wheel down on, the second one or the third one then?
It was depending on how they were built, because sometimes they would do a roll and then they'd kind of do like a stare.
Yeah.
So that you could roll and then and kind of stare in. So they would like kind of go like small, medium, big, like, but when they were roll to even, you pretty much had to set on the first big one or you were like in trouble.
Yeah.
But when they had the stare, you could kind of like and kind of buzz into them and set like on 3 or whatever. Yeah. But like, I just think the way that everything was butted up to the corners, like there was some races, like pretty much now you never see a line that a 450 does out of the turn that like a 250 can't do anymore.
For sure.
That could be bike development. It could be literally the new wave of 250 guys are just that sick.
Yeah.
I think that the jumps are further away from the turns. I think that they're not as like, it doesn't take as much energy away from the bike the way that you smash into the face of the old jumps. Now it's like, you have no idea how much softer my bike is now than it used to be.
Really?
I used to set my bikes up
because it had to be, right?
Stiff. Because you had to.
Yeah.
There was no choice.
It was peaky and bigger. Yeah.
Because you were going to, first of all, you were going to eventually go long or case something.
Yes.
But it meant so much more.
Yeah.
Like it meant way more. Yeah. Now they're just so much less intimidating. Like I haven't walked a track in years and gone like, oh shit, like looking at anything, honestly. It hasn't been, it's been a long time since I've walked a track and went, oh shit.
And that used to be a thing, dude.
Every round used to feel like that.
I remember that.
Be scared.
I haven't, you know what? I haven't done a track walk with guys in a long time.
And they're like, oh my God.
JDR days, I was on all the track walks. And everyone.
12,
13. Yep.
And those tracks were nasty.
And
dude, were you, okay. I talk about this race all the time. Were you at Toronto in 13?
No.
Okay. All right, then I can't really go off that hard. But in 13, in 13, well now it's just gonna feel like a Bigfoot story. But when I went to Toronto in 13, this is my rookie year.
I seen him.
I was there.
I saw it.
So like that's what it's gonna sound like. But I don't know about Twitter archives or whatever we could ever find this or not. But
we'll find. Hey, Alex, my guy, he'll find it. Just go nuts.
Find the tweet that Reed tweeted. 2013 Toronto Supercross on media, because for whatever reason at the time they had like a media, because it was in the Rogers Center.
Yeah.
And we had like a media track walk, right? So that's one of the, for what reason? That was one of the only times I've ever walked the track, not in press day, on a Friday. It's like the only time I've ever done it in my career. But on that day, it was almost like they did it on purpose. I don't know why they did it, but to me, it felt like they did it on purpose because those whoops that they built were so big. I couldn't believe it. I was like, they were just so big. And keep in mind, this is 2013. So Millsaps, Kennard, Anaheim with the whoops were like, they were so tiny.
That was one of the
sickest battles,
right?
though. The sickest battles, though. I mean, the back and forth, like, dude,
that was wild.
Don't talk about the edge of your seat, like, type of entertainment.
Yeah.
So first race for the West Coast, and then the first race for the East Coast, which was my first race, was Dallas. And that was the whoop set that was so tiny. Remember when Partridge wheelied, like did the wheelie pass, like looped out and like saved it and made a pass? So those whoops were really little too. So fast forward a few races and we get to Toronto and they build these whoops that are just like, I've never seen whoops like this. Like, and so Reed tweets about it, talking some shit to them about like, oh, finally we're going to make some whoops, huh? Like, this is where you guys go to from us complaining about them being too small kind of thing.
Yeah.
So by the time we ever touched tires on them, they were smaller. So if you look at the broadcast of the race, they're still pretty good size, but they weren't like massive. They were just pretty big. But I'm not kidding you. The ones that they built they were like, no, this is what we're going to run. It was literally like, I swear, it was almost like a prank. Like they were that big.
No way.
Yeah. So see if you can find that tweet.
So what do you think that they should do? Because, I mean,
bigger, rounder.
On whoops or just everything?
Bigger, rounder on whoops because, okay, so like, here's my thought.
And more than 9?
Fuck yeah. Definitely more than 9.
Okay, good.
I hate jump. I mean, so here's the thing. I don't actually mind jumping them. I think jumping them's, it's a cool element to have. I like when it's competitive to jump or not. But when you have literally every single weekend, we can all just pop 3-3-3 and it's quick. That's total bullshit. I don't like that at all. That's not, there's no Supercross value to that. You can, if that was what we knew was going to happen every year, you would set the bike up completely different.
Yeah.
And it's just a whole nother category.
Yeah. Different sport.
It's a different sport.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of, scary whoops. And just because I like whoops, and if my bike setup is good, I'm going to excel in that avenue. One of the better sets of whoops, and this is kind of just my frame of reference, one of the better set of whoops that I can remember that I think would be great to formulate whoops off of is in 20. Okay, and again, I have this bias because I was fast. I set pole that night. Was in 20 at Dallas. Those whoops were, they were pretty long. They were right out of the turn, so it gets that high rut set up, and then the middle rut, and then the low rut, and then now all of a sudden everybody's coming. So it's like you could jump or skim. On my fast lap, on the quickest lap of the day, I skimmed. But the guys that were like that, I was neck and neck with. Some of them jumped. So I think they need to be, first of all, if you have a relatively big, like rounded whoop that's long, then they need to be butted like this. Because right now, like they're skinny and they're far apart like that. So that's where the jumping lines come from.
Because you actually
actually fit your motorcycle in between the whoops. That never used to be the case.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, why is everybody jumping now? Well, because you allow a bike to fit there now. You didn't ever used to allow a bike to fit there.
Yeah.
So if you have big round whoops, that's better for the skimmers. There's another factor to it, which is this. You got guys that skim literally that much of the whoop, like just the top of the whoop. And if they're big and round, the guy that's elite in whoops is going to have a better line than the guys that are like average because they're just so much lower on the whoop.
Yeah.
So like if you're down in the hole, they're going to suck worse for you. So that is like that. There's a separation there.
Yeah.
That being said, we live in a different world. There's guys that there's probably 15 dudes between the two classes that will do that now. So it will be different, but I think it sucks when you have a wet winter. I hate when we have a wet winter.
Yeah.
And everything just comes in just either frozen or like it's just mud.
Yeah.
Free practice is so bonkers now. Like our free practices are just mud, like mud holes.
Yeah.
So you spend 8 minutes trying to figure out a brand new Supercross track that you're trying to get dialed in, and it's like you can't, unless you're like you risk a lot with wheel spin early in the day, and that's way worse than it's ever been.
Yeah, yeah, and they're in a weird spot now because, like, I'm just thinking as you're talking, right?
Yeah.
It's such a good breakdown and a good analysis of where we're at, and thing that I'm thinking is like if they don't fix this soon, they're going to end up with a generation of guys that don't know how to ride whoops. And you're not going to, because the Cameron McAdoo said something cool on the podcast where he's like, I had to learn how to do this shit.
Yeah.
I had many a winter where I ate shit because I knew I had to learn how to skim whoops.
Yeah.
Now there's this whole generation that's coming through, especially like the futures and that. If you don't challenge these guys now and put things on a racetrack that are going to make them learn that skill, you're going to lose
You're gonna
that
miss
skill.
a piece of the sport.
You're going to lose that skill.
Yeah.
And then if you ever try go back to that, it's going to look like...
You're going to let the data prove itself.
Yes. It's like it's going to misrepresent the facts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you've now got a group of guys that have crippled in that area, and then we go back to whoops, everyone crashes.
Yeah.
See what I mean? They're too dangerous.
And
that's like no. This is a problem that you guys have now almost like self-selected for.
My same stance on dragon backs. We need dragon backs right now, or they're never coming back. And like dragon backs too, I think the bigger they are, the better. Like because my struggle, I guess my only complaint with a dragon's back would be is that if the frequency is too high, there's too many. You have about 5 whoop dragons. You're gonna have guys that just and then lose traction or whatever. If they're big, you will get when it breaks down. You'll get guys that rhythm, and so there's a safe line.
Marv used to be good at that.
Marv was always really good at that.
Yeah.
Marv was good at it, and honestly, so was Cooper. Cooper's really good. He's just always been good at jumping through, even when the whoops like weren't jumpers.
Yeah, he could jump.
He would jump through them.
Yeah.
There's guys that like, and Justin Cooper is another guy, just really elite at jumping him. But if they don't bring back the dragons backs, and preferably right out of turns, right out of 180s, it should be the first thing on them because your speed's low.
Yeah.
To me, speed is the injure monster. Like you can't make all these 5s possible. Like just now, you got Chase doing that, whatever you want to call it, table over 3, which is pretty nasty looking.
Yeah.
You got guys like oh look how gnarly he's looking and ready for the season. Like you've set the bar now to where like you got to come in and do table over 3s now. That's what.
Is that a thing now?
That's what it looks like you have to do. It's never really happened until last year and this year.
Yeah.
So you either need to nip it in the bud and make everything like it was, so that you take all those things out of play, or you're gonna really start having big ones. Imagine what happened to Ken in 17 over that triple, and now place him on a table over 3 with that same, because the tracks get more rutted now than they did then, and that's what he got sucked in. I mean, I raced that track, I won that race, and at A2 that year, it was literally you hopped into that, and it was like just foot pegs, and you had to really like prepare every fiber of you not to rotate because you were stuck in that. The dirt was eating you up, and it was obviously much worse than the 450 main.
Yeah.
So to me, it's speed and like adding speed and distance inadvertently by creating things that are more doable.
By dumbing it down.
A stupid idea. Yeah. Such a stupid idea.
God, this is a good breakdown, bro.
It needs to be more technical. It has to be more technical, or we might have less frequent crashes. But I think the ones that do are going to be like gnarly, and it might take, and it's just, I don't want it more gnarly.
Well, Faulkner's crash this year, I mean, that section was
pretty gnarly.
Ripping, bro.
Yeah.
Like coming out of that sand, and just fucking wide open across the start, wheelied in, and this, yeah.
We have.
I was on the floor
you were
at
right
times there, not for when the crash happened,
Yeah.
but I was on the floor at a point in the night, and
Yeah.
just seeing, it's so different when you're not in the stands and when you're on the floor,
when you're
and you
floor
can
level.
like really see how fast they're going
Yeah,
away
when you're
from
up
you.
close,
I was like, bro,
Yeah.
that's gnarly.
I'll do you one better. I rode that track and did that line, and it was fucking gnarly. Like it was just because okay, there's a great, like a superb example, because you have a literal sweeper. Like you've got a sweeper with no checks for a lip with really no end in sight. Like you
could jump
built
that forever.
You could go 5 in if you went out to the edge of that berm and set up and did it, right? So it's like, I wish there was ways that we could kind of accommodate once you accumulate speed, like once you get going. I don't hate the walls. I think walls are fine.
I like walls too.
The walls are good. The way that they used to do them in the middle of the whoops, I thought actually was kind of cool. Especially you have like a big set, 6 big whoops, bop, 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 drop in, and then into another set. I always thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
There's design ideas out there that are just inherently way safer. What I get off on bad is like the areas where you are absolutely suggested to just like send it into it. And that's, to me, that's where it gets worse. Like you have those big, which inadvertently by Austin crashing saved his life, which is a crazy thing, but that shouldn't encourage that type of.
We don't want to go there. That was a weird.
That's a crazy one.
Yeah.
And thankfully, I thought I'd say that, but thankfully he crashed. Right.
Yeah,
but like
dude.
that's crazy. But we shouldn't encourage those types of layouts. It's just mental. Like so from my standpoint, I think the way I feel about tracks and the way that I shined is, yes, I will admit to literally anyone that ever asked that I'm biased towards it. Yeah. Because I had success in those times. But the thing is, I think it was better. Like I believe it was better. I think there was less big ones.
Everyone says it's better. Who right now loves tracks the way they are? Like, do you have anyone that has raced multiple generations? Who?
I think Vince likes them because he likes to jump.
I don't want to ask his opinion. I don't want his opinion on anything. He's too skewed. He's too far off of me.
Tide's turning, dude. Everybody's gonna love Vince in 3 weeks.
Oh, man, did you see the arena cross thing?
Oh yeah, I love it.
Oh, so fucking funny.
Oh, so good.
He's built for arena cross. You know what though?
He trains favorite dudes.
He trains at Icon, and everyone that knows him,
he's the best dude.
Thinks he's.
Do you know him real well?
I've spoke to him a few times. Yeah. So I can't say I know him.
It's so funny how many people hate him for literally like, and I mean, I get it.
He's done some
He's done some dumb shit. Yeah. Of course.
He's done some fucked up shit.
But he's also just a dude out trying his living ass off. Like that dude tries so hard, and he's maintained. He has a style that shouldn't last, and he's made it last. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Like he that's a guy that gets too much.
Too much hate. You have to.
But Dino's my buddy too.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm watching. Yeah, I talked to Vince about it this morning, and was like, it's actually kind of fun. Like, I actually have this kind of front row seat at the theater, and I'm just like sitting there, like watching because they're both my buddies.
Yeah.
But anyway, aside from Vince, because that's a hot button. But
that's a non-winnable one.
No, you can't.
You know what's funny though?
But he might.
I got fully clipped from Moto Concepts. Wasn't allowed.
What do you mean?
Wasn't allowed to go in the pit.
Oh, really?
Because I talk shit on Vince. So yeah, he's the people.
Is that from him, or is it from somebody
from
else?
Geneva?
From Geneva.
Genoa.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so like, and this is
the people that. So my point is the people that like him. You know what I mean?
Well, the only people that like him know him.
Exactly.
Most of if you know him, it's actually hard to be a hater on him. You know what I mean? But this is all funny. So I've been trying to like explain, and I wish Genova felt differently about this, because I know that he wants to keep it clean. I literally was talking to him about all this morning. I'm like, I wish Vince just played heel, just like
I've told him that too.
So bad, so bad, because it's like, dude, there's so much value. He is such a hot button, and there's so much value there. And I personally don't like, and this is just from my perspective. Keep in mind, we are buds, and I have known him. So I would say that my relationship racing him is different than some other guys that that just they hated each other off the rip.
Yeah.
So I don't typically get the brunt of Vince. Is he going to definitely, like, if I have a spot he wants and he has the pace, is he going to fucking run into me? Of course he's going to.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna assume he won't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because, like, we're buds, but from my perspective, there's guys out there that are just way under the radar that 10 out of 10 times would do something way squirrelier to you than Vince.
Yeah.
Vince is going to bump into you in a turn.
The problem with Vince, though,
You know what I mean?
is that he's at the front on TV doing...
Going backwards.
Yeah, but...
That's the thing that bothers everybody.
And it's also, like, very visible.
Yeah.
So if you're in a stadium and you're watching the battle for 12th, 13th, and 14th, like, it's just as
And
fucking
something
cutthroat.
crazy happens.
But
Yeah.
you're never seeing that on TV.
Exactly.
Vince is the
I
guy
agree.
that you actually see the shit on TV, you know?
And it's like a funny thing where, excuse me, certain people are like, why is this guy on my screen? Like, they're all like pissed off, like they
'Cause you
want,
got the whole
because there's
show,
guys that they don't want him, like everybody has their horse to back, and if Vince cleans out your horse, like, you just are gonna hate him for life.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, like, I'm super guilty of it as a fight fan.
Yeah.
Like, there's certain guys that, like, I don't like and I don't know why.
Who?
Oh my goodness, that's no, because they're probably cool.
Yeah. But you can say it as like a competitor, like that you don't like the way.
Well, like from like as a fight fan, watching like some guys come up, even though they represent something that I like, it's just something about them that I.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's hard to have the right persona for who you are. Like, me personally, like, I'm sure there's people that over the years or whatever, because I have fucked up a lot of stuff and been an idiot a lot, and not like on a large scale, but just like I've not done things that people thought I should. And I'm the biggest critic of myself, so I understand that too.
Yeah.
But like, so there's definitely guys that if I bumped into them at a bar and we chatted, they'd be like, dude, I had you all wrong. Like, for sure, that's
right.
how it is.
That's this,
and
right?
that's why I always try to like,
Yeah.
to like at least just like round the edges of how I feel about certain like people that I only know from the outside.
Yeah.
That
I've done this for long enough to know that you could literally talk to anyone, and like,
You can.
like if you talk to a person for 3 hours, you
You'll
will
get to know
100% find some common ground with that person.
You'll more than likely like them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Unless
we're
they're
very-
coming in with something that they're trying to push on you.
Well,
That's a tough one.
If you can't make it 3 hours with a person, you know what I mean? Then
Yeah.
it's like, but if you can like literally just get through a conversation for
Yeah.
3 hours, you're like, pretty good dude.
For me, it's like in my spot, I don't want this to end. I'm just kidding. I just need to talk all night.
Yeah. So the thing with the whoops,
Yeah, the
just
whoops.
to finish that
Yeah, I want to
thing,
finish
right?
that too.
So my problem is like even how they're building them, whatever. I'm not a fucking expert. Never hit a set of whoops in my life. But for me, I'm like, okay, 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9.
Sure.
That seems like...
Make it 10.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that hard.
Let's go 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1. And then there is some kind... Because this is my whole take, right? Is it easier? Like, I could probably 3-3-3 a set of whoops. Like, I'm probably at a level of riding where I could probably do that. And I could not skim the set of whoops,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
So, if I can't skim a set, but I can 3-3-3 a set, it's obvious to me that the harder technique is the skimming.
The craft to skim is more encompassing. There's more like for bike setup. There's more for
bike
like
control,
assuming
for
position,
throttle control.
and I mean, and just literally the mental aspect of like committing.
100%.
There's literally piles of building blocks to be elite in whoops.
Yeah. So should we be rewarding
that,
the
yes.
harder technique?
Yes. We should
Because
be
like,
rewarding all the higher techniques. We
isn't
should
that
be
what's
wanting that?
Yes, that's
know why we don't.
literally what sport is. Like at first principles, if you think about sport from first principles,
Yeah.
you reward the person that displays the best technique.
Yeah.
And that's the exact opposite of what's happening in these whoop sections. And it's so funny. There's people that are like, I've seen comments where people are like, oh, they're literally just dumbing the sport down for Jet. And I'm like,
would be
I'm like,
elite
bro,
at all of it.
is-
He might be more scary the other way. That's the misconception. I think he's so good that it doesn't. Yeah.
That's my conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
This is my fucking, you can all tell me that I got
That ain't
Jets.
a conspiracy theory.
That I
That's
got
real.
Jets. Yeah. They don't want Jet to blow through people in the whoops. That's why there's 9 whoops. That's my unpopular opinion.
That I could consider.
And so I think that I think when you run the, Feld will say we've run the numbers, and it's the,
Feld will always say they run the numbers.
I disagree. I respectfully disagree. And I think that there's been other people that have also run the numbers and come to a very different conclusion. And I honestly, genuinely think that they are taking the whoops away to try and bring the field together.
So what I think is, so I know that over the last, let's just call it 5-6 years, there was like complaints from management of teams and OEMs sometimes with like, hey, this is too gnarly, or this is like, come on, what are you doing to the guys, kind of thing. And I just think that was the wrong time and place for them to do that. Like they were doing it in good faith, like for their guys.
Yeah, that it was a competitive thing.
Time and place to like present these ideas as like, hey, this guy is not, completing the Dragon's back right and crashed on it. So, dude, why do we have Dragon's backs? Like, there's from my perspective, like,
hey, which is a competitive thing. If you've got a guy that's kind of struggling in that area, but he's in line for a championship, maybe
you start to whoops if your guy jumps the whoops better.
Maybe you're a guy that starts to maybe flex his weight because you've been in the sport a really long time, and like your weight.
There's the conspiracy. That's mine. That's my conspiracy.
Hey, I'm right there. I'm picking up what you're putting down, brother.
They need to, but like to bring back to what you said earlier, like they got to reward like the more difficult thing. I got a buddy, my good buddy Kirk, and he and I have this like kind of thing, like we talk like this about it, and he's like, well, I mean, what do you think about it? I'm like, well, you got like, it's harder to do. Like we need to reward the stuff that's more technical and more difficult, and if we do that and we do it correctly, then the speed will be down, and then the big injuries will be down.
Yeah.
I keep going to Dragon's backs. First of all, I love Dragon's backs, so I'm biased. So they're not gonna listen to me. Somebody else has to say it.
Yeah.
But second of all, they started doing Dragon's backs wrong. Like we did have it. Honestly, I've got a ton of respect for Randy, for Menega, and I think he has great ideas. And I think that it's been tough. Like, and the guys that do it now do a fantastic job. It isn't. I think it has a lot to do with they're trying to make it close. They're kind of on an uphill battle, just like we are sitting here talking like, how could we improve it? They're on the same kind of plane. They're trying to make it close as they can because that's TV.
Safe.
They're trying to make it safe, which those two things, honestly, are very hard to exist together.
Yes.
Like safe and close it's kind of a not doable task. Yeah. Just right away. So those are the two first things they're trying to do.
And now they're doing
conflicting.
They're doing it on a time limit.
They're getting dirt in and out. A lot of times it's frozen or mud or whatever. Like the dudes that are doing it are doing a nuts job. Yeah. I don't envy their spot that they're in to like do it all, especially when we have a wet winter. We have a wet winter and the dirt comes in and it's just garbage to work with. And some of the dirt some of the dirt comes in with so much shit in it that they have to like spend time literally just funneling out rocks and needles and rebar and whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy task at all. Like I would love to see them with an even bigger crew. It's kind of like the police thing. It's like we need to invest more into these guys.
Yeah.
So that they can do their job even better and like and I think they've got a good size. Like they've got it down. They have the scheduling correct. They can get in, out, and lay all the fly down and not wreck the stadium and clean everything up, and like they're really good at it. And they do it week after week after week after week. I don't think the problem lies there. I think the problem lies with just like we can't have two things existing at the same time.
Well, and I think too, I mean, I'm actually interested in your take on my whole like no privateers thing. But I mean,
I have a bone to pick with you for that from Scott Steffi. He got really I know a guy.
Got stuff.
He owns Viral Goggles.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good guy. We were BSing on the phone one day, and he's like, fucking
Jason,"
Gypsy,
fuck
because he was
that
kind
guy.
of like he was a good rider, and he was always kind of in that category. So he was just like took personal offense to it.
Yeah, I get it.
And it's, to me, it's an interesting take, because that kills the dream, the underdog dream. And I agree with you on it on certain things for sure. But I had it, here's another biased thing. I had a good intermediate year in amateurs, won a bunch of stuff I shouldn't have won. Everything happened just correctly for me to have offers.
Yeah.
To go into this from starting.
You got a running start.
At a factory level.
Yeah.
I didn't have to come in and ride less than, I was on a Mitch Payton Cowie for my first 2 years in the sport of Supercross. Now, so you don't think I should have had the chance if I didn't have that to try? Because there's guys that definitely come through there and they're total sickos, and then they use that as leverage to land that killer ride and become literal champions.
My idea.
That's my only steel man on it.
And the only way my idea works is if there's another series.
There should be a minor leagues.
Yeah.
And that's kind of arena cross, like, in a way.
But we need something that's in between arena cross and Supercross.
I agree. Bigger floors.
So we can't. My idea doesn't work in arena cross. It needs to be a bit bigger, and it needs to be a bit better. Yeah. And there should be, like, Drew Adams. This is a great example, right? Drew Adams.
Insane rider.
Technically doesn't have a ride for next year.
Insane rider, though.
He's a reserve rider, right? So, like, there's a whole host of guys that really, like, should be there. And then there's also a whole host of guys that are racing Supercross that, like, you just never fucking see, and you don't care about.
The broadcast doesn't have time to show them.
The broadcast never see. So they're like, I feel like I'm being more sympathetic.
You are
to those people than
I
I'm
took
getting
it that way.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Than what I'm like, my idea gets credit for, and also my idea can't work with arena cross now. There's like 4 different series, and they're like in these. There needs to just be. I think it needs to come from Feld. Feld needs to go, because we have F3, we have F2, we have F1. Very clear roadmap.
Yes.
And then let's fuck off the East-West Coast.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
They're a professional series.
It's not. That should not be the stepping stone class.
No fucking
at all.
Bro, they're sickos. Yeah. Most of the time, the 250 class is better than the 450 class.
A lot of the times,
in terms of racing.
Now with minutes, the track does not
Yeah.
deteriorate as fast, and in the 15 minutes, 5 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
So, because everything used to be moved back with laps, which I like laps. You want more laps? Cool. Make more laps, but I like laps.
Yeah.
Because it's just
mentally, you can just tick it off. Yeah.
I don't care anymore. I'm over that, whatever. But to your point about the minor league, like, there definitely should be.
Yeah. Because look at Brees right now.
Cross. Yeah, he's a good example.
Amazing. Like, he's crushing it. And then the guy gets on the microphone and he's fucking awesome. And I'm getting to hear his personality. Yeah. And he's like, he's a dude that I'm like interested.
Start to like him accidentally. And it's like, oh, there's a new guy to root for.
Yeah.
But no stage on the big stage for him to do that.
He's invisible there.
Yes.
Completely invisible.
Yes.
And then Pulp does his privateer race at the end of the year. And everyone fucking loves it.
Yep.
And guess what? That's what I'm fucking saying. Let's do 20 of them.
Honestly, so here's my thought too. And this wraps into a different. So I have a very similar idea to yours, but in the same, it comes from a different avenue. So, like, I always thought we need to have a minor leagues of racing that is very close to OEM bikes.
That would be amazing.
So, okay, suspension, exhaust, almost like how, your homologation for like a stock class in the amateurs would be versus like the mod classes are getting pretty out of hand now. If you find out to have work stuff, the whole bike claiming thing and all that. But I would love to see a minor league where you kind of have a consensus that the bikes are close, because it's a favor to privateers. Because first of all, Like, I know many guys right now who are coming up through amateurs that could be really, really good, that are literally going to have to like do their own thing or literally pay a team to be on their program just so that they don't have to buy everything, right? If you don't have the means to do that, your career ends literally right there.
Yeah.
Which is really harsh. So I love the privateer series idea, but I think it should be everybody has a pretty tight parameters as far as how far away from OEM the bikes can go.
Yeah. I'm fully on board with that.
And then you literally get to give these amateur guys, first of all, you can take the guys that are struggling to make money now just because they love racing and they want to keep racing. Maybe some opportunities open for those guys, and they make a little bit of money, and it's a little bit less tight, so they can endorse whoever they want, whatever. And like, it's a little less, Feld's pretty tight on what you can do and what you can't do. So a lot of these guys that they get some cool deal that they want to do, and then they get shut down for it. Mm-hmm. That happens a lot to some privateer guys. Yeah, I think that's lame. I think you should be able to, pretty much represent whatever, as long as it's not like illegal.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think there should maybe be some like ethical grounds.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
And that's like kind of a thing where, like we could all get like the OnlyFans thing with Logan Carr now. It's like, that's like a pretty good example where it's like, well,
I'm on the fence with it. Like,
and I kind of am
you know
too,
what I mean?
Where I'm like, that they're paying him a lot of money. They're like trying to do it legit, but then also like, do we need fucking kids being on that?
That's where I'm at.
It's just
especially now when I have kids.
Yeah, I'm like,
And I have kids, and I also a lot of the time during off times I'll do camps and spend a lot of time with younger riders and guys that are just like they look up so high to the sport, and they just like put it on this pedestal to them, and I did too when I was young. But keep in mind, like I also still felt that way, even though like growing up was Camel and Bud Light and the chicks on the podium. Oh, just the whole thing. I mean, it's late 90s were still wild. Like, that was sick. So I don't know if it's necessarily like going to deter younger people, but I do think that there's a family fun kind of portion to it that needs to be kept.
Yeah.
But it's like, at the same time, if it's not going to get that many eyes, like I'm actually kind of like on this double standard kind of thought train where it's like, okay, if Logan's going to go make a bunch of money and he can post whatever he wants, social media, like, he has his following, and people that like him and know what he's doing are going to be able to follow him and see his stuff. Yeah. And awesome, good for him. But he's in that category where he just doesn't get that much TV time, and you can choose to take that money, and they're just going to tell you, hey, we're not going to be showing that so much because we're trying to present a family friendly series. Yeah. And so if Chase Sexton says, oh, I want to, do some sketchy deal, with something that we don't want to have on front and center, that's where I'm like, okay, I think Feld, if they have pretty good authority that he's gonna be on the screen
a lot,
80% of the time.
Yeah, they need to protect
maybe he
their product.
Be able to do that.
We're gonna see it this year with some stuff. I got a feeling. We're gonna see some.
You have a feeling from the inside, or you just have a feeling?
No, I got a feeling from the inside. Yeah, just some shit that like there's gonna be some brands coming in, and I think there's gonna be other brands that are gonna get in, and I don't think Feld's gonna like want that. I can see it. I'm predicting an impending shitstorm, which is
that's good.
It's a bummer. But you remember 2015 GoPro 360 fly with Chad?
I fought against that pretty hard.
Grady, well, were you in the 360 fly camp?
No. So I just fought against. I didn't like the GoPro on my head. Like, it's just a weird thing. So for me, I had a big crash in one, and it was during that time where I hit my head quite a few times. Dude, I had an issue.
Yes.
Lawn darted, landed right on that thing. And it literally like kinked my neck when I hit the ground with my head.
Stuck. Yeah, it got stuck.
It just like kinked my neck in place, and it just lawn darted me. So like, I had no ability for my helmet to kind of like rotate through it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big crash. and I'm not blaming that for causing the issues.
The crash itself, but when
like
you
as
hit
far
the
as
ground,
I'm not saying that I was probably going to be wrong either way.
yeah,
I guess is what I'm trying to say. But
Yeah.
that I don't know if I needed like the possibility of breaking my neck, like you know what I mean. Which I'm thankful in my career. Like I've always been stout. Like I hit the ground and I typically don't break. Like I typically just like have this really nagging, bitchy, moaning mood for 3 weeks because I'm just mangled. You know?
yeah.
But in that circumstance, I didn't like the GoPro because it inhibited the helmet from being able to rotate through something.
Yeah.
So I didn't like it, but I did think it was complete nonsense that you had to exclusively wear that. So that's what you're getting to, right? Because in Supercross, you had
Well, that was
to.
a big deal, man.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Chad
It was huge.
Chad was, I think it was when he was on Yamaha. But yeah, like it was a huge deal where like they literally had a bunch of money coming in from a sponsor, and it was like, no, sorry.
And to me, I think that was kind of the start with Chad and them.
Yeah.
Because I remember that. But Chad's kind of like an always evolving businessman though. Like he doesn't really shut doors, I don't think that like hard. Like he might leave them and he ain't slamming doors on his way out. Like he's pretty good about that.
Yeah.
And that was like when that happened, I remember being like, that's not that cool.
Yeah.
But that being said, like at the time, I don't know if it was, I guess I don't really remember if they knew that was coming or whatever, but like it seemed like it would be a little bit on GoPro in a way. Like if I was at GoPro at the time and they're like, we have an exclusive deal, we're going to run all, I would have thought to myself, like, we're going to make everybody run only our stuff.
I just wonder, like, that whole exclusive thing. Like, I think
a little squirrely.
That's where I'm like, how exclusive can this be?
And
like,
it shouldn't
who
be.
owns what and how owned am I by, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
if I'm a private company that's like, you know, my race team is my company, or if I'm an athlete that's got my ability to get sponsors and like, I just think that whole thing.
And you're expecting them to put forward an extremely expensive program.
Well, yeah, and so it's like you're shutting down. Like, let's say that was worth $200,000.
Sure.
Like, okay, so then
That
what
could
do
be
you?
the whole program.
And yeah, what do you get from GoPro? Oh, zero.
Yeah.
I'd be like, huh, okay, don't know. I don't know.
I'd be like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, guys.
Yeah.
I thought I could put this program together, but I guess
and
not.
then there's just like all these other like, oh, there's more than one tire manufacturer. There's more than one bike manufacturer, like Red Bull and Monster coexist, and Rockstar, and so it's like this one, like, I don't know.
I think it's so, like with our sport, we're relatively undeveloped. Like as far as sports go, like, you know, football, they've got the way that they do it, their teams, everything kind of falls directly to those giant programs, right? And everything kind of falls suit to them individually.
No logos on the jerseys because they make so much fucking money, they don't even need it.
There's that too. But it's a completely different program. I mean, if we had a completely different structure where, you know, almost kind of how WSX is thinking about it, like where you have these select areas you get hired on, and it's like you pay the teams to, you know, make these programs work. That's a really tricky model in like the infancy of the series, because like
when
you have
it's
to have
early
a base
days,
where you're selling stadiums to make that model work.
Yeah.
You know, and then ad revenue from NFL. Like you can't tell me that we're on any near planet. Like, so, but where it comes down to Supercross and Feld, like they do make a lot of money. They're not in, as much as they'll say they're in danger, a lot of times I just don't buy it. Like, do the math. Like, it's not, there's no way. They have to be doing pretty good. Yeah. And I'm not saying give everything to the riders
and
or
good.
Give everything to and I want it to grow.
I want Feld to do good.
So do I.
But I want other people to be.
And I like
all
those
right.
guys.
And,
I honestly like the way that the AMA is now with Peltier and J-Bone's there, and like guys that are people are at AMA, and the guys at Feld, I get along with all those guys. They're great dudes. Like if you hang around them and spend some time with them, like it's kind of funny because like it's kind of almost the opposite of how like almost like Josh had and they almost had it out for each other a lot. But that was like literally guilty by association.
I was about to say, you were like my little brother in school. All of the teachers were just like, "Oh, you're his brother?
Yeah,
fuck you."
Exactly, and that's kind of how it was. And so
I
it's
can
like,
fully see that, dude.
and I loved it. I love that I've got both in my life. I got to see both sides a little bit. But those guys are all good guys and they're good at their job.
Yeah.
But I would love to. There's so much to fix, but they don't get the credit for all the things that they do right, and you don't honestly appreciate it until you go mess around with some other programs and stuff. And I had a good time over there at WSX. I might do it maybe next year. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
But there's the playoff kind of chase thing to do. To get points for that, and that's good payday too. Like there's so many now. Like right now, there's never been more ways to make a living racing.
Yeah.
It's honestly it's really good. Yeah. Like there's no $700,000 gear deals or whatever. Like, well, there is at the top, I'm sure.
If you
but
chase.
Like if you're somebody like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, back when Josh was coming up, there was just like ludicrous.
You get a boat. You get a boat
everywhere.
Yeah.
And I remember when I first came up, I made a joke kind of like when I was talking to a company about a gear deal, and it was my first gear deal that I was negotiating separate from a team because it's always inclusive, and then you just go somewhere where you can negotiate it and you start. And I'm like, well, I made this joke. I'm like, well, the last gear deal that I saw that was separate from a team was, I think it was like $475 or something like Josh's gear, whatever it was like at the time. And I kind of made up the numbers. I didn't really remember, but it was ridiculous. It was really, really good money. And they're like, huh? Like they didn't get it. I'm like, I'm talking about like 07, 08 when gear deals were just mental, like so high.
Yeah.
Joke didn't land, but it's just, that's not there anymore.
Yeah.
But
as far as
they've
being
learned,
a racer and
they've learned to like they've learned that we do want to race and we do want to work and we do want to succeed and make money racing. We love it. We've been doing it forever. So if you're a guy like me who now like my program is kind of like obviously geared towards Supercross. So don't mess around and give me an option to ride Supercross all year. Like I'm going to want that. Like I love that. So there's more to do now than there's ever been. So like I get a little bit one foot in and out because I think that there is a lot going on that's really, really good for us.
Yeah.
But just please, Feld, if you're listening, more than 9 whoops. Just more than 9 whoops.
Just one more.
And if you really want to hook me up, Dragon's backs would be sweet. That's my final on that, honestly, because it's not worlds off. But I do think that they're missing something with the speed. Like when you get to Phoenix and you have like literally the longest rhythm like forever, and then it's like it gets low, and then those form up hard. So if those are low and you start doing 5s of those in latch and you're going 70 miles an hour, like that's going to be really gnarly.
Your window is just so small.
It's just the speed.
Yeah.
Like when Faulkner crashed and he went off and he was dude, the way that he flew and landed on the concrete was so like that was so wild looking.
It was horrific
because he was going so fast.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be crashes. There's no way to avoid crashes whatsoever. It's a dangerous sport. We all understand that. But there is definitely more responsible ways to design the tracks. I hate crossing the start 10 times. I think that's so stupid. I don't know why we do it so much. I think that just so many layouts have been done that they're getting like, let's try some of this. Like, just throwing some stuff from the hip.
Why can't we just go
so
back?
Many times.
Go back.
It's time now because we've
2012, 2013, 2014.
It's time because
go back to the
those
layouts.
can be
you
retro
still got the
now.
drawings.
It's 10 years ago.
Yeah, you still got the drawings. Let's fucking go.
We could. It'd be kind of sick because again, I'm biased because I had success in those times. Yeah. So I'm going to like them. Everybody that had their times, they'd be like, this is when it was the sickest. Like, this is the golden era. Yeah. But, before that, like in 08, 09, I think the tracks were pretty sweet too. They had a lot of cool features, a lot of elevated
Unique
turns,
stuff.
a lot of different unique stuff. I love like my favorite tracks were always like the goofy floors, like Oakland and those areas where it's like, you know,
you got like that one weird
like
kind
really
of thing.
Fit, like where it's not spec, it's not 90s and 180s, and you know, there's like a bunch of weird like 135s and different kind of angles, and I like that.
Petco
kind of
used
stuff.
to be kind of like that too.
It was like that too, but Petco was just for whatever reason. I don't know if they just got the dirt from a different area or whatever, or maybe there's like homeless poop in it or whatever. But it was always bad. Like it was just always worse. It was just always worse in Petco. But Qualcomm, obviously Snapdragon, same piece of ground, is good. That area is good. I actually like San Diego over a lot of the other ones. Anaheim's are. I feel like in the past I've always been so like built up for Anaheim, and then it's always like really like
a letdown,
almost like a letdown.
Yeah.
But I've never felt so excited about it as I do right now for some reason. Because I've been through it so many times, and I used to like stress out about like making it out of Anaheim. Like I used to think about that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just like I never
now
really
you just want to race
I never
it.
really ended anything at Anaheim my whole career. So why am I tripping about, that kind of thing? So I'm kind of back out of my own head about that. And I'm just like, okay, great off season. It's time to go.
Let's
race. I'm excited. I'm actually really excited.
The thing, I agree with you about the Feld thing. And from doing the work, this year was obviously like the first year that I got to like go back to a bunch of races and all that sort of stuff, and like kind of get a little bit more behind the curtain from like this perspective. And they were like really accommodating and really stoked on like what we were doing. And
you bringing this to that, like, just sorry not to cut you off, but like getting this sort of feel and your take on stuff in the sport, like that's a big turning point. I don't know if you realize it too much, but like, that's a totally different manner of media entering into the sport that is going to trail off and help the sport in other ways, because never do you have like, a reporter or whatever in there and they ask these questions or whatever. That's where the question dies right there on the spot.
Yeah. If it even gets asked.
If it even gets asked. But if now with you're in there asking all these questions, and then we can literally just be like, hey, remember what you asked? What's his name? Fuck was that? Well, like we can then go off on it. We can trail off on it. That's a new version of media that I like in sport.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I think like, just seeing and a bit more behind the curtains and like, so before the press conference, right? So that was my big thing last year. I was like, the press conferences fucking suck. And this is a bit of a gripe. I might unintentionally start some beef here. Steve Mathers doesn't go to the fucking press conferences.
He doesn't?
No.
Does he send somebody?
No. Sometimes he just sits there, doesn't ask anything. Swap, never in the press conference. Like there's all these guys who I have a lot of respect for, and I think they're all fucking great, but none of them go to the press conference.
Yeah.
So there's only just like such a small group, and it's the same guys that are all. It's like there's no energy and there's no enthusiasm in it, right?
Yeah.
And so this year I fucking love the UFC.
Yeah.
What do you do as soon as the fucking fights are over?
Post-fight show.
YouTube. Press conference. I'm fucking staying up. I want to hear.
No, I do too. Yeah.
Crowd was fucking 35,000 tonight.
I want to see all that.
But win bonuses is this. Submission of the night. Fucking bang. Let's go. Yeah. Dana White. Give me 30.
We need that guy though.
And
who's that?
I've asked Prater. Apparently this year he reckons he might step in and do some of that at select rounds. He doesn't go to all the rounds.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, bro, that's fine.
We need
the ones that you're there,
Viking in there that just will take that and make it correct at the end.
But Dave Prater could do that. And
I think he could.
I hope this year that he does. And I've implored him every time I see him, I ask him.
Yeah.
But my point is like from me loving the UFC press conferences and from me, and that's what this is. Like this started because I love Rogan and I love the MMA stuff, and no one did it. And I wanted this content. Like,
and this is its own because there's I guess there's podcasts in the sport, but they're not this. They're just like
Yeah.
kind of like
No one was doing this.
throwing shit
I
around all the
wanted
time.
this.
Yeah.
I for myself as a fan. Again,
it's cool.
selfishly, I
Very
wanted
cool.
it. I don't get to watch it, unfortunately, but I get to do it.
Yeah.
So it was the same thing with the press conferences. So I was like, I want to go and I want to make the press conferences a thing. And I'm stoked. I feel like it has gotten better.
Yeah.
The content rips. The content has done like very well numbers wise.
Yeah.
But so from like that environment, you get to see the work, right? And when you're around Sean Brennan and when you're around Joe and you're around the guys that are setting up the press conferences and it's late at night and they're doing the lighting and they get like there's people really working hard at Feld.
Yeah, they are.
They're really trying.
They really are. Yeah.
And they've got what they've got. They got the budget they got and they're fucking making it happen.
doing it.
So I do have a new level of respect for them, right?
I always felt that way, honestly.
One thing, though, that I have noticed that I really hope doesn't like get worse as time goes on is like wanting to control the narrative. So the 31 races question that got asked at SMX and then the boys, we fucking got them on a bad night. All three of them were just like, they really went in on the 31 races, right?
Yeah.
And the next weekend, I didn't get a talking to, but I got the vibe that like they were pretty pissed. Like that got 100,000 views. Like that was fucking, it was a big thing, right? And they didn't want that conversation.
Yeah, that's a ouch.
And I'm like, boys, this is good.
Yeah.
It might not feel
It's
good
open.
now to like, and might not be a thing that you, like a conversation you want out in the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Yeah.
Because you know what Sean's response was to me? He's like, and this was like right after I went up, and I always go up, shake everyone's hand. Thanks for a great day, boys, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, fucking 31 races. Well, we don't do 31 races. They'll go and race all off season. And I was like, huh, he's fucking got a point.
He's got a point.
And guess what? Eli went and did World Supercross. Jet went and did every fucking off-season race. So the same dudes.
Everything.
The
that
same
anyone
dudes
let
that
'em
were
do.
complaining about we're tired, and we're this and we're that, and they went and fucking did it.
It's not the number. It's the same thing. It's like you're doing. Am I still in?
No, you're good.
Okay,
You're
cool.
good. You're good.
I just feel like I need to lean forward. It's not the number. It's just like you're if you do the same fucking races all the time, and it's different too. Like if the season goes bad, you sometimes
Want it to be done.
Just want it to be over.
Yeah.
And that's where some of that comes from. We're just fucking tired because it's repetitive, and that's where I actually kind of I feel like it's tricky throwing together. I love the idea of throwing together motocross and supercross into one.
Yeah.
But I think it should be broke up. Like I wouldn't mind the idea of, if you're gonna do 30, 31 races, whatever it is, do 33, but do a 10-race supercross, a 10-race motocross, and another 10-race playoff or whatever, or another 10-race supercross. Because to me, supercross is premier. Like motocross is good,
All the data says it too.
but supercross is premier. And do you want my actual bone to pick about literally everything to do with Feld?
Fuck yeah.
There's only one. I only have one. Like, what are you fucking doing in my life for this? Why? Motocross is still worth double towards the playoffs. And I know why. It's to keep you in it. I understand.
Yeah.
But dude, come the fuck on. Like if you're elite at Supercross and you make your points in Supercross, that should truly just be the same. It should just be close or adequate to the points wise for motocross. Because my thought is this, like pretty much everybody that can ride, and this is me kind of being a shithead a little bit, but pretty much everybody that can ride Supercross and is good at Supercross can ride motocross. It's really not the other way around. Like you got guys that can come over, especially like guys from somewhere else, whatever, can come over and just like they're pretty good at outdoors that don't have a prayer indoors that can like bump guys out of the Supercross looking finales.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So I just think we need to put more value in Supercross for the playoffs if you're going to continue to do that. Because to me, I'm locked in for Supercross, and it's like I'm almost gonna have to like figure out a way to ride motocross if my
To make
Supercross
sure.
doesn't go like stellar. Like in 23, it went like I amassed plenty of points and didn't have to do anything. This year, it was like shit season, shit me all across the board, and now I have to figure out how to go and like scramble up points like to beat out some of these other guys. And it's not a knock on those guys. Like it's cool that that's an opportunity for them to come over and then get into the big show at the end of the year. But like
It shouldn't be at the expense of somebody. Yeah.
Is ridiculous. Value it more, sure, whatever, because there's only 10 or 11 outdoors now, right?
I think it's 11. Yeah,
It's
I'm
11?
pretty sure. Yeah.
So if there's only 11 versus 17, okay, yeah, just you can do the math.
Yeah.
Structure the
It's
points
1
to
point
where
something.
the points
Yeah.
are even,
Yeah.
not literally like 50 points available for motocross versus, half that for supercross. That's to me is like, that's my one big bone to pick. Once again, very biased as a supercross guy.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
Because I want to be a part of the show at the end of the year. And like for me, I had just a couple of goofy things that kept me out of the final 3 motocross races, which I could have like secured my playoff spot pretty easy. And then I actually got hurt doing like hill jam. I crashed at hill jam. I was thinking about going the last few, and I hadn't really made my mind up yet. And then I raced hill jam. I crashed there and hurt the other side of my ribs that I'd previously, and so I was like, okay, well now I'm kind of screwed. Like I can't, even if I wanted to, like on a whim, jump out there and like race some and get in. Now I'm kind of screwed. So like, from my perspective, and again, here's where I'm being a shithead, but like I do think that people would want to see
The Supercross
guys at the end.
Yeah.
If you're spectacular at motocross and you only race motocross, and you're that good to where you're getting those types of finishes, yeah, you deserve the equal opportunity. Yeah, as I do as a Supercross specialist.
Yeah, but
you
you're saying right now
more
it's not equal opportunity.
It's not close.
Yeah.
Motocross it's them like trying to draw you in. You know what I mean? Because like, well, these guys are all going to race all 11.
Yeah,
and they're pretty decent outdoors, and they're going to pass you up in points.
Yeah,
but that's off of. I only have a bone to pick with that because I had a shitty Supercross season and didn't earn it.
Yeah,
right off that season.
No, but it makes sense, and it's like
just equal.
Yeah, you just wouldn't know that that's a problem until you experience the problem. Yeah, right. And it's like then you were a guy that ended up in that boat, and you're like, whoa, there's actually some
like, hang on a second,
there's like some weird shit going on here. Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with that. But that's my only real like. I think they do a fantastic job, but when it comes down to, I love your idea about the minor league thing and putting the privateers there. But here's my next thing. What's your category for privateer? What does it mean to you?
Well, so it's not about privateers. Okay. So
as far as the effort, the team that they're riding for or whatever, like what's your cutoff for privateer?
Who gets fucking picked in the top 20?
So there you go.
So like the team's got a pretty good idea of who the best guys are that they like. If you've got a limited fit, it self-selects completely. So this whole like, are you going to pick out a privateer? It's like, no. Yeah. There's X amount of spots that are available on the grid. And I think too, like for my ideal world is motocross doesn't change.
Just leave it.
Leave it. 40 gates, privateers. Okay. Although this does not apply. I like
that better. Yeah.
I cannot stress this point enough. Because the one thing everyone, well, what about Time Master Pool? Time Master Pool races motocross, and the season you're referring to, I don't want to fucking change it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So like completely leave that. Then all the privateers they get, and then I think that as well is going to like really show the teams that have like they've got to make a choice of like who they want. The teams know who the fastest 20 dudes are.
That's true. Yeah.
And then I think as well, you're going to basically, if you mandate, same as WSX, like you have to have 2 dudes on the start line no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So then let's say you're riding a Honda and then you're fucking ripping, like you're right there. Then Honda's going to be like, we kind of need to have Justin Hill on the payroll. And maybe we'll support him racing in that more mod.
So there's kind of the wild card factor almost.
So,
is what
well,
you mean.
you've got to have a plan.
A space open for that kind of outlying.
Yeah.
guy.
And so maybe the teams like the HRC and the KTM and they've got teams in like the minor leagues, and they're just pulling up straight away. And and maybe they're flying to the Supercross races, and maybe they're practicing on press day. And you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I follow that.
I think that there's a way to like really make it work. And again, I kind of got on it because of the tracks, right?
Yeah.
How much of the problems that we're having with tracks and the maintenance and the weight
Too many guys.
is that there's so many practices, and you're in the A practice.
Oh, dude, B practices bad.
Well, you don't want to be there, but like
Yeah,
so
A
if you're an A practice guy, right?
Yeah.
How much of your day is spent doing literally nothing?
Oh, it's a long, yeah, it's a pretty good gap between honestly everything now.
Go that way
This
a
way?
bit. Yeah. Sorry.
Try to get more relaxed. Fucked it up.
That's right.
It's a pretty big gap between literally like
Anything.
everything. And my dad, again, he comes to the races, he's like, a lot of sitting around these days. Like, to him it's the same too. But also back when it was like we had I like the Friday practice idea, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
I don't hate that idea. That way, because the tracks also form differently, and I do think that the track should be more difficult, and we should get more time on them as the premier guys.
Dude, for sure. I would love to see, right? So maybe let's say the Friday practice determines the top 20, right? So maybe there's 40 guys that can go there. And then there's a Friday, this is just spitball. Then there's a Friday practice, because as a fan too, like I want to tune in to like more cool shit. I just don't care to tune in to see practice. And I don't like there's 4 massive blocks of time that I just don't really care to see. And you can be a hardcore guy that's like, oh, I want to see everything. Okay, well that's not the reality. Like that's not what most people want. But like maybe there's a Friday practice, and it's like you've got to be in the top 20 for that Friday practice, and it's an hour session. Like I want to see more. That might be too much because of the way tracks break down. Maybe it's like half an hour. But I want to be able to, like, on race day live, I want to see like 2 35-minute sessions of each of the classes.
Kind of more like the GPs.
Yeah, and I want there to be some timing screens. I want the guys getting helmets off. I want shock changes. I want some real shit.
A dynamic process of us taking
The
our
best
time and
guys
using
in
our
the
time
world.
to
Yes.
suit us the best. I like that idea.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like we don't have that time.
Yeah.
And like, so you think about, let's go this whole, let's say 35-minute practice, right? You're going to get out and the track's going to be smooth for the first 10 minutes. You're probably going to have guys throwing down quali laps.
Yeah.
And like doing a quali kind of setup, right? And then there's going to be a breaking point.
Yeah.
And you're probably going to get a bunch of dudes come off the track. And they're going to say, we need to do this, this, and this. And then they're going to more of like a main event spec.
Yeah.
And they're really getting some data.
That would give you a really good chance to actually create the bike to suit the main. Like, because that is one thing for sure. It's like the track does change, and then you get, like, you'll do your first practice or whatever. And it might be, rutted or whatever, but it's a completely different kind of rut, completely different kind of line than you're going to get in the mains, because you had all the guys that aren't going to be in the night show rode before you.
Yeah.
Like, and they are the ones that kind of like almost set up the angles at first.
Yeah.
Whereas you get to the night show and it's 250 heat 1, best guys in the 250 class twice, best guys in the 450 class twice. It's being created by us now.
Yeah.
In a way. So I like the idea of that. I like the idea of like a long form qualifier where you actually get to change things and do that. I think that's a neat idea.
And as a fan, that's what I want to see. And like, I want to see Jet on the side of the track watching for a couple minutes.
Sure.
I want to see some like gamesmanship. I want to like see the way where it's like, oh, I'm like watching him there. I'm struggling there. I want to see some guys like kind of walking around the track like that. Our sport is
almost
just
a casual aspect.
It's
to it.
so fucking like
6
minutes, 8 minutes, and it's just the same shit over and over and over and over and over every fucking weekend. And it's like, we don't have any room to move.
Yeah, just because the program's so long.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I agree in that. I do agree in that aspect as far as the rider. So I love the idea of a minor league. So it's not necessarily you're taking all the, the privateer guys right now and saying, hey, you're out.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're saying that's just creating new opportunity for those guys. And I mean, maybe when I get old, I'll go there too. Like, whatever.
Well, and that's another thing too. Like, it's just like you said, it's another place to race. It's another place to make money.
I do think there should be. I mean, I probably shouldn't be allowed to go to it. Probably not. Maybe there's an age. How just kind of like, I think there should be a top out age in the 250 class. But then a few years go by, and then I'm like, no, there shouldn't be. Because the 450 class is just like, like there's just not 20 riders. If you think about it, isn't very much. Like 20 guys isn't very much. It's just the ground that we have to use to create a schedule out of is so tight. It's like, it has to be that. Can't be 30 guys.
No, exactly.
So it's always just going to be competitive. And so I do at my core believe it really just should be an age out for the 250 class to make sure that all the guys in my situation after my championship at the time, I was going to be forced into a 450, which I was ecstatic about. I didn't want to ride a 250 anymore. And then I had deals and stuff lined up for the 450 right away. Well, then they all get a little whisper that they're going to allow me to defend. So now I'm back to 250 deals.
So is that what happened at JGR? Is that why you rode the 250?
That's why so basically my options dwindled down to 250 options across the board because that's where all the value was, with like 450 options in some cases, but not at Cowie. So the Gibbs thing came up and with a guaranteed shot at the big bike, which is what my whole point. That was my whole motivation for the deal. But like the rule change inadvertently, like kind of screwed up everything. But on the flip side of that, like Malcolm got screwed.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't defend and the timing was bad and he didn't have anything.
There's a whole generation of right around that area. There's like it's like Bogle, Malcolm, like a bunch of you guys, your whole careers just kind of
like
got
did a
deviated.
different, exactly.
Yeah.
So I just think it should be an age out thing. Guys are going to move up early. But right now it's super lopsided. It's like you'll have a guy come up at 19 and then you'll have a guy come up at 29 or 30 after he, got a title after so many years or whatever. And I was somewhere in the middle. Like I was just somewhere in the middle where I think I won my title at 21, I'm pretty sure. And then, so like I was just somewhere in between, not early, but like, I think it should be just an age. I don't think you should get kicked out. Because if you're a new guy, like a up and coming good amateur and but that model works better with the minor leagues idea.
Yeah, yeah.
But the minor leagues idea would get killed immediately by too high of budgets necessary to go racing. Like the budgets to go racing for 250s particularly are nuts. Like crazy.
But that's where if you have them relatively stock.
You need them close to OEM.
Yeah.
Like
then
that gives the manufacturers an opportunity to showcase their motorcycles. Like if you don't have a good stock engine package that's competitive, you're gonna make one.
And those teams that we're talking about where they're like putting all these aftermarket parts on and they're just kind of like not making these like good motorcycles.
It would all be illegal and it'd be safer.
Yeah, it kind of just like, no, we're sort of having it, stock ECU, stock this or whatever, stock suspension components.
And don't get me wrong, there's definitely a lot of consumable things that you can put on the bike that are better than stock, of course. Like you're gonna want good chains. You know what I mean? You're gonna get higher tensile strength chains than stock. The stock ones, I think, stretch a little bit more. There's a lot of little pieces but that needs to be honestly like, from my perspective, like that needs to be a pure data thing.
Yeah,
like these things, these parts are safer and do outperform these parts. Therefore they are illegal to run in this class.
Yeah.
Like not like, I mean, there needs to be So that's where a kind of a goofy budget would come into play, where you have people testing those sorts of things for like, we don't have, I don't think, a really high interest in like going in depth on homologation for stuff. Like from my perspective, like you don't, I'm not super aware of people that are just day in, day out testing the stuff that's available to us for the series and making the decisions and making it legal.
Yeah, no, you're right.
There's not really anything there.
No.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe there is, but I'm not aware of it. So if there was some of that, I think that would be great to have AMA, somebody involved in something of that nature. And then that can be a part of, you can create tiers of homologation for these different levels of racing, from amateur to minor to pro.
Yeah.
So that would allow less budgets. To me, the amateur thing, like if you're on a full factory star bike at Loretta's, fuck you. And not to anybody that's raced them. Of course they're going to race them.
Yeah.
But like you need like, I think you need to be pretty close to stock. Like, and from my amateur career, we had not that many like real solid bikes until the end of my career. Like when we started getting engines from Mitch and stuff, except for the 85 class. My dad could build a sick mod 85.
Yeah, but that's your dad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's in our garage. Like it's our budget.
That's cool.
To me, that's way cool.
Yeah.
But this is going to be super hot button, but like, I honestly think a lot of amateur racing probably should be 2-strokes just because it's so like, that's the minor of minor leagues.
Yeah.
Should almost be 2-strokes. Just whatever's the more affordable, like, because a lot of guys don't have the chance, the opportunity, there's guys that like me where I didn't really have much in like, in 2010, my first big bike year, and like Pop and Josh and my dad all like kind of got together and like got me a couple of Suzukis to just go race. I beat a bunch of guys I shouldn't have beat and got a ride. Dude, if we had to sustain that for 2-3 years, that would have been super tough. You might never have seen me. So it's just expensive. Like, the whole economy's tough, but it's very, very expensive to put together a good amateur program.
Yeah.
Let alone a good pro program. Like, if you think that you have the chance to get a 250 and go beat Star guys or Mitch's guys or factory, any of the KTM Husky gas bikes, you're nuts.
Yeah.
It's just never going to be close. Take it from me, because there's times where I've been very underpowered, and it's like, I know I'm good. I know I can.
Yeah, I just won this
thing. I just did it. Yeah. And it's not even an option to be that good.
Fuck, that's crazy. So to go from Mitch to that Suzuki.
And it's not
was just like
Suzuki did things good. But just that one little piece of missing some horsepower was like, I'm probably making it out to be bigger or smaller than it really is. It's somewhere in the middle. But just that piece mentally for me was just like wrecked me. And I'm not a big clutcher. Like I don't get the bike all spooled up and like to go. I'm just really like, I'm mellow throttle wise.
And that bike just didn't let you do it.
Didn't fit me. It just didn't fit me well.
Yeah.
Other guys could make it work better, especially if they weighed 90 pounds. It worked good. But like, I was just so heavy too. That was on me too. Like, if I just weighed what I weighed right now, it would have been better.
Yeah.
But so, eating a bunch of shit, not sleeping, life crisis. Like, it's just none of it worked out. It was just silly.
What was it like growing up with a big brother that was like in that
Sick.
weird phenom era? Like he was so cool.
It was sick. It was the coolest time in the world. Like, I had the coolest upbringing. First of all, my parents are fucking
legends.
Awesome. Just they're awesome.
Yeah.
Like I'm so lucky. To think being in the position I am in life, and just because of how we were raised, it wasn't easy, it wasn't too hard. It was just how it needed to be. Like, they did great.
That's a fucking great point, dude.
It was
You don't want your
just
kids'
enough struggle.
life. Yeah, you don't want your kids' life to be without struggle.
Yeah.
But you don't
There
want
was
your
enough.
kid's life to be super fucking hard.
Yeah. No, and we were right there somewhere in the middle. You know, I don't know how well you know my dad or been around him, but he was always like, he's just like ball stress
He's just
kind of,
a
you know,
go-
he's just like,
he's a goer.
you know, just that guy. And he was always so like, my dad's my hero. Like I look up to him in so many ways. And he's a can do everything guy, which is where I get it from. Like I'm a big tinker. I want to learn
Shirt
everything.
off, welding.
All of it. I just want to do all
Chopping
of it.
trees down.
Yeah, and that's where I get that from. And but like growing up was the sickest because that was a great dynamic with my folks, and they did a very good job, even though they had their struggles. Them too, they did a phenomenal job at showing me what the family structure should look like, even if they were at times not where they wanted to be in that family structure. It was important to put on to sort of, you know, pull the curtains and let the show go on and kind of show and present, because that actually was instrumental to me in like how that instilled in me how it should look, how it should be, made me a better family man for sure as I grew up. Like, because not that you grew up and you learn all kinds of shit about your household that you never knew because now you're grown up,
crazy,
so it's nuts, right?
bro.
So you just grow up and you learn all kinds. You're like, what that was going on this whole, you know, whatever, just whatever wild stuff, right? And
you learn
in
that
every
your parents
category,
were just humans, just
and
like
they were
you.
just trying their best. And it's like I respect my folks more,
Knowing what they
learning
went through.
some of the stuff that they struggled to do, than I respected them before, but also understanding the value of what they showed me.
Yeah.
And then being Josh's little brother was one of the sickest things ever, because I was just Josh is such my hero too. Everything on a bike I've learned from him, and just like he's funny because him and my dad are like the same dude. So they like go back and forth, and it's funny because when we all work together, I've got to be that middle guy between them.
Yeah.
But they don't admit it, but they're like the same dude. My dad, when I know when I see him here in a couple of weeks, he'd be like, "I'm not like Josh. Josh is impatient," and he's right. Josh is impatient. But they're a lot of the same kind of dude. But they're so their own people, and they're such artists in their own ways. And it's just super easy to look up to him. And Josh, you know, when Josh was, people don't realize, and I know you do, but most people don't realize like the what could have beens with Josh. Because just like we're talking about now, like you know, when Josh literally got the rug pulled out with his flip and he got really, really hurt. I mean, you've seen him years after and the dude does not have his leg. Like
he just doesn't have his body in the way.
His body's screwed up, and he's still one of the sickest riders. And I don't know how he does it. He does because he loves it and he doesn't want to do anything else, which is in and of itself inspiring. But like the what ifs with Josh, and I've talked about it before, but it's like I think about it all the time. I mean, he was 20. He was literally 20 years old. And I'm sitting here as a 29-year-old going like, dude, I just kind of showed up like kind of right now. Like I'm just starting to get like the knowledge I need
to figure it
all out.
Yeah.
And like, and imagine if he could have continued and just kind of course corrected a little on a couple
29.
things. Just got to 26, you know, without like,
just without that one thing.
Because
happening.
Josh will learn from he is good at he will learn from his mistakes and like choose to, and the older he got, the better he got about like his associations and what he, you know, we all have like, it's funny, me and my dad and him, we all have like that one buddy that the others don't like, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, so everybody has like my dad's got a buddy that's just like, not that we don't like him, but it's just like that kind of like gets on our nerves.
Doesn't exactly bring out the best in him in your eyes in a way.
Or just gets on our nerves. Like, and we all have that same guy. But yeah, like as you get older, you figure out how to like kind of navigate that part of life. And then that I think is kind of gets you on better schedules and gets you to be more, like we were talking about, more selfish on what your pathway. If somebody's not bringing you down the road you want to go down, you have to kind of be more careful about who's directing you. So
Yeah.
Josh, like at 20 years old, if he could have had the opportunity to just continue with his normal self, because keep in mind too, like he lost, especially on his the one leg that was really, really bad. I mean, so Josh used to be like 200 pounds. He was 6, maybe 6'1". He's like my height now and weighs a good bit less than me. I think he's like 160, 165, something like that. And so he lost so much,
just like
so much of his
and
density and
muscle
his muscle
mass.
mass in areas like in his leg and stuff. And it just makes everything tough for him.
Yeah, well, you
Dude
can't train
run,
properly.
He can't
Yeah.
train. He can't do, you know what I mean? So to consider all those things, and like the fact that he came back and actually tasted the box again after all that, literally, I think it was 14. Pretty sure I think it was 14. Or was it 13? I can't remember. It was RCH.
RCH, yeah.
And came back and tasted the box again after all of that is nuts to me, because I know him so, from every stage of how it was. And
Yeah. You saw him at
that's
his
the
worst
biggest
when
what
like
if
he
to
wouldn't
me.
show other people
Yeah,
the
for
darkness,
sure.
like the real dark time.
Yeah, and like and also just like the sheer persistence of that dude to just keep riding.
Yeah.
Like even if it didn't mean anything, just like he went from like the after he crashed pretty bad in 2015. I think it was 2015 at Daytona. He had a pretty big one, and that was like, all right. Like he was like, all right, I'm done. I'm taking a desk job at Monster, and I'm just gonna, like he was. You could tell he was like, all right, this shit's not for me right now.
Yeah.
He lost the love for it, obviously, after that big one. But it was a frustrating year. He's trying to put his own program together, and it was tough for him. And then it's like he gets the desk job for a little while. Obviously gets burnt out doing that. He's not like, he barely gets the chance to get out and get riding, right? He's not
just
like,
itchy,
oh,
dude. He's
just
just
itchy.
like
put on some desk weight, like the whole thing. And all of a sudden, like, he's like, okay, this next thing, I'm going to structure it to where I have a little bit of office time, and then I have free ride time, and basically that was like the birth of like the next Josh.
Yeah.
And the birth of the next Josh, it took like 3 weeks for him to just be like shredding again. They filmed, I think that one of the first things they filmed was Doonies, like right away. And just like, so everybody at Monster's like, this is so sick. Like it literally almost built a brand new genre of how to ride and make a living, which is nuts. And then it literally got him back into racing inadvertently, because he could do it more like a philanthropist, and just
Yeah,
kinda
like on his own
thing.
program, yeah.
So it's crazy. But to me, Josh is one of the biggest what ifs. But growing up next to him, like watching all that unfold was so bonkers, dude. Like I remember just like, I'm sure I was a pain in the ass to like tons of teams and people, because like I was just running, like I was just rampant. I see a lot of Danger Boy's little brother. Like the way that just rips around, like that reminds me of me so much. I mean,
that's awesome.
I didn't have he's got like an entourage though. Like I didn't have that. It was just me just cruising around and just like broing down with everybody. But he's doing it the way I did it. Like, cause I raced when I was young.
You didn't take it that serious.
No, I didn't. I raced when I was young. I had championships and like on 50s and 60s. Me and Adam raced a bunch when we were younger. That from 50s, 60s, and I pretty much like my first 2 years on 80s. I got hurt. I didn't really. That was when Josh was kind of skyrocketing into his factory deals and stuff. I just didn't really do that much stuff. We took a year almost completely off, and then I started to like take it more serious. I think like around 2009, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of this 13-year-old, pudgy, and just try to like get better at riding, because I pretty much just didn't do it. And I was just hanging out at the races and just being a little bro, which was cool. It was so fun. Like it was the coolest experience. I can't even stress that enough. And all the guys that I literally see still to this day, like Ricky, like Ricky was my hero growing up, and to just like see Ricky in the wild, like I was there when he lapped second place. I was there like when all these different crazy shit happened, and I just was standing around. I was just standing around with nothing to do, being able to absorb that, which was some of the coolest shit ever. yeah, the opportunity to do that as a kid, like, and also like it formed a love a little bit
of the sport.
A different kind of love for just kind of hanging, just chilling and being around.
Yeah, I could see that.
A couple of little, like, you know, digs from industry over the years, of course, like settled me down on that, but it's still a great place to be. It's still such a cool thing to get involved in, especially as a kid. But yeah, I didn't take racing very seriously then. It was just like hanging out with Josh. And then when he got hurt, that was like, when he got hurt, it was almost like, oh, dude, it was a turning point for me, because it was like Josh got hurt. I had a decent sort of 85 year. I think I got like a couple thirds or whatever at Loretta, but nothing like spectacular, you know? Nothing like, nobody's knocking down the door to like give me a big bike ride or anything like that. We had like a really, really small offer from Yamaha, rightfully for my value at the time. And so we, you know, that was when Josh got hurt. It was like that was kind of the turning point. It was kind of like I'm either doing something else or we're going to give this a real try. And it just literally woke me up in that moment. Like, go carry the name and fucking do it. And it just happened just like that. And we, like I said, between Josh and Pop and my dad, obviously kind of throwing together that, I mean, pretty much stock bikes. We had 2-year-old 450s, and we had, you know, we barely got the new fuel injected 250 in time for like Loretta qualifiers and stuff like that. I did pretty good at World Mini. One not Loretta, but Mammoth.
Yeah,
and beat some really good guys. I had to race. Jesse. Had to race Jesse Nelson, and I had to race Brad. And a lot of guys forget about Friese, how good Brad was.
He was good, dude.
He was gnarly.
Yeah.
And especially like those loose tracks, like outdoor stuff, like the way he threw the bike around. Dude, he was gnarly. I remember going to Master Pools and riding with Brad, you know, literally right before his big Oak Hill crash. I was just watching him at Master Pools, just going like, how could you go around the track that fast? Like he was so sickening.
That was before it was all technique, and it was just
it was just getting loose. Yeah, Yeah. But me and Brad, like, so Brad was a little bit older than me, so that was like his A year, and he was gonna. I think he had a deal actually. I think he had a deal to go to Mitch's team. And then, dude, that's just like, that was such a heartbreaker. So many people that don't know Brad, that would have known Brad, like he would have been I think he could have been a household guy, which is nuts. There's so many what ifs in the sport like that. Josh is a giant what if he didn't get hurt at 20. Brad, obviously, and then Jesse as well. I mean, you know, crashing at Unadilla, that was nuts. I still can't believe it happened. Like, and I rode that track, and I remember literally the section. I close my eyes, I can see it, and it was literally the sketchiest fucking section on a track. Like the way that it's like you're turning and you're rising, so you're light, and then you have to land in ruts, and it's just boulders, and it's just like, it was so nasty. And I had like when he crashed, and then I came around, I saw like some yellow flags and then some whatever, like way over here, you know, spread out Unadilla is. And I just had this feeling in my gut. And I'm like, oh,
like,
dude,
if someone's crashed
there, that's bad.
Yeah.
Because it's super high speed. It's just really gnarly. But that's one that's like, just the way that the track forms is so gnarly. And there's not much you can, I don't think there's that much you can do about it. Because if you don't rip and you don't do all that stuff, it's going to just get faster.
Yeah.
That's good either.
And sketchier and drier.
Like, it sucks, man. That's one of those really, really unfortunate ones that broke my heart big time.
Man, it's such a fucking cruel sport, eh? Like, it's wild for something to be able to give so much, and take so much to the
Literally
same people.
Can give you your whole life, or take it away. I mean, like obviously Jesse, Masterpool, he was a buddy growing up, and it's like, that was a weird time as a, you know, because Josh, that was before Josh got hurt.
Mm.
And I honestly don't know if Ty even remembers this, but Jake and Ty were at San Francisco, and Jake came in, and that was when they were running Jesse's jersey and everything in the opening ceremonies, and like just, you know, a lot of pray for him, support for him kind of stuff from the Supercross community. And so we go through kind of the night and everything, and then Jake, I mean, dude, Jake was young, man. He was like, I don't know, maybe 9 or 10. And he came into the truck, and Josh gave him a jersey and some stuff, and we were just talking, and Ty's just little, you know. And Jake told us that he'd passed the night before, and it was just like, and that's my buddy, like, you know what I mean? So I raced around him, and you know, we really got along. I love his folks. They're good people. And that was weird, because it was like, it was the first time I ever even considered that to be possible. Like, I never even, you just think like, oh, he's going to be okay. Like, we all left. We knew it was bad. We knew he was hurt bad. But like, that doesn't enter. Like, you don't think that way, that it could end that way.
Especially if it's never happened before.
Literally. And
like, if you've never experienced that.
The only, literally, I mean, I remember, as far as the sport and just me being around it, really there was Leighton and Britt Downey. And those were like the only two guys that you ever really heard of that had passed riding. And it was just something that you never even really thought of. And so then to have like your buddy,
someone who's your friend,
and lose them, that was pretty crazy. That shifted a lot of like that shifted my mindset for the first, and honestly, like those spring nationals, because it was around the spring nationals when it happened and he was really hurt, it changed the way that I rode, like almost like a way like when Weston got hurt in France and I was over there, we were both over there.
Because that was bad.
He got mangled in France really bad, and obviously is what ended his career ultimately. And it was like, I don't think I did another intense lap on that track. I was just like, dude, it just shook me up. I was just like, I can't believe how gnarly that was. And that one was shitty, because I know obviously Sub, and he's, you know, the guy that was in the position to like have that all happen. And it was just like, dude, it's so hard. It sucks being the guy too.
Because there's just racing
situation.
Yeah, there's just racing incidents.
Yeah.
Like, if you're the guy that's like right there,
especially there's nothing you can, like, he was in a position, I watched it so many times, and he was just in this position, and just like, you know, I mean, what do you, there's not really much to do. You either try to avoid and dart somebody else off, or like, you know, there's just,
it's chaos.
It's like that.
It's chaos.
It's like there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and a lot of times too, like, you're not even really getting time to make a decision and then pull the trigger on that decision. It's just what's happening is happening.
Sometimes not making a decision is way worse. Like, just like, you know, you freeze and then you do kind of nothing.
Yeah.
Which is almost, I think, kind of what that situation was. It wasn't like, it was like, you know, what do I do? And then it was nothing. And it was just like, okay, there he is. And that was, like the whole, just hesitating kind of. But when there's zero good options on the table,
and like you said,
no real, like,
you do another option, and then what does that option lead to? You know,
it's too quick. It's too quick to honestly even think about any of that. I thought about something, and we were talking, and I forgot about it, but I wanted to bring it up. So remember when we were talking about the 30-minute qualifier and seeing more from the team. You were saying like you don't really want in the Race Day Live program to see kind of the lower level guys riding, but I agree with you. When I watch Race Day Live, I just want to see like, the good higher groups or whatever. Why do I want to watch early prelims and prelims so bad?
Yeah, but
what's the difference?
But I feel like the levels, like,
so you think the levels of their prelims and better because okay.
So like
it could be.
All right. So there's someone wrote down, I'm not good at remembering the lap times, but I think that, I mean, we're seeing like 14 seconds a lap slower.
Right.
So, but if I'm seeing a dude get a knockout in a prelim with a front kick to the head,
with 6 people in the crowd,
that's still like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's not 14
gnarly.
Seconds a lap slower. Okay. You know what I mean? So I think that
guy in a year's time of 4 good fights could literally be a contender. You know,
and it could be like his first fight in the UFC.
Because that's my like. I try to break it down. I equate.
Yeah, you want to use
like
it as
my thing I'm
yeah.
a big fan of versus the thing that I'm doing, and but I'm not as good of a fan at it because I'm doing it. So it's hard for me to like self-reflect on my sport. Yeah. So I try to equate that as good as I can, but like I am hooked from literally my wife gets so pissed because I'm like it's fight day, baby.
It's
you
like
know?
5 hours, bro, when
like,
you're watching all the prelims and
she's
shit.
like, you've been watching fights since 1 o'clock. It's 11:30.
Yeah.
There's been that many fights. Like, there was that many,
Bro, I
finishes.
need to be texting you during the
You
fights
got-
too,
I have
because
to-
I got
because
like
I go.
all my boys that I text through all
Throw
the
me in that
fights.
group
too.
chat,
No,
'cause I want
you're in. I'm like, dude, Jeremy from Red Bull Malott.
Yeah.
Every fight because he loves betting.
I didn't know he into it. He was
Right,
into
that's
it.
how me and him got to be friends.
Really?
Dude, it's like he was always like, he's a fucking he's a fucking big deal in the industry, you know. And I'd always look at him and I'd always be. I'd be like, it's Jeremy from Red Bull, and he's did this, and he does that. He's doing all the things. He's done all this in the sport, and he's pulled. If you know, you know, like you know that he's pulled these strings, and I'm fucking just trying to work for Red Bull. I'm just like this low level shit kicker, and we were filming one day, and it was Diaz McGregor 1.
Oh,
and
do you have it on your phone or something?
No, bro, I fucking hijacked a conference room in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Made someone go buy an HDMI cord, and so I was the one dude in the fucking prelim. The prelims was me in a conference room by myself in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and then it was like on the ground floor near the lobby.
Yeah,
and Jeremy's like, "You watching the fights?"
Pokes his head in.
Yeah, but like boys, it was like fucking 2014 or 20.
Yeah.
And we'd been like friends before that, but not like friends.
Then you
friends.
guys really
we were
buoyed
just
up
like,
over that.
Yeah. Like a whole group of dudes where it's like just individual texts just firing off the whole time.
Yeah.
And so my missus watches the fights with me because she does jiu-jitsu.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's
cool.
like how we met.
Oh,
And
really?
so
That's cool.
So
You get my old lady into it.
she watches all the fights.
Yeah.
But she gets pissed not that I'm watching the fights, that I'm texting like 20 fucking.
Oh, yeah, you're up there. Yeah.
And I'm like, laughing. And she's like, what are you saying? I'm like, don't worry, I'll just fucking.
You don't want the brood with a fighting spirit.
Yeah.
Group chat. That's me. Basically, that's me and Josh and Scranny.
I've been texting Josh before in fights.
But like the hard part is that they're on, like, if Josh is on a different time zone or whatever, and like he watches it, and then it's like, but it's middle of the day for me sometimes, and I can't get to it early, and then all of a sudden, so we kind of like have this agreement, like, all right, are we all watching it? Like, nobody say shit. Are we all watching it at the same time? You know, but because I've done that. My dad used to do that too, because he literally texted me like, I can't watch the fights till it's gonna be 2 hours late. Like, don't text me. Say anything. Yeah, exactly.
How long you been watching them for? Like, when did what got you into it?
My draw into MMA stuff was the funny, which is nuts because this is one of the greatest fights ever. Was Jones Gustafson 1 was literally the fight that I was like, I'm done with boxing. I watch this now, like in that moment, because I was huge boxing, like really, really into boxing, and that's all I ever consumed was just. Like, and I just had the, I'm a redneck boy out in the middle of nowhere at a bob and a heavy bag. I'd watch fights and just work, and like that was my life.
That's so sick.
But then it was like, and I wish I would have got into rowing sooner, just because like
you could fight, like for sure.
If to be honest,
like
I would have had a
way back then.
Oh yeah.
Back then, if you decided to be like a guy that fighted, like when you watch Jones Gustafson, I have no doubt that you could have been. You could have been a fighter for sure.
I think that I'm pretty natural for striking. Honestly, I think I'm pretty natural for jiu-jitsu as well. But like, it's like I'm living 2 lives. And I don't have enough time to live both lives. But I would love to take. I have to take a fight before I'm too old.
I was going to ask,
and I'm going to have to at some point or another. Yeah. Because I just, but I need the time to, I'm not just going to fucking just go in there. Like, I don't know, I need a camp, I need a crew, I need a team, I need to do it right. Truthfully, I would have loved to get into boxing, but boxing rules are so dangerous. Like if I'm in a boxing match and I get clipped and I get dropped and you give me a 10 count and I can get up and I have just a clear enough head. Your adrenaline is so like,
empowering.
Yeah. Like you can make your way through that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden like, oh, I'm back standing, and you do not have the mechanics.
And you're taking shots straight
and now
away.
you're taking more because you're a step behind and your cognitive is that's why some of these fights like are just like literally so inspiring when a guy gets cracked, dropped 2-3 times and comes back and then just like wins the chess match still. It's just so crazy. And but to me it's like I think you shouldn't, if you get cracked, now I want to change all the boxing rules, right? But like, like if you're in a fight and you get cracked and you literally go to the mat, like you go to the canvas, all four points and you're flat or whatever, from a shot to the head, fight should be over.
Yeah,
fight should be over. I like the 10. I like the 10 count if you got dropped with body shot
to a knee or something like that,
or if you get cracked and it's a slip, whatever, you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. But like there's to me there's a pretty clear differentiation between getting caught, cracked, dropped, and like you're clearly concussed in that moment and you can't even make the correct choices to move forward. Even me, like I know I couldn't trust myself if I got cracked and then I'm going to get up and just take more because I know like I'm in the fight. I've been training for the fight. I know what, I know it just from racing, like hit the deck hard in a Supercross main. And then it's
worth it in that moment.
You scramble, you get up, you're on your bike, and all of a sudden you're getting into the whoops and seeing shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's just now the risk just ramped so hard. That's why, honestly, I love my grappling isn't there. My wrestling isn't there. I would need so much time just to be in any manner competitive, as a complete. I wouldn't want to go in like as a specialist at all.
I think in like an amateur MMA fight though, like you don't need that much jiu-jitsu.
I will have to do that at some point because truthfully, if I think I am pretty decent. Like as far as like I can definitely at times, go and sub guys way above my belt if I'm in the groove and I've done it and I know that like I can take to it. I know that I can be good at it, but there's just so much. Like you can't. There's still so many guys that are just going to make me feel like a fucking child. In there. And because that's just how it goes. There's always levels to it. So like I'd love to. I hope that it works out in life to be able to do that. But yeah, it'd have been nice to start at 14. When I started
taking Moto seriously,
boxing, and when I started like working on boxing techniques and taking Moto seriously, it was relatively at a similar time. Like I was going like kind of like 13 and a half, going on 14, and I started to grow, and I was like, start getting that test fatigue pumping through, and you're like, you want to throw some, and that was literally the same moment. It's like, taking Moto seriously. So it's like obviously two separate paths. You can't do them correctly simultaneously. Yeah. So that's not an option. But and it sucks too because my ADHD makes me want to do every single thing.
I'm the exact same.
I don't have the amount of time that I need. Yeah. And I've really, after retiring and coming back, I've really appreciated my skill. Glitching.
What is that?
Got a heat deal?
I don't know. Let me just pause this for a sec. It is important to me that supplements I take are of the highest quality, and that's why for years now I've been drinking AG1. Unlike many supplement brands, AG1 conducts relentless testing to set the standard for purity and potency. Quality for AG1 isn't just a buzzword, it's a commitment backed by expert-led scientific research, high-quality ingredients, industry-leading manufacturing, and rigorous testing. I know I can trust what's in every scoop of AG1 because it's tested for 950 contaminants and banned substances, while the industry standard typically only tests for 10. I love that every scoop of AG1 includes probiotics, prebiotics, and digestive enzymes for gut support, rhodiola and B vitamins for energy support. So if you want to replace your multivitamin and more, start with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs at drinkag1.com/gypsytales. Check it out.
Yeah, I always, so with the sound stuff, if I'm sitting there and like, I'll just film something with my phone and then and clap in and all that kind of stuff. And then I just go on like the cheapest video, whatever app, and do it. And it's like, it's the worst. Like I need to find something better. Cause it's just like, my now that I have like the newer phone, it's fine. But back, I just had like an old shitty Amazon refurbished phone that just did not function whatsoever.
Dude. So before we stopped, you were saying when you retired for those couple of years.
For those couple of years that I retired, I lost a portion of my train of thought, but not all of it. But like I realized in that moment that I didn't want to just like stay away from the sport, because when I retired that first time, I disappeared completely. Like, didn't hear from me. I didn't call nobody. I had my close buddies that I was super tight with that from day one. You know what I mean?
That are going to be friends whether you're a rider or whatever.
For sure till the end. But I just fell off the face. I just didn't want to look. I didn't want to look at a dirt bike.
What was your like? Why?
You know, it was kind of an accumulative thing, but like I definitely got frustrated with. I got really, really frustrated for the couple years on with JGR, because I didn't have the words or the ways to like help. I didn't have a way to help myself. None of my routines, anybody around me, like nothing was. I was just not headed in a good direction, you know?
You just didn't have the tools.
Yeah, I just didn't, like, all around.
Yeah.
Like, just all around. And it was, you know, obviously there's things that, there's so many things I could have done better, and then just, in fixing, first of all, I would have just attacked what was up. Like, we needed to make a good motorcycle first. Like, let me really dive into trying to fix, like, the things that are, you know, but I didn't, honestly... I look back at some footage of me riding that bike, and I'm just like, dude, what was I thinking? Looking at this
in terms of like how you were riding,
and thinking that this was like how I wanted it. You know what I mean? Like I just have a different outlook on setup, and I just think I've gained intuition on what doesn't fit, and like what actions coming from the bike are poor actions. And like, so I've kind of, I don't know, I've just developed a better skill. I honestly have just become a much better tester. And
because that's not a given, right?
No.
I think a lot of people would assume that, and I learned this very quickly when I was working with JDR, because Nate Ramsey was, for what everyone said, a very good test rider.
Sure.
And like he would say, just because the guy is a professional dirt bike rider does not mean he can tell you
anything about the bike.
Anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's true in a sense. Like but I went through waves in my career where we had like the implementation of the air fork. That's when I literally came into racing in Supercross, and that was like a whole, like nobody knew the answer to that one. So I'm sitting here going like, I can't ride near as good as I did 6 months ago on like amateur stock body stuff. What can we do? You know, and then, but to them, they're like trying to promote this new idea because it's coming from the top.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like, and I don't know. I mean, I'd have to talk with him and confirm this, but my suspicion is that Bones didn't like it either. You know, I mean, like, I just because I think that no suspension tech wants to just be told all day long, like, it's not giving me any feeling that I like. You know what I mean? There's obviously other stuff at play that isn't. It's not that guy that is not doing his job well all the time. You know, there's always more pieces that are in motion. So I came in and I didn't know how to test that stuff because I don't think anybody did. It wasn't something that like nobody knew how to do that.
Yeah.
And then I think I got better for a period of time with my KTM. The first year particularly, I think I was good initially. When we raced Monster Cup on it, it was really good. And then obviously, then we went to the newer bike after that. That was the last race that I did, or that was the first race I did on KTM, but the last event on the old bike.
Yeah,
I loved the old bike. I thought it was really good. And then I struggled a little bit with setup, but that was kind of the start of the concussions and all that kind of stuff. So it's almost like I took, I didn't really get a good testing base back to like actually feel the bike and put together a good motorcycle. I don't think until 17. And then like I had a good setting in 16, but it wasn't really like me trying to promote an idea. I was just like had a good relationship with Luke, and he was there, and we just worked good together and just kind of listened to each other. And then the bike just he's a very good tech, and he just kind of like he was good at taking my words and putting them into action. And I didn't necessarily have that many answers, but it was just enough for him to take and like make my bike good. So it was more accidental.
Yeah, you kind of just got
more
lucky
accidental on my part.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really know as much then, but like I had a guy that was willing to listen wholeheartedly, which was cool. And that's honestly kind of the situation I'm in now with Ross and these guys, because honestly, like they don't make stuff that sucks ever, unless you ask them to make something that sucks. Like that makes sense.
Yeah, that does.
Ross will like that one.
Yeah.
So like he's good at building suspension. That's not the question, but the question is can I give him detailed enough feedback for like us to make this great? So I had kind of a lapse in time where, from literally the start of my career all the way until, probably all the way through 16. So really 4 seasons where I didn't have that great input. Like I just didn't really know what was up. And then had a pretty decent bike. I think I did sink my teeth into the bike for 17. I think I aided the bike being good for me. Me and Bones and Adam at the time, and we all put it together really well. And then the next couple years were just really tough. Johnny Oler was our guy, and he's, first of all, I love the dude. He's so cool. Like I like him. He's a good buddy. But I think we had different ideas on what the direction we needed to go, and I don't think. I think I wanted to make giant leaps, and he just didn't want to make big giant leaps.
Yeah, he wanted to stay within a window kind of thing.
Some goofy shit to see if it's better. Like I'm that kind of guy, and I don't think he wanted to step outside of that too terribly. Dude, I think you're right. I think I'm like really lasered in after having that little shot. I'm not kidding. I just realized that I'm just like locked in.
That's so good.
But I don't know if it's supposed to work that fast. Probably just placebo. But yeah, we had different ideas. You know what I mean? So that was it was a struggle. But that kind of was. That all started there as far as my time away. Like it was just I started getting frustrated.
Like slow downhill.
I'm like, I've been doing this forever, and I'm kind of in the same spot. I'm just spinning my wheels, and I'm just like, I'm not really getting. And so it was kind of, I love my job when everything's kind of working with me. Of course, like everybody wants less friction in their workplace. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was really, really easy. The last couple years when I came back. It's the only reason I came back. Dakota and Josh conspired against me to bring me back racing. Like I was just at the ranch doing some concrete, like getting ready to build the house and getting ready to do everything. And then Josh calls me, hey, you should call Dakota. He might have a deal for you.
Exactly like that too.
Yeah.
Hey, you should call
Dakota. And I'm like, all right. And then Dakota, I get a hold of him or whatever. We talk, and he's just like, has a deal that they're willing to give me. And I was just like, I'm thinking, I'm like, yeah, if it was like that, and I could be teammates with Josh, kind of do a cool thing, like it'd be kind of just like a little bucket list kind of thing to do.
It'd be like a feather in the cap.
A little bit,
it'd be worth
kind of a
going
milestone
back
to go try it out.
Yeah,
go do it. And they were really like reasonable with what their deal is that I think this is the idea. I don't know. I didn't really ask him like, hey, why do you structure your deals this way? But like, they want you to be not stressing out. Like, they want you to be able to live, and they take care of the expenses that are going to stress you out so that you can just focus on your job.
Yeah.
So that was like, okay, cool. That's cool. Like, to myself, when it first came up, I'm like, I'm not going to go down to California and spend $15,000 to just go, just off the rip, to just stay down there to do, like, that's not happening. And like, I didn't have anything at my house.
It puts you in like a place of have to then.
Yeah. And but that wasn't the case. And that they're not going to let that be the case from my experience with them. And that's very smart on their part, because I really can just focus on what I'm doing. But yeah, they conspired against me to get me back. And, you know, truthfully, now that I did and I came back, it's like, I'll never exit like that again. Like, it was like a lot of little things led to me getting burnt, for sure, just in general. And made me not want to look at a bike. A lot of it had to do with industry, just little things, but also had everything to do with how I handled those things as a complete idiot. Like, you know what I mean? I wasn't, like, honestly, back then equipped to deal with any of that the way that I am now, like the way that I would approach all of those situations now. So I just don't think I'm going to get the same freaking leaving rubber in the parking lot on the way out of, quitting my job kind of like vibes, like when I'm done, like when I get to the age of being done. But, you know, that being said, nothing now scares me. Like, the end doesn't scare me anymore either, because I did that, and I know there's cool things
on the other side. Yeah.
Everyone that does this since they're little kids and gets to the premier level is super stressed out about it ending, like everyone is. And rightfully so, unless you're Villo or James or whoever that just amass such a, like
a fortune.
Guys that don't have to do anything now. Like, they have a retirement that will still pay them out comfortably in 15 years of inflation from now. You know what I mean? Like, and still be in probably a better position because of the interest, like that kind of thing, Yeah. So, unless you're that, you're stressed about it.
That's why I think you and your brother are so lucky, because of the way that you grew up, and you had a dad that was, just doing so much shit and made you do all these things. Like, you guys are you have so many dimensions to you, and I think that there's a lot of guys that are in your position, famous dirt bike riders, won a championship, where it's like, that's it.
Just kind of that's
the only thing. That's their whole. That's the only lane.
That's better for performing. It's worse for the guy. Yeah, for sure. But like, honestly, like if you're in the position that I'm in right now, my mindset now is like, okay, you can make a little bit of time for this kind of stuff because you like it, but you can't really.
The main thing has to
wear
be the
too
main
many
thing.
hats. Like, you got to be more careful.
Yeah.
And so as I get older, I wear less hats.
Yeah.
And I mean older by like within the last year. Like, I don't mean like I'm
still
in this, trying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've definitely learned how to wear less hats, just like quite literally in the last few months. Like,
and so what was the decision, or where did the decision to join the police force come in?
That I always had that on my whole life. I thought about that.
Really?
I had interest in it since I was young, for sure, and I still do. I don't know where I'm at with it. The reason I got out of it completely is that just the reasons. First of all, it's so different when you get in than what you imagine, and that you're gonna think this is pretty funny, but like the feeling of like that overwhelming, like panic attacky kind of feeling. I had that pretty often for a completely different reason. It wasn't none of the running code, hot calls, any of that kind of stuff that was like scary in theory bothered me whatsoever.
Yeah.
I was so locked in for that stuff. It was that part was like, oh yeah, we're good. And like I didn't know all the things I needed to know to act properly in those situations, but I was calm. Like I was in it
Yeah.
to do it,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I had anxiety, like so much just built up, like from going from training all the time, physically exhausting myself all the time, my whole life, to sitting in the unit, eating a bunch of shit, not doing physical, like do my head. I was so twisted up. Like, and it had nothing to do. Truthfully, looking back on it, it had nothing to do with the job. Maybe the paperwork. Paperwork stressed me out. Report writing was stressing me out for sure, because it's a pretty steep learning curve.
Yeah.
Everything is. It's an insane learning curve. If I was to go back to it, which I'm kind of leaning toward not, honestly. Just there's so many other things in life that I'm gonna run out of time to do.
yeah.
And I do enjoy coaching a lot, and I would like to do that. I don't want to not do that, because I'll lose everything that you don't talk about or use. It gets lost.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose my PhD in this. I want to continue. So that's the difference. Like this next time, I'm not just gonna. I know for sure I'm not gonna be like not want to look at a bike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, I'll be like, hey, Dakota, give me a deal on a couple of bikes so that I like make sure I always have bikes. It's gonna be different. But also I learned a very valuable lesson, which was don't quit working out hard. Like you have to just work out hard all the time.
Yeah.
That's my key. That's for, anybody. And I've seen it in my wife too. Like she obviously, I've put my wife in a peculiar position. Like we've got 2 kids. I'm throwing her in a travel trailer and taking her like down here so that I can do my job. And she's just stuck there. She's a real like busy bee, working girl. Like she wanted to be busy working just the same that I do. So she has my same kind of mentality. And then I just like stuffed her in the trailer and brought her down and just made her not do any of that. Not on purpose. I would love if she could, but it's just
situationally that's what happened.
Help to do it.
Yeah.
But just her getting to like run all the time literally is like, I feel like don't want to be the I told her so guy, because I kept encouraging it, but I really do see like a huge difference in her just getting to do the physical activity.
Yeah.
So that's something I'll never do that same thing again, where I just go from like training, like praying that this run ends, you know what I mean, sooner rather than later, because you're just smoked.
Yeah.
Versus like not ever challenging yourself like that. Like I was like lifting and stuff. I lost like 210. I was just lifting.
No way.
Yeah, and I never ran. I didn't do anything. I did a little bit of cycling for like my ORPAT, which is like our physical test.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, it's like 5 minutes. And I'm like, I'm so used to hurting for so long that like I don't really get afraid of like hurting in a workout. It's no big deal to me. But to most people, that's kind of like they
don't want to go in that
They freak
place.
out.
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, dude, I can hurt for 5 minutes. It's not that big of a deal. And truthfully, it is exactly that. Like I'd hit the spin bike for a couple days beforehand just to get re-loosened up, whatever. Did some stretches and then just launched into it. And I was good in it. But other than that, I did like zero cardio, like no real good active stuff that gets your mind right.
Yeah.
Everything was just sitting in the unit,
Eating shit,
trying to figure it, trying to learn it. My TO was so funny, dude. He was just being in the car with that guy. Shout out to EJ. He's so funny. I mean, honestly, had a great time. Like everybody in that department is just 11 out of 10 dudes. They're so cool. I loved being around them. Like that part of it was so cool, because honestly, it is true. Like the police, whether you're city or county, which I was county, sheriff's office or state. I mean, most of the guys are so misunderstood. Of course, there's shitheads in there, but like not as many as you'd think. Like most of them are really, really cool. Like they're guys that you would really enjoy, and they're, that was actually fun being around dudes. And there's probably less competition between everybody. Like I don't really see a lot of like stepping on each other to get to promote,
to get ahead
or whatever
kind of thing. Yeah.
Pretty much they talk shit about each other. Of course, everybody's doing that all day long.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
but they're not necessarily stepping on each other's necks to get that or that.
Yeah.
It's almost like, I think that's what makes it more of like, they call it kind of like more of a brotherhood in that way.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
What were some of the more like fun kind of gnarly situations?
I had like right away I had stuff. Literally, when we had
Because you're in Portland, right?
No. So I was in I was at Roseburg office, which is like 2 hours south.
Okay.
And there's no way I'd go to Portland.
Yeah, that's fucked, bro. Zombie land.
Well, you can't do. You can't, and that's just no. That's where most of the legislation that just handicaps these guys to not be able to do their job comes from up there, and it's just I struggle with it. Not to get too political on it, but I was in there and I understand. And they kind of let me in on it could be better. And one of the things is it's just a different area. You can't really police the same way everywhere.
Yeah.
Legalizing all the dope was a terrible idea. Even though I feel like it could be beneficial some ways, but just not that dope.
Yeah.
Everybody, that's the elephant in the room between law enforcement, like regular guys like us, like that where they're just like, nope, all dope's bad, Schedule 1 or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's all bad. No weed, no mushrooms, none of that. Like, do not tell me that weed and mushrooms should be in the same category as meth. Like, stop.
Well, and also like you can be prescribed meth.
Well, there's that too. Yeah.
So it's just doing. You're like, what are we?
It's a fucking wacky arm
really
inflatable
doing?
man.
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
way
yeah.
to like.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like there's just distraction by lumping it into one thing. It's like no, it's just so. To me, it's like I think that there's tremendous benefits from certain things, and
For
honestly,
certain people.
I am of kind of the more libertarian mindset politically, where like I want everybody to have their own choices. I really do, and if you're in a position where you do something that's squirrely and it results in you doing something illegal, you should be in trouble for that. However,
Yeah.
from the law enforcement perspective is that if you allow more things that could cause you to do something illegal, you have a much bigger problem because your force isn't big enough. Your jails aren't big enough. Jails are a big business. Like there's all these other things. So
Yeah, there's so much else going on.
it's just so much there. If you want to talk about moving parts, like us in our little bubble, we don't have near the moving parts that law enforcement and between legislation and the courts and what law enforcement is forced to do by the courts, because that's really all if you're a county, it's really all law enforcement is. The calls for service is like a duty that they provide. It's like it's literally you're only required by I guess all the statutes of whatever your constitution of the state is to carry out court orders.
Yeah.
So most of your days are that restraining orders, dumb shit. But it's actually I just thought of something that's kind of funny. But like we were serving a restraining order. And I see these videos all the time, and people are like freaking out about how body cam footage or whatever. Oh, we should have never reacted that way or this way. And like I'll see some of this stuff, and I'm thinking, whether good, bad, or the other, like how the guy reacted. But I think of it differently now that I've been in those situations where things are happening kind of fast, and you also just get a little hinky about certain people. Like you can read them a little bit.
Yeah, you get a vibe.
And like I remember this one time. It's probably on body cam, but it was of no evidential value, so it's just in the can, right? But we were serving a restraining order. This guy was packing up his shit, and he had a bunch of like weird stuff. He's into like all these goofy horror movies and stuff, so he just had all this weird shit, and he was boxing it all up and getting it out, So his girlfriend and him breaking up, and I remember that he was boxing this stuff up, and then he went into the kitchen, got a steak knife, and starts walking like back towards the room. Keep in mind, there's no apex to the story. Like that's as gnarly as it gets. It's mellow.
Yeah.
So he goes and takes the steak knife, and he kind of like he's like halfway through a hall. I can see him. I'm keeping an eye on him. Obviously, I don't want him doing goofy shit. Because she told me, yeah, he can take all that dumb shit out of that room and get it out, right? Because that's like she basically gets to dictate what he takes from the house, and I have to make sure he doesn't take anything else.
Yeah,
so it's
right.
It's just like a weird spot. So I'm literally just watching him box up dolls and stuff. It's just weird shit. But when he grabbed that steak knife and he walked back into the room, like he kind of like peeked at me and he had it. And I don't think it really dawned on him that it was a goofy look until he was walking by me, and then he's like realized, and I'm like, and I'm just sitting there pretty casual, you know, like I pretty much always have my hand rested on my gun for the most part. That's just the most comfortable place to put it, in my opinion. Like, you know, just standing around a lot. And so he's like looking at me and he's like, realized what a bad look it was. Goes in, does whatever. I think he was just cutting open a couple boxes of stuff, more stuff in, and so then when he comes out, he's got the knife by like the blade, and he like walks by me and he's like gives me this look, and he's like, and I saw his face when he went into the room with it, and determined almost zero threat value to that. You could tell how he was like, oh, like it hit him, and I could see that.
Yeah.
So like the body language thing with people, like if somebody would have saw, you know,
just the body cam footage of him with the knife. Yeah. You could think a totally different thing.
For sure. But like there is other times where like you see somebody with like a weird, they give off literal fumes. Like you can tell. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how to explain that in any other way. I mean, and I've been in some other situations where it was like a story. I think I might have shared it with Swap, but it was like, I think it was my second day. I think it was my literal second day, and we were already on nights, so we were ending. Which is when shit goes down. Well, no, we were ending our shift at like 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
and this whole ordeal comes around at like 6 in the morning. So like sun's barely just kind of coming up. And the call comes from like literally right down the street from my dad's place. And we're the only unit anywhere near. And it's a guy, the call is he's walking down the 5 with a crossbow. And we're just like, oh fuck, here we go.
Of course he is.
So yeah, right, of course. He's spun up. He thinks everybody's a ninja. And he's just, you know, it's all meth-induced psychosis, pretty much all of it. Like as far as the goofy shit that you see is all that. So that's where I get off about the dope. It's like, yeah, there's way worse dope than other dope, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a hard line with, you know, obviously big things need to change. But anyway, so this guy, and so we get past, you know, we pass him because he's walking. So we pass him, zip in, and he starts walking us down and charging it like he's trying to get it charged, and he was obviously spun up and seeing shit and whatever. But I mean, we're like firing squad look on this guy as he's walking towards us, and he's fucking with it, and he's getting it ready, and he's trying to get it, and to us, it's kind of like, okay, he's got it down and he's messing with it. If he gets it drawn up, it's game over. Yeah. And we were, of course, yelling. I mean, just screaming at him, you know, the whole thing. And it's like, but I don't know what it is, but that dude, God talked to him. Like he got close, and there was this. I just know from my perspective, but it kind of, you know, my TO and then one of our other deputies, and we kind of, I feel like all had a similar like
line in the sand.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And it's like, okay, he's getting close to it. Okay, he's almost there.
Getting warmer.
And then it's like, he's probably a couple steps away from the end, and he just like, I mean, it was like an out of body thing, and he dropped his shit, and he's like, I can't believe I was just doing that. He lays down. It was like, what was that? Where was that energy the whole time? Like, it's so weird.
Oh, dude.
But
you were so close to the end of the rope, bro.
And I didn't think of it terribly until my TO after, because I was kind of moving around the car. I wanted to make sure that I had good cam of him. So I kind of was moving. I don't know why I was thinking that at the time, but I'm just like, I want good cam of the guy, because that turned out to be, he got pretty much released right away because we didn't have great cam of it. We only kind of had our experience of him with that attitude. So I was trying to move around and get good body cam of it. And my TO's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know that our vest does nothing against that. And I'm like, actually, I didn't really consider that before.
Yeah. No, I didn't actually know that.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're right. I should probably stay the fuck back when there's a crossbow at play. But yeah, there's some sketchy stuff like that but that stuff was like, I
was
hate
like
to
the
use
good
the
part.
word fun, but
Yeah,
fun, like
yeah,
I'm not fun to get put in the situation. Like, God forbid we would have had to do something further, like further action, because there was no, once
There's no like middle ground.
there's no middle. Once
Yeah.
there's lethal at play, like that guy has something that's gonna kill us. Like,
Yeah.
once there's lethal at play, you of course you will de-escalate, like when he dropped his stuff, and then I went to taser, I went non-lethal, and then we got him, in cuffs and got him out. But it's like, it's not a fun situation in theory. If you had to go further than that, nobody wants it. Like, every single person on that thing's like scared of it getting to that.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It happens more than it has to, but I think it happened more. Could be wrong, but I doubt it. It probably happened more with all the dope at play, than it did before, because dudes are just twacked out. They're just not in their right minds at all. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I don't think we had at the time I was there, I don't think we had a single issue on anybody based on like marijuana use. Like, it's not happening. They're already so squirrely, and they just happen to, but it's like there was clear.
There was like a culprit.
There was clear.
Yeah.
Chemical psychosis going on with the meth in particular.
Yeah.
Which is just gnarly. Like, it's.
Well, apparently the town, so a bunch of my family's cops. And so I
didn't know that.
Yeah, so I grew up like all my, not like blood uncles, but like my uncles.
Gotcha.
So my dad, he was in like a motorcycle club. It
Oh,
was like
okay.
an off-road, like they all rode like dirt bikes, trail bikes, whatever. They did like these huge adventure rides before adventure bikes, like big XR 650s
That's
and
cool.
shit. And so it was all cops.
Yeah.
So, and like my school holidays, dude, it's like where I learned to fucking ride. I used to get flown up in the fucking mail, like the mail plane.
The plane. Yeah.
And I'd drop down and I'd spend like 6 weeks living in a fucking,
sick.
in a police, like it was literally
Like
a
a- kinda
house
like an
and
academy?
a jail. No, it was like just it's like a tiny Aboriginal community.
Oh, really?
Way out in the bush.
That's wild.
And you'd fucking fly the plane. It's one street. There's a grocery store. There's a fucking school. There's a gas station. And there's a fucking cop shop and a pub. And I'd spend like 6 weeks, bro, just like living in the fucking police station, like riding PW50s and fucking shooting guns and driving police cars and driving police boats. Like, it was a fucking...
Sounds like how I grew up, kind of.
Bro, it was literally
Minus
the best.
the actual town, but yeah, like...
But yeah, the like seeing that my whole life, like I feel like I have such a different perspective on like policing and the police force and seeing the evolution over time of like what police can and can't do. And it's just gone to like, we can't do shit.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty crazy.
Like, there used to be just times where they would like, they'd have a problem and they'd just like bash the dude. And then they'd put him, no charges, no fucking, like the guy's, he's not going into the system.
He didn't go into the system.
It's like, don't hit your fucking wife.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, this will happen
there's,
to you.
Yeah, there's that kind of stuff. I mean, part of me wishes there was just a straight up like under the rug way to deal with like real shitheads, like that to get them to stop reoffending, kind of like. But there's obviously that,
that's such
it's
a
America.
weird gray area too.
It's such a gray area because because the flip side of that is so bad.
Yeah.
Like,
especially with social media and with like,
I mean, just there. I don't know. I'm so, again, biased from an area where it's like, we pretty much have only a couple of different kinds of people that are you're either, to me, it's either you're a shitbird or not. Like, you're either normal or you're in the system all the time. Because like, there's so many are just kind of cycling through.
It's
all
literally
the
a
time.
lifestyle.
It's literally, it's like, but it's hard. There's so many areas. Like, I couldn't imagine being like, I couldn't imagine the nonsense that was going on like before in the 80s or whatever. I'm sure it was just bonkers though. Like, there's a reason why it got to where it is now, because there was clearly like nasty injustices, going on.
Yeah.
But like, which is why I was like, I always thought my favorite South Park episode is like when they had the like all the homeless in front of the homeless in front of what is it like Whole Foods or whatever, and the cops won't come up because they can't beat them up.
Yeah,
like it's just, dude, that's such a good joke.
Yeah.
Because it's like.
That's
Yeah,
kinda how it is
I get
now.
it from as a joke perspective. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, we can't even come beat them up. Like they're like that's the But at the same time, it's what I'm thinking of in that is like, okay, the real life version of that is like, okay, we kind of can't come and do our jobs because all we're gonna do is come, deal with these gross people, hook them, put them in the car.
They get in.
Car gets all
they get
gross.
out.
They get out at county or whichever jail or whatever it is, and get released or whatever. Most of the time, I mean, even the guy, like, I'm pretty sure he was out 6-7 hours.
Yeah.
Like, the guy I was telling you about. Another guy we had that was funny because it was like it was one of our retired county guys. His house, nice ass house up on the hill. This dude comes in, he's like in his backyard and he's at his back door. He's just like spun out. He doesn't realize that he doesn't even realize what he's doing. So the retired cat goes and he's got him at gunpoint waiting for us to show up. We book him. He's out in a couple hours. Like, it's just not like, so there's not really, at least in that area at the time, there just wasn't much for actually like stopping reoffense. Like, I mean, in a way, but it's hard. I mean, that's not it's a part of my life that I've almost completely forgot about. Like, I'm actually like kind of remembering stuff as we talk about it now. Cause it's like, I don't have that much room. I got enough shit clanging around up here.
Yeah.
It's something I've kind of almost not like chosen to forget, but just like something I just don't pay attention much to anymore.
Yeah,
I know my experience there and how it was, but the world is ever changing. It's just like there's probably just no single way to enforce in different places. Other areas like for my area that would have worked. Definitely, I don't think the dope helped anyone because they just said, "Oh, it's illegal now." Well, now it's not. Let's see how it plays out. Like, it was such a dumb thing to just do.
And when
but we voted for it on accident.
On accident? It was just like slipped in.
This is how. And I know this is my opinion. Of course, a lot of people were like, "No, it's legalizing the dope. That's cool. Let's do it." Of course, there was those people.
That's cool.
But if you're
man.
me, I read the measure. And it was like, most people don't go back and like read the whole measure and like research the measure and like all that kind of stuff. And sometimes it's hard to differentiate if it's actually good for your community or not. Like, some of it's worded good, and sometimes they get a measure in and then, they sell it, and then they just do something that you didn't expect with the measure, And this one was like, would you allocate, this was like the presentation, like the kind of the header of the measure was like, would you want to allocate funds from, citing and releasing drug offenders to build rehabilitation facilities to help with rehabbing people that are caught hooked for drug offense. And that sounds so good. Like, that sounds so awesome. Like, it's like, of course we would want to allocate funds to build rehabilitation centers, and just, instead of hooking these guys, cite and release and use that money to build rehabilitation centers. Of course. What they don't mention in that is that, like, it's a tiny little fund, and you can get it wiped to where you don't pay it if you call this number, which is like a rehabilitation hotline, and then your fine goes away. So there was really no money added. I don't honestly know if they ever built anything off of it, but the essence of it is now dope's legal. There's really no under an insane amount. Like, you have to have a lot, and with the motor vehicle exception kind of being a less than even gray area. Like, they don't want you. Like, you have to pretty much call a judge or call down and get a warrant to search a car.
That's crazy.
Even if you see paraphernalia or whatever, like, that's not even just, you have to have it on good authority that there's an illegal amount. It can't just be like an amount.
Yeah.
So much. It made it so complicated. And to me, that was my big goal. Like, I want to rip rip meth for sure off of, because it's kind of ruined our town.
Well, that's the same where the town that I come from. Like we grew up in a really small town, but then we grew up in a small town outside of the small town. Gotcha. And apparently now, like, dude, I took my wife there and she's from Russia. And she was like, bro, this is a fucking bonkers ghetto, dude. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot. But it's like, and I still have like my uncles that are policing that town.
They're still in there.
And they just said it's like the #1 meth capital of Australia right now is where we're at. And dude, it's just fucking like
the ice.
And they have the ice, mate. and they have no authority to do anything. And
so
like
sad.
the other epidemic up there, I have a friend that has a multi-million-dollar contract to fly his helicopter around with the fucking spotlight and chase stolen cars that have been stolen by kids. And they can't do anything, dude. They catch the fucking kids and they literally just have to let the kids go. So now all these kids in this
why fund the chase?
This whole and then my buddy's like, this is the most insane fucking thing ever, bro. I'm making millions of dollars to chase these fucking
and do nothing
to just
when
watch
I catch
kids joyride these stolen cars.
That's
and just
bonkers.
Like everyone in town has had their car stolen. It is the crazy, and you just like they can't fucking do anything. But the thing about making the drugs legal, right? Same with San Fran. So in theory, I'm actually not for criminalizing drugs if it was everywhere. Because what happens is if you do it in one city,
all the shitheads are going to flock there. It's simple, really simple.
Duh.
Yeah.
Doesn't take
so simple. Like,
doesn't take much
that
to get a
thought
fucking
of that. Of course they did though. That was by design. Like of course they did think of that.
Because you watch,
it's not an accident.
You ever watch Channel 5 News?
Yeah, sometimes.
Bro, he's the fucking best. He did his whole piece on San Francisco.
Oh yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we moved here because we knew we could get high.
Yeah.
Everyone fucking moved and just completely ruined one of the best cities in America.
There's a weird thing too when you have people that they're doing something that was recently legalized, like they have like this kind of like boasty kind of like way about them too. So like we would run
they're
into
the progressives and they're the ones that are doing the right thing.
But just the people that literally moved there for the dope, they had a way about them. Like when you would talk to them, they were super willing to tell you why they came. Like they're just like, oh yeah, well the dope's legal, so we cruised over. Like so we heard that so much, like from just, especially if they weren't necessarily riding with a lot of it at the time, or we didn't hook them and clean the car out or whatever. We had like just more casual interaction. They're almost like so many of them like, oh yeah, moved here because of the dope. It's like, so dude, it's like, it's obvious, right?
Yeah.
So I'm with you in that sense, but I do think that there's levels. Like some drugs are so much worse, and I don't think that. I mean, so many things in this country, as far as like long-standing, legislation, like the Sweeping Act for everything, back in the Nixon administration,
Nixon era,
was. I mean, honestly, that's kind of silly. Like, there's not near the data on a lot of this stuff back then for them to lump it all, and them lumping it all is the most hilarious thing to me. And I'm not a recreational drug guy anyway. I never have been. I like a little whiskey and a little cigar from time to time, and that's about it. Like, I'm not a big, like, I just don't. I don't like the smell of weed. Like, I just don't. So it's always just like, not really for me.
Yeah.
So that alone is just like not my deal. But like I don't ignore the data on mushrooms being probably really solid for your mind.
Some people,
because
right?
just nootropics and cordyceps and like the mushrooms are incredible. They're very versatile, and they're honestly fascinating. Like, and I don't know of a mushroom that will kill you.
Yeah, well, when there's no LD50.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
at the rate you can ingest it,
if it cannot kill you.
And typically people aren't like, I mean, I think that there's certain people that are like I know a guy that we grew up with that I don't really know what all he was on or whatever, but the story was psychedelics that kind of made him, like, gave him schizophrenia.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
That's a thing.
That's a fucking.
So
real
that's
thing.
a real risk.
Yeah.
That I'm aware of, but numbers wise, I don't think it's that high.
Well, and then, but the thing is like, yes, completely agree. I know people that have had like full drug-induced psychomas, and it's just
trips.
they just can't. It's not a thing that they can do, right?
Right.
But then so like my wife, right? If you give her a micro dose of mushrooms, peak human,
Really,
fully like, and I like mushrooms. Doesn't do that to me.
really,
It does not give like.
what's it do for you?
I mean, it's like, it's good, and I enjoy doing it. But like, dude, literally, she is like lighter. She's happier. She's like, just
a base feeling.
It just fully elevates her experience of life. It's fucking crazy, dude. I wish it did that for me.
When you say microdose, so that's like
a gram, half a gram. You know, like a small.
I don't know
amount.
the quantities of what would be like.
So you're not gonna get like visuals and hallucinations. It's literally, it's like somebody just turns up the saturation on her vibe, and you know what I mean. It's
Saturation.
It's crazy. It's just like someone puts an Instagram filter on her whole thing.
Her general deal.
Yeah, and it's just like, not that she's in a bad mood, not that she's being there, but yeah, it's just like whoop. It just slides the slider up a bit. And I look at that. I'm
open to that then, because I would love to fix my old lady's mood sometimes.
Bro, it's fucking crazy, dude. But with me, like, would do the same thing. And it's like, it does a little bit, but it's not.
Sure.
But then there'll be times where I can do like a bulk amount and you're like tripping. And it's like, that's a whole different experience. But it just speaks to like two people doing the exact same thing, exact same time,
but
two completely different effects.
Different effects.
And there's some people that just can't do it. But then she's like the example of a person where it's just like, that's the poster of what it's supposed to do.
You would like everybody to understand that it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just watch it. I'm just like, it blows me away. I fucking wish.
Yeah.
That
was your.
That was my reaction. You know what I mean?
It's so similar with other things though too. Because like, I mean, I just know guys that
can't drink.
I know guys that can't drink. Yep. I mean, I like whiskey a lot. I like tasting whiskey, and I'm like a real. I mean, I don't like I can't remember the last time I really like partied and drank a lot. I like casual whiskey, you know, and I'm like, but I know guys, yeah, like I'm a
good bit of ice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm neat for sure,
yeah, okay, neat guy.
But I like that experience, and I could pour a half a glass and I could finish it over the course of the night. I could pour 2, finish those, or just 3 sips and be like, okay.
Yeah.
My like threshold of being compelled by it is so like I'm almost never compelled to drink in any way. But I know some guys that just like it's almost like it's talking to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oi.
Yeah. Hey,
Oi.
I'm right here. Just open the drawer.
Yeah. Just don't even drink. Just sniff it.
It's real. There's guys that feel that way.
And so I that was kind of like what I was sort of getting at before is like, you know, even to say like, oh, this and this should and shouldn't. It's like, man, it's got to be.
It is very specific.
It's so case by case. And when you've got a thing like alcohol that's completely legal and it can kill you.
It's probably much worse for you.
It can kill you.
Yeah.
You can drink enough.
Oh, you can definitely
It can drink enough to die.
Easy.
Very easily, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my whole thing is like, forget everything else.
Yeah.
That's legal.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So what are we talking about?
But also, but I mean, truthfully, also the different experiences is a very good point as far as like if you're passing this on to somebody, let's just say somebody's in this room with us that like has some manner of hand in legislation, and we can say, dude, okay, this obviously is legal right now and consumed on a worldwide crazy, you know, percentage of people. Some people go nuts.
Advertised. It's illegal to be advertised.
Literally. And some people go nuts and beat their old ladies. Some people do all kinds of crazy stuff on it. But like if you're like us and we can sip on it, be fine. And that's not even really a knock on those people. They're just, that affects them differently. Everyone's built different. Nobody's equipped to do a bunch of meth.
Yeah, no.
Everyone should not do that.
No, that's a very
so that's like where I get
yeah.
jump on the train of like,
yeah,
okay,
like what's
listen,
the good thing?
We
here?
need to part the seas a little bit on this because it's not. There's no way you can say they're anywhere near. I love what I've heard about psychedelics as far as the ego stripping properties and just kind of I mean I buy all that. I think mushrooms are super interesting.
You're right about the meth thing for sure, but I think meth is only a thing because coke's real expensive. And so there's like there's this whole, like, I don't think anyone wants to be a crackhead, right?
I would think it's not the plan at the start.
You don't want to be a crackhead, but you'd probably like doing coke, right?
So.
And so if you could, so this is like, I think this is kind of my very libertarian view of this, right? The problem is, I think, is that you have these drugs that are illegal. And then you have these people,
big market for them.
Yeah, but there's still a market for these illegal things. So what happens when there's supply and demand? You have a person that comes in and fills the demand and creates the supply.
No matter what.
And then so you've got the cartels that make cocaine. Yeah. And then you've got people that can afford cocaine. And the problem is, right, is that how many cocaine arrests did you make?
Me, 0.
All right. You know why?
Please tell me.
Because it's fucking rich white people that do cocaine. That's why, right?
But it's the poor white people that die from it.
So you have rich white people that do cocaine, and then you might have some people that start as rich white people,
middle class people that die from it.
Then you have middle class people that start doing it, and then they like doing it so much, and they have the addicted personality, and they develop a problem with it.
Yeah.
And then when you can't afford that, then you move to crack.
Yeah.
Because crack's way cheaper and crack's way easier to get. And then you turn into a crackhead.
And you could make it in your trailer and
then
get
you
some burn scars.
Yeah. And then you like, oh, you might not get some crack, but now you're getting some meth.
Yeah.
And so there's like a very slippery slope. And in my opinion, it's all comes from the fact that it's like
so you say so your position is, let's give everybody awesome blow.
Yeah.
And then the whole problem is solved.
Yeah. Same as
I'm going to sit on that one for a night and call you.
Yeah. But I don't think it's as easy. Like that's the general.
That's obviously I'm being a dickhead.
Yeah.
But that's I don't.
But no,
I don't discount that stance.
So if you have a place, right, and a lot of problems, Mac Miller died from fentanyl.
Yeah.
You know, so the problem is when you make this thing illegal, you're still going to have people that will illegally supply it. Then you're funding crime.
Chain too.
Yeah, you're funding crime in like such a serious way.
I'm with you on all that.
I
hate that dynamic that we have between law enforcement and the dope industry because it is an impossible feat because first of all it's all out of country and they're always evolving and when you're
highly organized, you're fighting a war against a group that has more money than you, and more power than you, and more control than you. How the fuck do you beat those people?
Well, and not only that, there's no separation of their power. Like if you want to look at
it's a dictatorship.
There's no separation of them. Like they're one thing working together. And like if you get somebody, I mean, of course, like our law enforcement in the U.S. is going to work together on, like, oh, this is a high profile case. If a city guy discovers it, he's going to pass it up to a county guy. And if a county guy's like, this is a state ordeal. This is going up to the, the state guy. And the state guy's like, call the ATF. Like, you know what I mean? There's chains that it works up and it's like, I never, other than maybe one or two times, like went like kind of attached a city guy onto, a call or whatever. They'll come back sometimes, but it's like there's so many little entities. Yeah. That different little
and
agencies.
Then checks and balances at every step of the way.
And we don't talk to each other all the time.
Yeah.
And it's almost like that almost is the competitiveness. Yeah. Like county wants to be the cool and the state wants to be the cool,
yeah,
and the
yeah.
city's like, no, we're the city guys, we're cool. Like there is a little bit there. So I could imagine if you're highly organized, giant, in size and working as a unit,
And no checks and balances.
zero.
One dude calling the shots. So I think that's like you're gonna
That
get
part's scary.
You're gonna get people that fall through the cracks, and you're gonna get people that still go down the bad road. But it's like, if you can, like, let's say just buy okay, you can buy heroin. Sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
Sounds crazy. There's a place down the road, there's a dispensary that you can buy weed. Next door to it, there's a dispensary that you can buy heroin. It's clean, it's 100%. They're only allowed to sell a certain amount to a person. Then whatever happens,
Sounds kind of like a CVS.
Yeah. But whatever happens, that person is not going to overdose from fentanyl.
Sure. Yeah, and
So there's like it sort of seems crazy, but I think that there is something to the madness, because there are so many people that are dying from things from drugs they don't even think they're taking.
Needlessly, but I will say this: the amount of deterrent from doing any of it. I mean, how many less people are doing coke now than 15 years ago?
I wonder,
Probably a lot less.
Yeah.
So I'm not
on the Gold Coast.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, like, if you look at, and I'm invested in this too because of Scott Weiland from STP, the singer. He was I don't have hard evidence, but I'm pretty sure that was how he went as well. I think they said heart attack, but I think maybe it was some bad
from doing a lot of
bad
shit.
Stuff. Probably doing from shit for years and years and years, right? But that one hurts for sure. Like, you don't want that. I mean, I know so many people that have just got bad dope, and it was over just like that. And it's sad, but it definitely is a massive deterrent for sure. Like, for people, like, I mean, for me, like, okay, you can tell, like, say fast forward, 10, 12 years, like, my daughter's 15, 16 years old, and I can literally tell her beyond a shadow of a doubt, like, hey, if you start messing around with this, that, and the other thing, it could kill you on the spot.
Yeah.
And I can say that straight-faced, like, in that way. There's something to that too.
Yeah,
in a
for
way.
sure.
And I'm not saying it's good that the cartel is literally killing hundreds of thousands of people in the States. It's awful.
That's real. I have a friend. We actually both know this person. Loves to party. Fucking legend. And she has kids now. And he's literally said to me, he's like, dude, I will just not do cocaine now. Yeah. Because I'm not going to be the guy that my kid's dad died because he did some bad blow.
Yeah,
like
literally.
That is a deterrent for sure.
And honestly, I have no interest in it anyway.
Regardless.
But if I had like any at all, it would be way gone by now. Like, so there's you have people that are on the fence that want to party and have a good time or whatever. I was never that person, but I'm close with people that are/were, and they're like, it's different now. Like, it's much different now. But the war on drugs is like it's such a nasty uphill battle. But my whole thing is like, I agree with you that you're literally you're funding crime.
A terrorist organization.
You're funding crime really, really, really heavily.
And then human trafficking. And prostitution. And like, it's just...
it's all moving together in one piece, pretty much.
You could like make the exact same case for prostitution, right? Like, that should be legal. There should be, because people are doing it no matter what.
Yeah.
It's the oldest profession in the world. They literally have done studies, I'm listening.
on
monkeys. And they teach monkeys how to use currency.
Yeah, I know.
What do monkeys do?
I know.
They pay for pussy.
Yes, they do.
They pay for monkey pussy. That's what they do. But all right.
I'm listening.
But it's illegal.
Yeah.
Which means,
except for Nevada.
Yeah. So there's like there's some places. But what you're doing then is, as soon as there's an illegal thing that people are going to do, whether it's legal or illegal, you get an undercurrent of organized crime. And now there's no protection. So like, if you have
being exploited terribly because they're under the...
And they've got no protection.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as a policeman,
I want the well-being of those people for
person.
sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel that way. I do.
Yeah.
I think it's.
So I just think you can apply that same logic, you know?
No, I mean, I definitely, I don't discount any of that. I think there's no one solution to either thing, because I doubt that you're going to get, like, to me, it's funny because, like, Nevada, like, if you talk about Nevada and say, oh, it's legal there, that makes so much sense. Nevada is literally, like, we've been there. It is the Wild West. Like, it is. It makes so much sense that Reno is.
Is that the only place it's legal in the States?
I'm not sure. I just know it is there, but I don't think it is in Vegas though. I'm pretty sure not.
Yeah,
I don't know. But I don't know if it is actually. You see enough like billboards around making it look like it might be.
Flicking the cards and shit like that.
Yeah, the dudes on the street.
Bro, my wife was tripping the first time she went to Vegas. Yeah, she was like, what the fuck is going on?
Walking the strip as a kid.
Yeah.
Because I've been going to Vegas since I was little. Like for World Minis and stuff.
Yeah.
And we were, I remember me and my mom, and we're walking down the strip, and this dude's tossing like nudie cards. Yeah. And my mom's like stepping on all of them.
They're just everywhere, dude.
Stop from seeing them. And I'm just like, I'm a kid. I'm just like checking them all out, trying to see them, just being a little shithead.
And that's why you buy a ranch in Wyoming.
That's why I bought a ranch in Wyoming. Get away from everything. Honestly, yeah.
What a dream, bro.
Being in law enforcement made me make that decision because I wanted, first of all, I wanted away from that policy because that exposed the area to me in a gross way. I didn't like it.
And you're a father and there's kids.
And I'm just like, dude, I'm setting this up for any and all possible kind of
scenarios.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like, I'm literally like, I'm going to have a off-grid setup. I'm going to be like, as self-sustaining as I can. I'm going to run cattle. I'm going to do all that. It's badass out there, dude. So sick. We'll have to do a project out there. I'd love to have you out there.
Mate, I was thinking that when you were talking about it.
Sick. But it's tough. Like if you don't buy it hook, line, and sinker, if it's not your kind of thing that you like to me, when I stand, like I'll climb up on like one of my Connexes or something, because out there, because it's big rolling plains like this, and like if you get 10 feet up off the ground, it's like you have this wild point of view, and you can just see for so far. Like you can see for so far. So I'll get up on my, like a container, I'll sometimes even like my roof of my house and just like cup of coffee and just like sit there and just like stare off into but to me, the ramps of mountains surrounding me 25 miles away, like is the most precious, beautiful thing that I could,
the air's cleaner.
Besides
the stars
looking at my first child's face on day one, like that is one of the coolest like experiences, is just like taking that in. You feel so close to your creation in that moment. I don't know how else to explain it.
No, I get it, dude. I had a crazy moment when Berriman, he trains a lot out at Chocolate Mountain out in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
It's like just a cattle ranch out there. And bro, I'd just been in it. So like I got here in July of last 2022.
Yeah.
And I'm just like wedged. I've just been waiting for years to get back here. I'm working. I'm fucking wide open.
We gotta talk about that too, because I have no idea. Like I know that you went home. I know that
hey, policeman, come look,
dude. I have no like. I don't know much about it. I want to hear it, but anyway, go on.
But yeah, so I'd been waiting. I come back. I'm going to make the most. So I got a second chance at this whole thing, and I'm just wedged. The podcast is doing great. I'm trying to make hay, you know. Absolutely. And then I was staying in Temecula, then we're in San Clemente, and we're in it. And then I went out there and I walked up into the top of where the kind of like a high point in the ranch that they've got set up, and it just fucking hit me, bro. I was like, fuck, like, this is it. I need this. I miss this.
With nasty residual light pollution and everything. You still get it
right next to the 5 freeway.
Wait till you see my house at night. It's fucking nuts.
So how many acres have you got?
320.
That's a good number.
Yeah, it's a good chunk. That's a half section, and I've got a state maintained highway running. Literally, they have a right of way through a chunk of my land. So I have like a little like residential looking little piece on one side, and then the rest of everything. I built on the big side, obviously.
Yeah.
But I have like 1 million or 2 million, just ridiculous amount of federal. Like it's all land
On
management
the outside of the
ground
property
around me,
That's what you need.
and I don't have a single neighbor. Like nothing. Anyway, I've got some oil fields, and some of the guys. I know some of the guys that operate there, and I've got this guy that just buys up tons of land in Wyoming. There's this big company, and there's no, he's got like 900 acres over there, 2,000 acres over there, and just that kind of shit. But I'm literally right off the highway. The dirt, I can't even explain to you. It's the best dirt that I can imagine. It's literally like it'll set up. I can build a supercross track out of it. Sets up. As soon as you hit it with water, it just like softens. Like where I grew up, working on the track, you need
A lot of water.
a lot to bust. If you let those dirt clods harden, it is literally concrete. Like you need insane amount of weather over time to like let them break down to where you could ever ride it again, or you have to bust it up with something big. My place, like I can ride my track 2 months without like a prep. I can just let it be rough and I can water it. It's kind of more, it's more on the Florida side, but it's less, it's, I'm literally on sand draw, like on sand draw road. It's like, I've got a lot of that big wash, from the big winds that comes down. So I have a lot of sand, but I have clay and I don't have a single fucking rock. Like I have no rocks on my whole South 160. Like it's super hard to find a rock. On my north side, you can find big, cool boulders, but like that's the whole thing of Wyoming. There's just rocks everywhere. Like so, a lot of the free riding is you have to find areas that don't have big rock deposits, because if you land on one of those, you're toast.
Fucked.
So, but I'm like right in the clay hills where it's like it just doesn't. I don't have it. I have clay hills, like these castle-looking built things, and then big sand deposits. I have like a 25-mile by 100 wide white like beach sand wash right next to my house. Like I ride to it and do sand motos in it, no matter the weather. It's so I don't, nobody gets it. It's so sick. And my dad, like, because he loves the Pacific Northwest. He loves the trees, and like I got ruined on the trees living in North Carolina. I just hated being in the tree line all the time with no point of view. Yeah, like it's swampy. I'd rather be in the swamp. I'd rather be in Florida, because at least it's like, I mean, you have kind of a cool beach factor to it, and it's more, I like that better. Where if you're in the tree line, you can't see past it at all.
That's so true.
That like chokes me.
Yeah,
I literally played into my head, like a part of my,
But that's a real thing.
It's a factor.
I'm a big view guy, man. Like I'm one of those people that can like really appreciate a view, and like again, growing up, like going and just spending like weeks and months in the bush, where there's just no one, and there's no lights at night, and the Milky Way, like
you're so like, people that don't do it, they just don't get it. Like you're so connected, like you're just so connected. Yeah, but I grew up like camping all the time, like wanting to be in nature. I mean, I'm periodically, I'll periodically hunt, and I really love wild game as far as just eating it. Yeah.
So you can hunt up there, like you get to hunt up there a bunch.
Dude, we have some of the best game animals.
Yeah, I know it's good up there, but is it easy to get to? Is it easy to get tags? Is it hard to?
For an out-of-stater, no, it's really hard.
But if you're in-state.
Yeah, if you're a resident, it's pretty good.
No way.
I pulled a tag this year, but I didn't hunt because I didn't get I liked it, dude. I'm pretty by the book. Like I don't like to skirt much for lines, but I didn't get my hunter safety done in time, and they tell you need to carry it. So I was just like, you know what? I'm not, even though I bought a tag and I was gonna, I was hoping to get it done. I didn't. So I'm like, I'm not hunting this year, but, I got anywhere from 150, 200 pronghorn on my land a day. And I can get landowner for them. I just have to show prove use stays pretty much. And I'm going to talk with the warden when I get home and get that. Hopefully I can get that lined up, but like not kidding, 45 minutes from my house. I mean, there's like big herds of moose. We've got, obviously Rocky Mountain elk, which have insane, like I'm used to Roosevelt elk. They're pretty big. They're like giant. Their bodies are really big. But the Rocky Mountain elk are really impressive. Just the way that their racks form, like they're just such beautiful animals. They're so cool. And I love mule deer. A mule deer is like one of my favorite animals on earth. And I love when I see them suckers out like in the wild, I'm just like, dude, I love them. I don't know what it is. I'm just used to like, little black-tailed deer from where I'm from.
Yeah.
So it's like we have a whole separate set of hoofed animals where we just 10 hours that way to the mountains is like a whole different set of
what a
hoofed
place,
animals.
bro.
It's like so cool. We got some pretty nasty predators though too.
Yeah,
we got
like
wolves
big
now.
mountain
We got
lions,
mountain lions,
wolves.
a lot of mountain lions. Big bears.
Yeah.
But it's so sick.
It's so sick.
Got to come up this year. You need to check it out.
Dude, I would
come up and film.
I
Come
would
up and do
love
something.
to. Yeah,
Just do a
when
little project.
are you going up there?
I'm just gonna play it by ear because it's pretty cold, but my place, it's already built. So like as long as it's
livable.
Yeah. Oh, I mean just the track, like to ride on the frozen ground is tough.
Yeah.
So if and when it just kind of like starts to thaw a little bit more often, I'll be there. Last year we had so much rain down here.
Yeah.
I was just like, well, I'm either waiting for the rain to stop or I'm going to ride on the ice.
Or I'm ice riding. Yeah.
So there was a little bit of like we didn't have much snow that held. So I was able to go and literally, I just rode, it was frozen. I just couldn't change much. It was a little slick here and there. You had to ride in the mornings when it was still like, and that's a little counterintuitive because normally like in a normal circumstance, you're like, okay, it's a little wet.
Let it dry
Go
out.
to like noon.
Yeah.
Just ride at like noon. That doesn't work there because by noon, even if the air temp's way below, the sun will melt the snow and ice, even if it's well below freezing. So, and especially if you ride it, you'll melt it just by the friction.
Yeah.
So like you can't wait to ride until 1 o'clock for it to warm up because then it's just literally the muddiest shit you've ever rode.
Yeah.
So it's like, you almost just ride on purpose when it's just frozen.
Yeah.
But it's actually fun. Like I posted some videos of it last year. People were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And it's honestly, to me, it's like I love that I have a different landscape.
Yeah.
Especially because I do want to transition into media. I do want to transition into free ride, and I want to, now that that was kind of my point earlier when I was like, I left the sport, didn't want to look at a fucking bike.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to do it. Yeah.
Now I'm like, oh, I'm riding for life.
It's a fucking beautiful thing.
It's so cool.
It's a beautiful thing.
I didn't appreciate it until I left it, until I came back, until I realized that there's never going to be no challenge for me here. Like I'm always going to be challenging myself to do something on riding. So I'm rehooked for life now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to transition to that, but it's cool. I like that there's a different look because I feel like, I can be a total sicko out here in the hills, but I'm never going to whip a bike like Patrick. Like, you know what I mean? I'm never gonna,
no, you're not.
No, I'm not going to. No bike is being whipped by me like that. Yeah. Like I can whip a fucking bike, especially if I get some practice. You know what I mean? But the ceiling for that is like not there.
Yeah, but you can't.
But
like,
I can create.
You
different
can carve
kinds
your
of
own
stuff.
lane. Yeah,
yeah. I can create different kinds of stuff, and like I can play the rancher. I can be who I am.
Yeah,
and like get out of the city slicker clothes when I go home, and now it's like I have a whole different like life that I live up there.
Yeah,
that's kind of like the real guy.
Yeah,
it's like I'm not gonna have to do much. I already live that way.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be fun just to like get it documented. I'm just not a big I'm not a big absorber of media. I watch the fights. I'm a big fight fan, and I pay attention to the kind of the stuff that I'm a fan of. I don't really watch the vlogs or watch the stuff. Yeah. I like more. I like more like predetermined. I don't like the reality stuff very much. Like I don't like the what's up guys and just do stuff all day and it's like that kind of went nowhere. Like I want to absorb like an idea that and I can get in your head and this is what he was thinking. That's pretty funny. Like that or this is wow, that was set up right. Like I want to do that kind of stuff. But that kind of stuff takes so much more effort.
Yeah.
And I I haven't had the time for that whatsoever, but I'm going to make time for it this year for sure, because I just want to, I want to start in on it, because I know there's going to become a day. Obviously, I'll be 30 this year. There's going to be a day, and it's going to feel like sooner rather than later, where it becomes, I can't perform and get the most out of myself, especially after I make this resurgence and find the most out of myself is my plan.
Yeah.
And then if I come to a point where I can't do that anymore because of my age or time or whatever, recovery starts getting harder, all that kind of stuff. Like, I do want a riding exit strategy.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go not riding.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to start. I gotta start planning all that shit right now.
Yeah, just like slowly plant the seeds and slowly get some reps. And
if I'm not grinding the whole off season or the whole motocross season, and I have like some off season there, that's a great time for me to just stay riding and start doing some projects.
Dude, I'll come.
That would
for
be
sure.
sick.
I'd
love to have you up.
Some side-by-side stuff.
You'd be careful. You'll fall in love with it.
Yeah, bro, I have no doubt. What's the closest town?
Riverton.
How far out are you from that?
10 minutes.
Oh, live in the
dude, I've got a Walmart, I've got a Hampton, bro. I've got everything. All my it's perfect, because Riverton's like real, my kind of people, real industrial rednecky type folks.
Yeah.
Just good old folks.
Yeah.
Most of Riverton. And then you've got the res, you got the Wind River res, and that's there's Crow and Arapaho, and there's actually quite a few tribes put in there, and they got the casino, they've got stuff right there too that's like their own thing. And then Lander's pretty close, which Lander's like that's the closest jiu-jitsu gym. I'm gonna go and scope it when I got home, because I just kind of recently discovered it. I didn't think we had anything. So
I bet it's good too.
It's probably good. Yeah. And they come in and they do classes once in a while at the gym that I go to. There's like a big gymnasium, like at this gym that I go to. I'm like, dude, this would be perfect. Like, we just need to get a steady studio in here.
Yeah.
That'd be killer. But like, I'm not fit to coach anybody. Like, I gotta get somewhere first. But Atlanta's more like the bigger town. It is kind of like, well, no, actually it's not any bigger. There's actually less people, but it's just like the more kind of like progressive town, I guess, if you want to call it. Like, it's like, I call it like my little Eugene.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of hippie town, and they've got like more, it's like just the more updated, I guess, more kind of,
just the modern.
There's a lot more Patagonia and less Ariat. You know what I mean? There's just a lot more, just different kinds of people. You know what I mean? Just there's I can vibe with both sets. I got a little bit of both in me.
You've lived in both worlds.
Well, when people, especially when I'm out like at the ranch and like people see me, and I've talked to so many people around my area, and a lot of them are like shocked when they find out that I was born in Portland. Because I just don't live a Portland lifestyle in any stretch of the imagination.
You don't smell like Portland.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's like when I first, the funny story is when I first got the land, I was out there. I was just fabricating a little gate. So I'm welding to the cattle guard and doing all this kind of stuff, just getting a gate going in the state. I actually don't know. He might have been locating. I'm not sure what he was doing actually, but he worked for the state. And he came over just kind of poking his head around, and he was just seeing what's up. And cool guy, But like, he just wanted to see what I was about.
Yeah.
And got to talking to him, and because at first he's like, I don't know if you should, if you can be welding on that. I don't know because a lot of the old cattle guards predate the states right away, and there's just a lot of So if it's an old cattle guard, it's not theirs. There's no like, I don't have to add anything off the end to, so I can use it. And turned out he never even came back after we talked. He was just like, whatever. But he wanted to get an idea of me for sure. That was like one of the first dudes that like kind of came over and was like, oh, this new guy, he bought the place, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm from Oregon. Of course they're gonna be like, scope me out, like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but anyway, I'm just like, moved out here, trying to I'm going to get my kids out of this, kind of, area that I deem squirrely now. and I just want a more upbringing like I had.
Yeah.
Because Oregon 15 years ago is like where I live now.
Yeah.
I just want less fucking nonsense going on around my kids. Like that's the idea.
long and the short of it.
And they're like, no, yeah, that's cool. That's all they needed. That's all they wanted to hear. And but now it's funny, dude, because like I will literally, like, if I'm driving and I see like a Cali plate or something, I'm just like, I assume the form of like a local, and I'm just like, fuck, out of staters, dude. Like I get honestly pissed off. It's funny. And I'm literally that guy. And I haven't lived there very long. Lived there. I think we bought it at the end of 21. So we haven't had it that long, but it was, I was right. Kind of the COVID stuff was going on, and I mean, dude, when I was at the sheriff's office, it was still like all going on. And then I actually left before they started like going real crazy on everybody. And then like a lot of people got laid off because they wouldn't take the shot. And there was a lot of that kind of stuff going on.
Yeah.
And honestly, I wasn't even skeptical about it back then. I probably would have just took it then. And I didn't even honestly think much about it. But yeah, that was like maybe a near miss. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it definitely scares me. Thinking back on it, like it scares me that there's a pretty solid chance of
talk about fucking forgetting that existed.
Oh, dude, the
gone.
And it's like the part that I loved about it was just like the amount of people that came out of the woodwork to literally put themselves into the danger that they were claiming was the danger, to like rat out other people. It wasn't people that were like actually scared for their lives and the well-being of other human beings. It was the people that were just like, oh, this is my chance. I'm going to like, you know what I mean? Like the real Karens came out.
Well, that was the thing. I don't want to get.
It was gnarly. I don't even want to go down that pipe at all.
I said to people from the start, I would be like, if this thing made my fucking eyes turn to mush and run down my face, I'm taking the shot.
Definitely.
And I'm fucking staying inside, and I'm not getting sick. But
however,
that is not the case.
Yeah. No, it definitely got.
And I'm bonkers. Like, what the fuck are we up to?
The whole shut, like, well, I mean, Oz was gnarly too.
Yeah, where we were, it was one place. So it wasn't all of Oz. So it was like it was Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne was gnarly.
Yeah, it was like one of the gnarliest lockdowns in the world. My wife was stuck in China.
Oh,
so it was like, they called it the foreign virus, bro. She wasn't allowed in cafes. People wouldn't sit next to her on trains, like crazy shit.
They
like
made it and
fucking gates around the apartment built, like hectic.
Straight up hazmat.
But yeah, like it was actually fucking I hate saying it sometimes.
Some of the best times.
Some of the best
times. It was
times
for us too, in a lot of ways. I mean, of course it was real, especially at the beginning, I think the first wave, and then after everybody adjusted to it.
Once we figured out that
for sure at first, and especially, I mean, but it was really, really dangerous for everybody that was in bad health, of course. But like, but I mean, so I was super for like my pop, he got it, and I was like, dude, I was stressed out about
worried
him.
For him. Yeah,
I was talking to him a lot during when he had it, and he's like, I'm fine, like. But Pop used to never like he had the tool shed. He everybody. He had such like a He had such a wild immunity to stuff because he'd just seen it.
He was in it.
Like, everything was just in and out, and it was nothing.
Yeah.
And he was always like impervious to that. Dude was so damn cool. So awesome.
He really is.
He's badass. Hey, I want to hear. So what happened with? So you were here for what? 3, 4?
I was here for like 10 years.
You're here for that long?
Well, it would maybe like from 2010 to 2018. And I had a bit.
I didn't know you were that early.
Yeah, so then
I met you in
13, 14.
Yeah, 13. I think. Well, for sure 13.
Yeah,
but maybe a little bit before that. Like right as I was coming up out of amateurs, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I
shaved head. And
I got
style back then.
Dude, I had I hurt my wrist. Right when we were filming, I had a cast on.
I think so.
So, bro, I did a jiu-jitsu class all the way back then.
You did?
That was the first time I ever did jiu-jitsu.
Really?
And someone fell and broke my wrist. I was literally after the class, I was just like leaning back with my arms back, And this dude, it was like summer, sweat. And this guy get up and was like banana peel spec, just slipped, and his fucking
Fell on your
fat
wrist?
motherfucker fell on my wrist. So, dude, I would have been doing jiu-jitsu like
no.
over 10 years.
So it spooked you.
Well, I just didn't have insurance.
Oh.
And I couldn't get, I was like, dude, I got hurt my first class. I didn't have
So
insurance.
how many years after that did you get back?
2018 when I got sent home.
Oh my God.
Bro, but that would have derailed
So
my
you
life.
picked it up more when you went home.
Yeah, I started in 2018 when I went home. So I was like, I'll make this long story short, but I basically was like
don't.
on a work visa. On a work visa, I got sick. I had like a kidney problem. Had to fly home.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had to fly home, came back, and then it was like in this weird area where like you're not supposed to leave if you've applied for a visa, and I kind of just got caught, and I basically came in, and the guy was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I was like, just try to talk my way across.
Yeah.
And the guy basically just shut it down, and it just fucked me.
Really?
So I literally flew, landed, spent a day in a fucking cell at
No way.
LAX, and then got sent home, and it put a ban on my passport. And so
you couldn't travel anywhere after that.
Well,
You were
I couldn't
locked
come to
on.
the US.
Oh, okay. You could go other places.
It just the US was a no go zone for me.
So did you have to reapply for your passport at home?
So then the only way that I could come back was with like a legitimate visa, and you've got to like apply it. But I didn't have a reason.
But then it's tough at that point too, because they put you further back, right?
Yeah. And then so anyway, it wasn't until that was pretty much when I started the podcast. The podcast got going. America was like our biggest audience. I was doing like the media sort of thing. So then I ended up being able to qualify for a visa, and then I come back in 2022.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like two
almost
years
2
ago,
years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I remember seeing you and going like, "Oh fuck, he's back."
Yeah.
That's cool.
Dude, it was crazy though. Like crazy, fully just changed my life. Like I kind of like lost my business. I fucking had no money. I was 28 living with my parents.
Yeah.
But that's when I started training. I just had nothing else going on. Randomly just like walked into a jiu-jitsu gym one day.
That is the start of everybody's like killer origin story. It's just like everything was, I'm just like sitting around. I'm like, what?
Rock
Came
bottom.
badass at
But that's
something.
that's the thing when you were talking about what you went through like in your kind of early mid-20s there.
Yeah.
You need
crossroads.
You need to go through those things in your life, and they kind of break you, and they kind of put you to rock bottom, right?
Yeah.
But then
got to go into the cocoon and come out a butterfly.
And the next time, the next time you get it, it doesn't break you.
Yeah.
So like there's
Learn how
probably
to
been
deal.
all these situations that if you were that guy again, it would break
it'd
you in
break
the
you again.
same,
Yeah.
but it doesn't.
Yeah.
And then the thing, like, then you kind of get to a point like, dude, July this year, my fucking warehouse in Australia burned down. I lost everything, literally everything. And it's like, I didn't even fucking tell anybody for 2 months. I just was like, you know what? I don't even want to miss a beat.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit. Like I've been through this enough to know that life goes on and it's fine, you know. And it's like I think that's the utility of like putting yourself in the position like you were in, to where like you have to go internal, and you have to like really build and develop, and then the rest of your life, like those things that would have knocked you down, they just don't do it in the same way.
And I think it matters too how you, like if you have one of those moments, like the first initial big one. Yeah. If it's like, I almost think the worse it gets, the better the bounce is.
For sure.
In a way.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, that's like if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger kind of mindset. But it's like that. For me, it was like, I don't think I hit the ground hard enough, to be honest. And to be honest, when I hit bottom with my mindset more so like before I actually took a break from racing. And then, so I kind of already had my bottom and resurgence a little bit, but I don't know if it was like low enough.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I had 2 years of just blatant perspective, like completely different looks at life all the time.
Yeah.
Becoming a father, doing more 9 to 5 type stuff. Some of my favorite times, to be honest. But like, then also realizing like what you have the option to do is so neat.
Yeah.
And so important. And you don't even know if you did it that good. Like there's that. And the whole you didn't know if you did it that good part just showed up at my doorstep like 2 months ago. That's how, to me, that's how wild this whole thing's been.
What was the epiphany there? Like, what made you think that?
I was thinking about being done again, to be honest. Like, I was just like, okay, you know, frustrated with this, that, and the other thing, and all self-harm, like not like just me kind of sabotaging my own program in a way.
Yeah, and
got
just
great people to work with and not appreciating it.
Didn't like knowing there's more to be done.
Yeah, that was where I was like, I got frustrated with myself because I was like, okay, you know, it's not a skill thing. It's not a willingness to hurt thing.
Yeah.
It's not a support thing.
Yeah.
You have all the tools and all this stuff. What the fuck are you crying about? Like, and I wasn't, it wasn't like a woe is me. It was just like, it's just, do I really want to?
Yeah.
And like, I think it hit me. It actually, this is kind of funny because it really hit me more so like right before the playoffs. We had me and my mechanic, Jesse, we had, 3-4 pretty solid weeks, to just kind of get ready for the playoffs. And we just started like banging out these pretty rigid programs. And it was like, it was almost like I hadn't had that feeling of like, oh, this is going really good. Like if I invest my whole self into this, I wonder how good I would feel, like how good I could do. And this is before the diet changes. This is before the full commitment to really the off the bike stuff. I was just riding a lot and kind of submersing myself in the riding and being more thoughtful. Go to Charlotte. I actually felt really good. To be fair, the bike wasn't near what it is right now. Just for the first round of playoffs. It's so much better right now. So we made big leaps, but like I felt good, and it was a short thing, but it was just like a little taste.
Yeah.
Of like how maybe I could do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So crashed pretty hard on a heater in the sand. That goofy little, they had like hard whatever under the sand, and they just like, we'll just put the sand over top of it, whatever. And I crashed on that pretty hard. Kind of got like whiplash, set me like to where
I remember that.
Yeah, it was like I just had like bad whiplash. I wasn't concussed or anything, but I had just bad whiplash. So like my motor skills were kind of junk. Yeah. And so everything just, nothing felt right. My timing's gone. Like I'm just like, dude, why today? Because I honestly felt really good coming in, but it was just like but now, fast forward to now, I was just scraping the surface of like how I could feel. I just don't think to this point I've ever got the most out of myself, even when it's going awesome and I'm winning, even respectively at the time.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever got close to what I could do. And I'm I think that there's things that some guys inherently do better than me, but I think there's a lot of things that I can do better than them. Like that, I think that I deserve to try to put myself in the conversation.
Yeah.
And last year I was not in anyone's conversation, nor my own. So I was like, what am I doing out here? Like that was if I'm not trying to literally improve, what am I doing? That was like the in the mirror conversation I had with myself.
Yeah.
And that's where it all just kind of spurred from. But I was going to downplay all this shit. I wasn't going to say anything to you about this. I wanted guys
because everyone's been saying that you've been running good.
What I wanted badly was to roll up and just start the process as I anticipate that I'm going to start it. And I wanted guys who, to them, I have no business battling with, looking right here going like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I wanted that really bad. Not that this is going to change that, because I have to go do it. And the doing is obviously a big mental game. But like I'm in a tremendous place.
I'm happy for you as well in the sense of like, it seems like it's for your own reasons. You know what I mean?
All on my own. That's the hard. That's the part.
Yeah.
And it's
Because
actually funny.
there's a problem when it's not like that.
No one can do it for you, and I've learned that many times over in many different situations. But no one can want it bad enough or do it.
No one can want it for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
People can want it for you, but that doesn't necessarily doesn't
mean
do shit.
If
my dad or brother or whoever like wanted it, them wanting it for me was like turned into results and reality,
you'd be fucking killing it.
I would be the greatest.
Yeah.
But like it needs to come from within, and this time it is.
Yeah.
And I intend to cement the next few years of my career and try to make right with it. Because, nothing's really guaranteed, and I'm in a great spot right now with the people that I'm around. I love the Tedders. They're great dudes. Dakota's, he's become, an insanely good friend to me. And I can't imagine doing it another way. And everything is pretty steadily improving. So I hope it just continues to work the same way, and I just continue to build, because I think for the first time in my career, I feel like, oh, dude, if I just keep at this, I think the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Like, there was definitely a period of time where I lost faith, I think, in my own, like, who I am.
And like your ceiling,
faith.
like what's your ceiling? Like,
what can I really do out here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's a symptom of not
it's the effort.
going out there and trying.
It's a result of the effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I think, it's just an off season, right? So I'm keeping that in mind, but it's a really fucking good off season. Like, it's a really good one, and I'm excited. But my whole thing is that I'm just in a completely different place in life in general. Part of it's hard, like I said, because I'm stuffing the wife and kids in the trailer and taking them down here, and that's the hard part, because I just don't have. Again, when we're talking about like you got to fix yourself first, like I want to. It's tough because you need to be selfish in this in the sport, particularly when it comes to like being stubborn. Like, you're not going to miss things. Like I was telling you about, like how I had a lot of like little back problems and stuff like that, and just like, but now, like, when that kind of stuff comes up and I'm stubborn about it, and I'm gonna squeeze something out of this day, like that mindset is kind of how I feel
across the
all
board.
The time.
Yeah.
And it's led to me feeling like, honestly, I don't think I've ever felt riding. And it's led to me probably being just like the overall healthiest I've ever been. Like, just the way I feel, constant energy, like there's of course times where you just come back, you're smoked, but the way that like I feel like I recover from that is insane.
Yeah.
So it's going really fucking good. I'm excited about it. But all in, like, what do I have left? 4 years at like
peak performance. Yeah.
So if I start that journey this second, those could be some fucking awesome years. But I don't have that many, so there's no more waiting around.
Yeah.
Like, it's got to be now. And I don't think I need to change much about I don't think I really need to change much about my, like, when I'm confident and I'm in shape and I'm here for it, my racecraft, I think, is pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think that's ever been a doubt.
Yeah, I think it's me placing myself in the conversation. So if I put myself in the shoes that I belong in, I think that my racecraft is going to follow really nicely. But the last year, like for example, the end of 23, when I ended up, doing good towards the end of the season, had a lot of guys were hurt. I had kind of a little alley to, like, okay, I'm just going to sneak.
The door was open.
I'm going to sneak a couple good finishes in here, that kind of thing. And you could bring yourself right back down to the same level and keep the same positions, but it was just like, those were just little teeny confidence boosts. of missing names to capitalize on, that their unfortunate, side. And so when Salt Lake came around, I'd had a couple top fives, I think, in a row. And I'm like looking at the list, like, who out there really can beat me? Like, if I just go out there and just focus on my riding, like, I mean, there's only two guys on the list that I think, may have my number or not. So why can't I be on the box this weekend? Like, why can't I? So like, but those little things were like, that mindset arrived because there were so many guys missing. Because there were so many, so there's a little bit of an asterisk there.
Yeah.
And I feel that way.
Yeah.
I wanted the next year to follow it up and be like, hey guys, I can do this shit.
This wasn't a fluke.
With everybody in play.
Yeah.
But I was just like, it's kind of like almost assumed it was going to happen automatically. And that's just never the right attitude.
Yeah.
So if with the confidence that you need, like, to just place yourself there and say, all right, well, like, it's almost like letting everything else go and saying, I'm going to be confident and just focus on what I'm good at, and that it'll happen. That's the feeling that I got from when those names were missing and it's like the seas kind of parted and I'm like, here I go. So just worry about being the best you can be, and you're probably going to be in a good spot.
Yeah.
And that's kind of my attitude, like, throughout the years when I was doing good too, especially in the 250s. I don't have that attitude at all right now. Like, I have the attitude of like, I want to put myself up against everybody. Is like, I don't want the names disappearing to be the thing that triggers me that I can do it.
Yeah.
I want to, and I feel like right now I can do it against anybody. And it's a new feeling of like almost no threat for the first round, because I'm normally super worried about the first round. Always super worried about it. Just making it through it, like I was saying.
Yeah. But now you want to race it.
Now I'm just like, dude, I can't wait to go put all of this shit to use. Now I've said too much. Forget everything. Because I just want to go put it into action. I'm not a big talker. I am, like, about myself in that way. Like, I want to go do it. But ultimately, the opportunity's neat because our bike's way better. I like my job and I don't want to lose my job too. There's that. Like, if I just keep sucking,
yeah.
They're great people, but if I keep sucking, I would expect them to move on.
Yeah, they're good people, but they ain't a charity.
Yeah, like, exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm not the kind of guy to be like, take advantage of that either and be like, you guys like me so much, you just keep me around. Like, no, I'm not. I don't like that either. I want to be working towards it, and I am right now. I plan on it because the clock is literally ticking big time. But I don't know.
You're a fucking legend.
We'll
bro.
See.
You're a legend, eh?
Dude, this was so fun.
I'm so stoked we did this, bro.
This was so cool.
This was fucking awesome. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
And we've been friends for a fucking long time.
I'm stoked you're back, dude. Like, honestly, I didn't know much about it. And then I seen you, I'm like, dude, he's back. Cause I knew you were there doing the show.
Yeah.
And I saw some of the show and I'm like, dude, that'd be so sick to go sit down and talk with him. And then I'm like, oh, he's doing it from home. That's, you know what I mean? I'm like, that's kind of a big flight, But I'm just stoked you're back.
Well, the next one, for you. We need you and Josh too.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
That'd be fucking sick to get both of you in here doing it.
He's been on a couple,
dude, he's done it a bunch.
Yeah.
2 or 3. Yeah.
I love it. I honestly cannot believe that it's been this long. But I'm glad we didn't do it last year.
I know. Yeah. Like these things always work out. And some people get offended when I'm like, I'm like, hey, would you want to do the show? And it like doesn't happen for like however long.
Yeah,
some people get pissed. I'm like, boys,
like,
I've been doing this long enough to know that when the time is right, it just happens. I'm like I believe in that, But this was fucking great, bro. There's going to be a lot of Justin Hill fans that,
this is the first time I think I've done something like this where people me and Josh did a couple of things and I did swap and hung out there, but that's
right. We've been going 5 hours. Like this
is different.
This is the thing. This is the whole thing.
Yeah, but like getting a feel for me, and like I said, this is kind of the bump into me at a restaurant or bar setting for people, but also they got to see us catch up, which was cool.
Dude, Wyoming, I'm in.
Let me know when you get the house lined up. I'd love to just come roll with you.
Yep.
Because I'm a little nervous about it.
No, we just need to get you back on the horse. No, and you need to be in the right environment. We'll get Charles over. We'll get Nixon over. We'll just we'll get the boys. That's why.
Let's drill a little bit before you invite Nixon because I'm trying to.
Yeah. All right, bro. This was awesome.
Thanks so much, dude.
You're the man, bro.
I appreciate it.
Fuck, we did it. That was
so
fucking legendary, bro. You're the man.
If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And to listen to the full 3-hour podcast, search Gypsy Tales in your favorite podcast platform or click the link in the description below. Gypsy Gang.